20th century, there was a kind of struggle between different competing political groups over which part of the Chinese past to connect with. Was it to the Confucian tradition or to the kind of rebellious Monkey King tradition, which was what Mao connected to? Xi Jinping, and before him to some extent, Hu Jintao, we saw this a little bit at the Olympics, it was more this kind of mix it all together view. Anything that suggested greatness in the past could be something that could be fused together. So Xi Jinping says that Mao is one of his heroes or one of the people he looks at as a model, but so is Confucius. And there's really, they had so little in common, but they both, in his mind, and some others, suggest a kind of power and greatness in the Chinese past.
Yeah, so this Platonic notion of greatness, and that you could say connects, that's the thread that connects for Xi Jinping, the great history, multi-thousand-year history of China.
Yeah, and it involved smoothing out all kinds of internal contradictions. You had, the first emperor of China, before Tibet, 221 BC, he is anti-scholars. He burns books, and he doesn't venerate these kind of rituals and things. So he's very much against the things that Confucius stood for. And Mao, in a sense of having to choose between Confucius and the first emperor, he said, well, maybe the first emperor had the right idea. Scholars can be a pain. So he said, if you have to choose between Confucianism and that. But Xi Jinping, I think, continually is kind of not choosing. He wants to say, well, look at the Great Wall. Look at this wonderful. That was a symbol of kind of strength and domination related to the first emperor, who, by the way, didn't build anything like the Great Wall you see today. He built walls, and they were fine, they were good. But the Great Wall itself didn't come into being until many centuries later. But still, this idea of anything that suggests a kind of greatness is something that, as in many ways, a nationalist above all else, Xi Jinping is a supporter of the party, single-party rule. That's something he clearly believes in. And he's a nationalist. He wants to see China be great, acknowledge this great.
Boy, so many contradictions. Oh, Stalin was a communist, but also a nationalist, right? That contradiction is also permeates through Mao and all the way to Xi Jinping. But if you don't linger on Confucius a little bit, you write that one of the most famous statements of Confucianism is the belief that, quote, people are pretty much alike at birth, but become differentiated via learning. In this sense, the tradition of China places a high value in education and on meritocracy. Can you speak to this Confucius' idea of education, and how much does it permeate through China today?
Sure. So there's an optimism to this. There's an optimism in the sense of a ability that people can be good. And when exposed to exemplary figures from the past, they'll want to be like those exemplary figures. So it's a form of education through kind of emulation of models and study of past figures and past texts that were exemplary. And it did have this idea, relatively positive view of human nature and the sort of changeability of humans through education. And I think that shows through in all kinds of things, even the fact that while there were lots of killings by the Chinese Communist Party and other groups, there was often an idea that people could be remolded potentially. And China was one of the few places where they didn't kill the last emperor. The last emperor, the idea was that he could become, that anybody could be kind of turned into a citizen of this, or a subject of this, a good member of this polity through the kind of education. Often it was a very kind of forceful form of education. But I think that's a carryover from the Confucian times. And over time, this Confucian idea led to the creation of one of the early great civil service exams, an idea that bureaucracy should be run not by people who were born into the right families, but ones who had shown their ability to master these really intensive kind of exams. The exams were things that could make or break your career, a bit like at some points in the American past, passing a bar exam or the intensive thing could set you on the road to a good career. In China, you had the civil service exam tradition. So I think this kind of emphasis on education, on valuing of scholarly pursuits, but then Chinese leaders throughout history, including up to Mao and Xi Jinping, have also found scholars to be tremendously difficult to control. So there's an ambivalence to it, or contradiction again there.
But to which degree is idea of meritocracy that's inherent to the notion that we're all start at the same line? There's a meritocratic view of human nature there. Where if you work hard and you learn things, you'll succeed. And so the reverse, if you haven't succeeded, that means you didn't work hard, and therefore do not deserve the spoils of the success. Does that carry over to China today?
There's such a challenge in all these forms of meritocracy because you had the civil service exams, but the question was who had a really good tutor. If you could afford a really good tutor, you had a better chance of passing the exams. One thing that happened there was families would pool together resources to try to help the brightest in their group to be able to become part of the official realm. And this kind of pulling together resources to help as a family was an important part of that structure. But there also was a kind of there was always a tension that so what if you don't succeed? Some of the leaders of rebellions against emperors were failed examination candidates. You had this issue, and then it became something. Well, the system was out of whack, and it needed a new leader, and also there was something built in. It was not so much Confucius himself, but one of his main interpreters, early interpreters, mentions had this idea, which can be seen as a crude justification for rebellion or for a kind of democracy, to say that even though the emperor rules at the will of heaven, if he doesn't act like a true emperor, if he's not morally upstanding, then heaven will remove its mandate, and then there's no obligation to show deference for a ruler who's not behaving like a true ruler, and there it sort of justifies rebellion. And the idea is that if rebellion isn't justified, then heaven will stop the ruler from being killed. But if heaven has removed his support, then the rebellion will succeed, and then a new ruler will be justified in taking power. So it's an interesting sense that the universe in this Confucian view has a kind of moral dimension to it, but it also it's when things actually happen that you see where the side of morality is.
Okay, so it's meritocracy with an asterisk. It does seem to be the case, maybe you can speak to that in the Chinese education system there seems to be a high value for excellence. Hopefully I'm not generalizing too much, but from things I've seen, there's certain cultures, certain peoples that, it's just part of the value system of the culture that you need to be a really good student. Is that the case with China today?
There's been a lot of emphasis on education, sort of working really hard and excelling at some subjects, and having there isn't the civil service exam, but there is the Gaokao exam that really can determine where you get, what kind of institution you get into. And I think, getting back to this idea of meritocracy, which is strong in a lot of tradition, it also the kind of what it opens you up to is when there is a sense of unfairness in who's getting ahead and how the spoils are being divided. This leads to a kind of outrage, and some of the biggest protests in in China have been about this sense of nepotism, which really seems to subvert this whole idea of kind of meritocracy. The 1989 protest in Tiananmen, even though kind of in the Western press in particular was discussed as a movement for democracy, but a lot of the first posters that went up that got students really angry were criticisms of corruption within the Communist Party and nepotism, and the sense that people, despite all the talk, despite the fact that most people seem to be having to study really hard to pass these exams to get good positions in universities, that some of them were being handed out via the kind of back door. And that led to a kind of outrage. That's true in many places, but I think it gives a special anger against nepotism because of that, the way in which so much emphasis is put on kind of the standard exam way of getting ahead.
I hope it's okay if we jump around through history a bit and find the threads that connect everything. Since you mentioned Tiananmen Square, you have studied a lot of student protests throughout Chinese history, throughout history in general. What happened in Tiananmen Square?
So in 1989, this massive movement took place. The story of it's largely suppressed within China and largely misunderstood in other places, in part because it happened around the same time that communism was unraveling and ending in the former Soviet bloc. So I think it's often conflated with what was going on there. And so I think one of the key things to know about the protests in 1989 was they were an effort to get the Communist Party in China to do a better job of living up to its own stated ideals and to try to support the trend within the party toward a kind of liberalizing and opening up reform that had taken shape after Mao's death. And in a sense, the student generation of 89, I was there in 86 when there were some sort of reform protests. There was a kind of frustration with what they felt was a half-assed version of what they were talking about. That the government was saying, the party was saying, we believe in reforming and opening up. We need to liberalize. We need to give people more control of their faith. And the students felt that this was being done more effectively in the economic realm than in the political realm, and that there were a lot of sort of partial gestures that suggested the party needed to be pressed to really move in that direction. And it'll seem like a very trivial thing, but I found it fascinating in 86 when I was there in Shanghai in late 86, and students protested, and this was the first time that students had been really on the streets in significant numbers since the Cultural Revolution, or at least since 76. And the students were inspired by calls for democracy, and especially democracy by this physicist Fang Lizhi, who was a kind of a Chinese Sakharov. He was a liberalizing intellectual. But one of the things that students in Shanghai, where some of the most intense protests of that year took place, were frustrated about was a rock concert, of all things, that Jan and Dean, the American surf rock band, which was kind of like the Beach Boys, only not as big, and they were touring China. It was the first time in Shanghai that there'd been a rock concert, and the students were really excited about this because this fit in with what they thought the Communist Party was moving toward, was letting them be more part of the world. For them, that meant being more in step with pop culture around the world. And at the concert, some students got up to dance, because that's what they knew you were supposed to do at a rock concert. And security guards made them sit down. And for students in Shanghai, this sort of symbolized what was, paint toward openness, and really didn't have follow through. We're going to give you rock concerts, but not let you dance. And so the protests went on for a little while in 86, and posters went up. The officials at universities said, no, this is out of hand. We had chaos on the streets during the Cultural Revolution. We can't go back to that. And nobody wanted to go back to that. So there were posters I saw that said, this is new red guardism. And students didn't want to be associated with that. So it wound down pretty quickly. And they thought, we're not like the Red Guards. We don't want to make chaos. We also are not fervent loyalists of anybody in power. The Red Guards are getting half for that. Now, the analogy partly scared them, and also it meant the government was really serious about doing it. So then in 1989, this protest restarted. And there are a variety of reasons why they can't restart. The space for them, students are thinking about doing something in 1989. It's a very resonant year, 200th anniversary of the French Revolution. People are thinking about that. But more importantly, it's the 70th anniversary of the biggest student movement in Chinese history, the May 4th movement of 1919. And the May 4th movement had helped lay the groundwork for the Chinese Communist Party. Some members, leading founders of it, had been student activists then. It was an anti-imperialist movement, but it was also a movement against bad government. And so this thought, the anniversary of that movement was always marked, commemorated in China. People took the history seriously. People were reminded of what students did in the past. And so there were a lot of reasons why people were itching to do something. And then a leader, Yao Bang, who was associated with the more kind of reformist, more liberalizing group within the Chinese Communist Party. He had been stripped of a very high office, demoted, after partly taking a fairly light stance toward the 86, 87 program. So he was still a member of the government, but he was not as high up. He was very high up. He was one of the successor. And he dies unexpectedly. And there has to be a funeral for him because he dies still as an official. And the students take advantage of the opening of there having to be commemorations of his death. And they put up posters that basically say the wrong people are dying. Yao Bang was younger than some of the more conservative members. They said, so some people are dying too young, some people don't seem like they're ever going to die. And they begin these sorts of protests in April of 89. And the government tries to sort of get the protests to stop quickly. They use the sort of same technique. They issue an editorial, People's Daily, that says this is creating chaos. And this time the students said, we're just trying to show our patriotism. We believe that there's too much corruption and nepotism. There's not enough support for the more liberalizing wing within the party, and so they keep up the protests. And there's a lot of frustration at this point. There are also economic frustrations at this point. The economy is improving because of reforms, but it seems that people with good government connections are getting rich too easily, and so it's a sense of unfairness. The students are also really frustrated by the kind of micromanaging of their private lives on campuses. So the protests at Tiananmen Square and plazas all around the country and other cities as well become this mix of things. It's an anti-corruption movement, it's a call for more democracy, it's a call for more freedom of speech movement, but it's also a kind of has some counterculture elements that there are rock concerts on the square, the most popular rock musicians, Wei Jian, Tiananmen Square is celebrated when he's there. There's a sense of kind of a variety of things rolled into one. I brought up how it gets conflated with the movements to overthrow communism in the Eastern Bloc. It's actually, in many ways, I think, more like something that happened in the Eastern Bloc 20 years earlier. It's more like Prague Spring, another 1968 protest of the Communist Bloc, which was about moving toward socialism with a human face, more like trying to get the parties to the power to reform rather than necessarily doing away with it. So there was a kind of disjunction. It happened at the same time as moves to end communism. But of course, I've said there was a possibility when all the protesters were on the square. It seemed that for a time that this might be seen as an acceptable kind of movement to just have a kind of course correction. But then there's also an internal struggle within the Communist Party leadership, and clearly the people who are more political conservatives, even if they believe in economic reform, are clearly getting a upper hand, and this is not going to be tolerated. And the students stay on the square when signals are given to try to get them out. Students around the country are pouring into Beijing to join this movement. They don't want to end the movement when they've just arrived, so it's actually one thing that keeps it going is new participants are in different provinces. Even if some moderates want to leave the square, want to stay, and then workers start joining in the movement as well, form an independent labor union, and that really the Chinese Communist Party, to a certain extent, they might put up the student protesters, but they know from past experience, it's time student protests lead to members of other social classes joining them because they look up to students as sort of potential intellectual leaders in the country, and admiration for scholars is part of this. That people turn out when students protest, something very different from the American case, which is kind of often suspicion of students acting necessarily on the same side as everybody else. But in China, there had been from the history of the 20th century a sense of students as potentially vanguard. So once there are labor activists joining, the troops are called in, and there's a massacre years ago, middle of the night, June 3rd, early June 4th, and the army just moves in and begins behaving very much like an army of occupation, which is something the People's Liberation Army is supposed to be the one to save China from foreign aggression, and so acting like an invading force.
This is where famously the tanks roll.
The tanks roll in, and I think also we have that famous image of the man standing for the tank that was banned in China, and I really think the reason why it's so considered so toxic by the regime is because it just shows the People's Liberation Army looking like invading force, not like a stabilizing force.
We talked about we now call it the tank man, but then this is part of the Royal Tanks. This was on June 5th in Tiananmen Square. What do we know about him? What do you think about him? The symbolism.
It's an amazing symbol. He's on this boulevard here, square, just long line of tanks. Unquestionably, it's actually incredible bravery. And there's some interesting things about it, some that are forgotten. One is that in the end, he climbs up on the tank. And the tanks were, it doesn't run him over. And the Chinese Communist Party initially showed video of this and said, well, the Western press is talking about how vicious we were, but look at the restraint. Look at this. He wasn't mowed down. And they tried this whole story and initially said, look, the students were out of control. Everybody should remember what happened during the Cultural Revolution. And the army showed restraint, and there were a small number of soldiers who were actually burned alive in their ranks during. Once the massacre began, people got outraged and they attacked the soldiers. But by selective use of footage, the Communist Party could say, look at this, the heroes, the martyrs, the soldiers. And they tried for the first months after it to try to get this narrative to stick. They talk about it a lot. They talk about these things. They show this to the The problem with it is that lots and lots of people around Beijing had seen what happened and knew that, in fact, there's first been the firing on unarmed civilians with automatic weapons. And there have been many, many people, some students, but a lot of ordinary Beijing residents and workers who were just thrown down. So lots of people knew somebody who had been killed. So that story just didn't work. And then I think the claim had to be made to try to suppress discussion of the event, and particularly to repress that visual imagery that was that image of the man from behind the tanks. Whatever the tanks did to him or not, the main takeaway from it would be this idea that there were lines of tanks in a city that was that the image was of the government as having lost the mandate to rule, and they really didn't want to have that image out there in the world.
Yeah, we're watching the video now. He's got what, like grocery bags in his hands. It's such a symbolic. I've had enough. Like that kind of statement.
Yeah, and it's probably not a student. It's often described as a student, but he probably was a worker, and it is a powerful, powerful image of bravery. And I brought up the 1968 parallel for Central Europe. It was actually a very powerful photograph of a man bearing his chest in front of a tank in Bratislava during, I think it was Prague Spring. That was a famous image of bravery against tanks. And in 1968, in Czechoslovakia, then still Czechoslovakia, the tanks enrolled in were Soviet tanks sent down. And so, not that people would know, but that was an image, what was so powerful in that was saying we're not going to put up with this invasion. Again, I think you have the People's Liberation Army looking like an invading force. That's what the Chinese Communist Party in a sense can't deal with it now. Even though sometimes they can tell a story about 1989, and they do tell a version of this, and some people believe this, I think, is that in 1989, China went one route of not having the Communist Party dramatically change or relinquish control, and the Soviet Union and the former Soviet states went another. And you could say, well, look, after 1989, the Chinese economy boomed. Life got better for people in China. Life got really terrible for a lot of people in the former Soviet bloc. Maybe this was the right way to go. And you can make that kind of argument that if you show the tanks, the man in front of the tanks, you just have a different kind of image of terrorism.
It's one of my favorite photographs and snapshots ever taken. So I apologize if I linger on it. Sometimes you don't understand the symbolic power of an image until afterwards. And perhaps that's what the Chinese government didn't quite understand. They lost the information war, they need more. So I have to ask, what do you think was going through that man's head? Was it a heroic statement? Was it a purely primal, guttural, I've had enough?
It's so interesting to just speculate. I just don't know because he was never able to be interviewed afterwards. But I think your emphasis on patriotism is really important because one of the students' main demands was, and I think it might have been the thing that would have gotten them to leave the square, would have been to say, we want this to be acknowledged as a patriotic, that our goals are patriotic. We're not here to take China back into the Cultural Revolution. We're here to express our love for the country if it goes in the right way. So you mentioned about the power of the image, and I do think the Chinese Communist Party learned something, or have taken to heart the power of the image after that, because we saw this when there were protests in Hong Kong. The government on the mainland really wanted to tell a story there. Crowds out of control, as initially there were in 2014. And again, in this 2019, there were very orderly crowds and had trouble with that story. So they tried very hard to ban images of peaceful protests until there were some incidents, as there almost always are, of violence by crowds. And then they would show those images over and over. They also worked very hard when Hong Kong protests began in 2010 to try very hard to avoid any use of soldiers to protest against all the police. And they tried very hard and managed to success because the Western press was often saying, will this be another Tiananmen? Will it be a massacre? Will there be soldiers on the streets? The movements in Hong Kong were suppressed without the use of shooting to kill on the streets. They were shooting to wound. There was beanbag shot. There were rubber bullets. There was enormous amounts of tear gas. There's even tear gas let fly inside rail stations in 2019. And all these things are really brutalizing, but they don't make the kind of images that sear in the mind the way something like the Tiananmen tank man image or the image of a Vietnamese woman being burned by napalm, a young woman that became another of the iconic images during the Vietnam War. Those images really can have an extraordinary power. And I think the Chinese Communist Party is now aware of that. There are no really gripping, there are very few photographs allowed of the Xinjiang after legal detention camps. There's very little photo. There is an awareness of how much power photograph of a certain type can have.
So nobody knows what happened to the tank bat.
Now,
What do you think happened to the tank?
I assume he was
Killed.
I assume he was just disappeared. It's interesting because very often figures are made an example of in one way or another. Liu Xiaobo was imprisoned and not allowed to get medical care, so we can talk about him having died earlier than he should have. But there's been relatively few like for political crimes, he's been sentenced to death or things like that. It's much more just remove them, imprison them. But the Tank Man, there was never a trial. There was never even a trial that was one that you knew what the result would be, which there was for Xiaobo. It was not even a hidden trial, but simply disappeared. And there's been somebody who's like another figure like this who's disappeared. A couple of years ago in Beijing, there was a lone man who put up a banner on a bridge, Sitong Bridge in Beijing, and it was extraordinary. It had denunciations of the direction Xi Jinping was taking the country. It was denunciation of COVID policies, but also of dictatorial rule. And the banner, somehow he managed to have it up and get it long enough to be filmed and to draw attention, and the film to circulate. He has other power images, and he's disappeared. There hasn't been a show trial or a secret trial. And again, we don't know if he's still alive. But these are cases where I think the Chinese Communist Party really doesn't want a competing story out there. They don't want somebody to be able to answer what he's thinking.
How much censorship is there in modern day China by the Chinese government?
So, there's a lot of censorship. One of my favorite books about Chinese censorship, Margaret Roberts, where she talks about there are three different ways that the government can control the stories. And she says there's fear, which is this kind of direct censorship thing, like banning things. But there's also friction. She says she has three F's: fear, friction, and flooding. She says they're all important. I think this is true not just in China, but in other settings too. So what friction means is you just make it harder for people to get answers or get information that you don't want them to get. But you know that some people will get it. You just make it the easiest way, the first answer you'll get to a search. So a lot of tech savvy, globally minded, tapped in Chinese people will use VPN to jump over the firewall. But it's worse. The internet moves slower. You have to keep updating your VPN. So you just create friction so that, some people will find this out. And then flooding. You just fill the airwaves of the media with versions of the stories that you want people to read. So all those exist in operation. I think the fear is the easiest side. So I'm always interested in things that you would expect to be censored that aren't censored. You can read all sorts of things in China about totalitarianism. You can read Hannah Arendt's book on totalitarianism, which would be the kind of thing you're not supposed to be able to read that in a somewhat totalitarian state or a dictatorial state. But it's not specifically about China. And so censorship is most restrictive when it's things that are actually about China. Things about leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, there's intense kind of censorship of that. And certain events that way. But a sort of like something through allegory, something through imagining a place that looks a lot like Communist Party ruled state so that people are going to read it. There were things that were banned throughout, up until like the very last period of Gorbachev's rule. Many things banned in the Soviet Union that are available in Chinese bookstores. You could buy 1984 in a Chinese bookstore. Been able to since 1985. You can buy, again, it's not about China. And actually, for some people within China in the mid 1980s, where they focused on the part of 1984 that's like the 2 minutes of hate, these rituals of denunciation of people, for some people in China, it seemed like it was about their past, not about their present. And then by the 90s, 1984 is a very bleak culture of scarcity, a place where people just aren't having fun. And so, like, you could read, some people would read 1984 and say, look, this is the world we're living in. It's a big better state. But others said, well, that has some similarities, doesn't it? You know, people are talking about a country like ours. Look, we've got supermarkets, we've got McDonald's. I mean, this is not, we've got fast trains. We're living so much better in some ways than our grandparents did. This isn't like that bleak world he was imagining.
Yeah, you've actually spoken about this part of China's more akin to the dystopian world, the Brave New World than 1984. It was really interesting to think about it. Think about that a lot of recently we read over the past couple of years. We read Brave New World several times, and also 1984. It does seem that the 21st century might be more defined to a degree in its dystopian opinion the nations are by Brave New World and by 1984.
There are mixed elements. I think there are moments when it can seem more one than the other, and there can be parts of the same country that seem more one than the other. I think, and if we just think about control through distraction and playing to your sense of pleasure, and one thing that people forget sometimes or don't know is that Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, taught Eric Blair, who became George Orwell, when he was a student at Eton. And they were sort of rivals. And in fact, in 1949, Orwell sent his former teacher a copy of 1984 and said, look, I've written this. Basically, it's kind of almost a little edible, like, I've written this book that displaces yours. He didn't say that. He said, I want you to have this. But he criticized Brave New World and reviews as like not having imagined a world of capitalism run wild like before, realizing the kind of totalitarian threats of the middle of the 20th century. But Huxley wrote Orwell a letter in October 1949, same month as he took control of China. Not that he mentions China. And he just said, it's a great book and everything, but I think the dictators of the future will find less arduous ways to keep control over the population. Basically saying more like what was in my book than in yours.
I have to say, I think Huxley might be really onto something there. It's really visionary. Although to give points to Orwell, I do think, as far as just a philosophical work of fiction, 1984 is a better book. Because Brave New World does not quite construct the philosophical message. So, because 1984 contains many very clearly, very poetically defined elements of a totalitarian regime.
Oh, and the dissection of language is so amazing. No, I think you've got a point there, and I went back and reread Brave New World. It's fascinating, but it's very messy.
Yeah,
I think there's a clarity to Orwell's 1984. There's a clarity to Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. Similarly, the construction of the elements, and she was a big fan of both 1984 and Brave New World. So there's a way they go forward. But there was a kind of, it's not exactly a sequel, but Huxley did write something called Brave New World Revisited.
yes, he did.
In the 50s, and he kind of said, actually, it seems, and he mentions China there. He says that in Mao's China, they're kind of combining the two things in this. And I'm really fascinated by that because they published in China, on the Chinese mainland. It was published in Taiwan and Hong Kong too. It's called the Dystopian Trilogy. And it's a box set where you have Semiatin Hui, who inspired both Orwell and Huxley. That's one book. And then there's Animal Farm in 1984. It's the second one. In the third volume is Huxley's Brave New World and Brave New World Revisited. And it was published in Complex Characters even Black People Died in Hong Kong. But I compared it to the book you can buy on the mainland, and it's all the same, except the parts in Brave New World Revisited that refer to China are scalpeled out. And this, I think, shows the subtlety of the censorship system. You could buy these books and you could read about them, but the parts that really show you how to connect the dots that get sneaking out. And I do think the Brave New World side of things, I think with China, I was feeling it was definitely moving more toward Brave New World, except Tibet and Xinjiang, the more the crude boot on the face 1984 style of control. But then during the COVID lockdowns, when people were being so intensely monitored and controlled, even places like Shanghai that had seen much more of the Brave New World kind of style had their Orwellian moment. So you have it now. I think it's there are more 1984, more Brave New World parts of the country, and there are also more Brave New World, more 1984 moments.
I see why it could give a sense after you've thoroughly internalized fear that you have complete freedom of speech. Just don't mention that. You can talk about totalitarianism, you can talk about the darkest aspects of human nature, just don't. You can even talk about the government in a sort of metaphorical, like poetic way that's not directly linkable. But the moment you mention the government, it's like a dumb keyword search.
And I think it's like one of these really good examples of how China is distinctive, but it's not unique. You have other settings where you have these like no-go zones that you learn. One example is in Singapore. There was this. So National University of Singapore has a world-class history department, but no Singapore historian. Nobody focuses on Singapore because it's incredibly wide range of what you can do, analyze. But when you're actually talking about the family that's the most powerful in Singapore, then it gets to be touching. In Thailand, which I've been working on recently, you have this lèse majesté laws that make it very, very dangerous to say certain kinds of things about the family. And so in all of these settings, you have to figure out ways to work around it. There's a way in which you can, the Foreign Correspondence Clubs in different parts of Asia, you can have an event that's about the country won over, that you can say basically anything you want, but when it gets to the things in the place where you are, you're stuck. I should give credit for that insight. Shivani Matami, who's written, co-wrote a very good book on Hong Kong among the Braves, she was talking about that in Singapore, at the Foreign Correspondence Club, you could have an event on Hong Kong that could say all kinds of things that you couldn't say at the Hong Kong Foreign Correspondence Club. But at the same time, when I saw her in Singapore, she said there was a Singapore refugee, a political refugee in Hong Kong, who was giving a talk at the Hong Kong Foreign Correspondence Club, saying kinds of things that he couldn't say in Singapore. And in Thailand, I gave a talk at the Foreign Correspondence Club, and then I went to hear a talk there because I was just curious about what the culture is this Foreign Correspondence Club. And there was somebody talking about human rights abuses in different parts of Southeast Asia, saying things very directly, and then said, and there are things going on in Thailand that we're not going to talk about. And there was this kind of, self-censorship would be a very powerful thing.
One of the things I learned about all of this, which is interesting, I want to learn more, is about the human psychology, the ability of the individual mind to compartmentalize things. It does seem like you could not live in a state of fear as long as you don't mention a particular topic. My intuition would be about the human mind. If there's anything you're afraid of talking about, that fear will permeate your everything else. You would not be able to get time to exploration. And that idea, I think, underpins the whole idea of freedom of speech. Why you don't want to be in the United States. You don't want to censor any even dangerous speech, because that will permeate everything else. You won't be able to have great science, you won't be able to have great journalists, you won't be able to have, I don't know, and I'm obviously biased towards America, and you need to have that full-on freedom of this is an interesting case study. And that's actually something we speak about, that Mao, if he were alive today, visiting China, would be quite surprised. You give the Nanjing bookstore as an example. Can you just speak to it? If Mao visited China, let's go with that thought experiment. What would he recognize? What would he be surprised at?
So I wrote about imagining a vilified Mao, going again, wandering this really cool magic bookstore in the early 2000s, and just being amazed at what you could read there. What books were for sale, and I thought about how he'd be like, what's going on? The Communist Party not in control? I mean, he talked about how hard politics lead into in some ways go together, and you've got all these kind of. He'd also would have been shocked by all these books about like how to start your own cafe and bar, and sort of celebrating entrepreneurship, how to get into Harvard. It's like, all of these things just wouldn't compute from this time. Although I said he would actually maybe make him nostalgic for the time of his youth, 1910. He was a participant in the May 4th movement, which was a time of reading all over the world, looking for the best ideas circulating. So you might say, well, the teenage me would have really loved this. So some of the coolest bookstores, the things that I just was amazed could exist in the early 2000s. So you can still read, you can still buy copies of 1984, and you can still get some of these other things. But that was a time when more and more of those things were being translated fresh. I'm not sure you get permission to translate some of those things now. There's more of a sense of caution. And when some of those bookstores would also then hold events that would talk about the kinds of ideas that then take them to the next level and talk about the applicability to the situation in China, some of those bookstores have closed or have had to become kind of really shadows of what they were. And one of the best ones, not the one I wrote about in Nanjing, but similar one, Shanghai one, which was literally an underground bookstore. It was in a metro station. And it had really freewheeling discussions of liberal ideas in the early 2000s, early 2010s. But then it just got less and less space to operate under Xi Jinping when things started narrowing. And it then had to close. It's just been reopened in DC as JF Books. And it's become this really interesting cultural hub. And I'm really delighted. It's where I'm going to hold the launch for my next book when it comes out in June. This book at the Noxie Alliance about struggles for change across East and Southeast Asia, including in places that are worried about the kind of rising influence of Beijing. And it seems just perfect to be holding it in the kind of place that can't exist in Shanghai. So places like that, they stopped being able to exist on the mainland, then they could still exist in Hong Kong. But now in Hong Kong, one of the coolest bookstores has had to close up. It just didn't feel like it could continue operating and type of control there. And it's reopened in upstate New York. So you have this phenomenon of bookstores. There's also a few bookstores called the Nowhere Bookstores that opened in Chiang Mai, Taipei, and The Hague. And I heard one is maybe going to open in, of course, open in Japan too. My sometime collaborator, Amy Hawkins, who covers China for The Guardian, wrote a great piece late last year about this overseas bookstore phenomenon, sort of carrying on the conversations that people thought they might be able to have in China and couldn't, and imagine someday being able to hold in China.
So first of all, boy, do I love America. And second of all, it makes me really sad because there's a very large number of incredible people in China, incredible minds. And maybe I'm romantic about this, but books is a catalyst for it, minds to flourish. And without that.
So I guess maybe this is a good time to mention something that I do think about, and sometimes people will think because of censorship that there's an idea of sort of brainwashing the China population. Well, and periodically we get students from the mainland, and I have a lot of students from the mainland in my classes on Chinese history, and I feel like, okay, now I'm contradicting the version of the past that it's been drumbeat. But I'll still get students who are incredible free thinkers who have come through that system and it just doesn't hold, or there are limits to them. And this is kind of, I mean, some of them are people who just got curious by something, and it is a porous system. Even, it's more porous than in North Korea, things like that. So there are, even if there's that like fear, friction, and flooding, which Roberts talks about, that ends up keeping lots of people on the same page as the government, there's still people who take the time to go over the firewall or get intrigued, or they see an image sent by a friend of theirs on social media, they'll share them something on you know on WeChat that it doesn't get picked up by the censors, but they look at it carefully and they say, "Oh, wait a minute, that contradicts what the government's official line is." So there's still ways in which creativity, creative thinking persists.
And that's really beautiful to hear. Fundamentally, the human spirit is curious and wants to understand. And in some, especially the young people, as we mentioned, are suspicious of authority in the best kind of way. They're always asking kinds of questions, but we always have the child, the young person inside us, always asking, maybe I'm being lied to in all these kinds of ways. But still sad because there is, if you're not there literally doing that, if there's not a spark possibility that comes before you guys just the regular citizen of China, you might never really ask maybe there's a whole different perspective on history, on world history. To be fair, I think the United States is often guilty of this very United States-centric view of history. Somewhere in Europe, you live in a very Europe type of history. I often enjoy talking to people from different backgrounds, different parts of the world, talking about World War II. Because it's clear that the emphasis, you've read certain chapters of this story a lot of times, and not the other chapters of the story. The Western Front in Europe, and the Eastern Front in Europe, and then Japan and China's role in the history around that before and after World War II of China is not often talked about in the United States. And I'm sure if I can venture a guess that the opposite is true in China. I certainly know the opposite was true in the Soviet Union and even in Europe that directly experienced France, Great Britain, Germany, Italy. They all have very different ways of speaking and thinking and reading about World War II. And the same goes across all of history and all cultures. So, yes, it's always good to sort of question the mainstream narrative in your country. And looking outside, it's just harder to do in China based on technological, based on all the reasons you mentioned. If I can, I just want to give a shout out. Thank you. I'll look at her work, Margaret Roberts, the fear, the friction, the flooding. Her ideas, I can already tell there's a lot of brilliance here. Fear, this is the most traditional form involving overt threats and punishments for accessing and sharing sensitive information. However, Roberts finds that fear-based censorship is used selectively, mainly targeting high-profile individuals such as journalists or activists. The average citizen, the risk of punishment is going to be low, but fear alone is not the main deterrent. She goes on to describe the friction and the flooding. The friction is attacks and information access. And flooding is less visible than fear or friction, but is a powerful tool for shaping the information environment. Flooding that scares me. More and more, flooding is the great new world.
Yeah, it is, and I think it's the whole kind of the world of short attention span with social media, how some of the works and Chinese Communist Party leaders. I brought up Singapore, and Deng Xiaoping and some of the leaders were like looking at that. They're looking at, there are all kinds of things that both going to Singapore can sometimes make you feel like you're in this futuristic setting in terms of a lot of things that eventually came to other parts of the world would be tried out there. And I think the selectiveness is that some of these things are really, they both add to convenience at the same time they strip away. They're collecting information about you, which can be also something that can make your life easier. At the same time, it's stripping you away of I mean, we talked about the siloing information, targeting of ads, and targeting of news. And so two things come to mind to mention. One is Christina Larson, a very bright journalist, a friend of mine, now working on other things for us. We're trying to achieve her about this at MIT Technology Review. She said you need to think about China as having the best as well as the worst internet experience. And you think about it with, you think it's the worst is easy. The firewall, you try to search for what happened. You search for the Taik man, you won't get it. You search for information about Dalai Lama, and you get all these lies about him. Search for things about Xinjiang, and it makes it seem like it's a place where people are happy rather than massive extra legal detention camps where your life could be ruined by things from the control room. But she said, like, on other ways, when it comes to like consumer playing to your pleasures and things, it's really advanced. A lot of things that then come out that are tried out there at massive numbers. And I remember around the time that I had read that, I was in Shanghai and somebody was explaining it to me. They were talking about like going out to eat. Like, I said, oh, we've got such and such. And I said, oh, that's like Yelp. I said, well, yeah, but Yelp just tells you the overall rating for a restaurant over time. We've got one that can tell you which part of the restaurant you want to go to. There's a waiter that's in a really bad mood, and people have posted enough information to do this. Or, what the best dish there is. Last week, forget about these sort of slow, and you had a lot of things, that were like, okay, you smart city and controlled, you can learn things about ease of movement. And Singapore had some of these things too. You had way before you go into an underground parking lot now in the U.S. and you find out whether there are any empty spaces on a floor. That was something that was years before in Singapore, and you use money less often there because you had a kind of transponder that would automatically pay for your parking and things. And it was something that can be very seductive. So the other line besides Best of Course Internet I always liked is William Gibson, who wrote one of the other important dystopian novels, A Present Neuromancer. He wrote a rare, nonfiction piece about Singapore, where he referred to it as Disneyland with the death penalty. And there are times when but it's a powerful. He's not welcome in Singapore. But he talked about how when he wanted to try that, he went to Japan a lot in the 1980s, at the time when Japan was a place where he sort of got a sense of what the future might hold. So the dark side of this, the surveillance state at its worst, which we see in Xinjiang and places. And there, again, it may seem like I'm just obsessed with science fiction. There it really is Minority Report. It's this kind of like, you do certain kinds of behaviors, and we're seeing this other places too. We're seeing versions of it in the U.S. as well, where it's like, oh, we can tell from a pattern that you're the kind of person who might do X. And so in Xinjiang, when they were starting to round people up, there's this great book by a leader, poet. He talks about how people were just starting to disappear off the streets, and they were being accused of being radicalized, of being potential terrorists. And the accused could be something like somebody giving up smoking, not drinking alcohol, because that was seen as something that sometimes went along with becoming more devoted to Islam and more devoted to something, a particular version of it. So he talked about how a group of the poets, when they would get the writers, when they get together, they would, whether or not any of them drank, they would make sure there was a bottle of alcohol on their table. It was simply a way of trying to stay ahead of this system of looking for these kind of clues. So you really have this dark side of Xinjiang is this example. Tibet also with incredible tight control. And there's more of that kind of push on personal life in other parts of China as well. But I think the question of whether we give up too much and who can abuse what we do give up is something that's being asked in the United States about big tech companies as well as it's asked about governments, but it's also asked about big tech and what have the trade-off. But I hadn't thought about it until this conversation, which I can tell is why people find it stimulating to have these extended conversations, because you have set lines, but then you kind of the conversation goes in a different way. So what I used to always say about China after 1989 was the Chinese Communist Party wanted to stay in power, and they realized the Soviet Union, Soviet bloc was falling apart. They knew that one reason why people, this is like the simple way, one way I think you have to understand why communism fell in Eastern Europe is partly about ideals and there's freedom, that, but also people knew that East Germans knew that West Germans were having more fun and getting better stuff. And when some East Berliners got over the wall, one of the first places they went to was this department store to see if the images of better food and more choices were available there. And it's true. And I think this is as human as the desire. So one of the things that the Chinese Communist Party, they never articulated this way, but how can we try to get to a stage where we don't have things like that again? Well, what if we try to make a deal with people, give them more choices in their daily life? We'll give them better stuff. We'll give them more choices at the store. We'll give them more choices about what to read, too, because, we'll give them more choices in consumer goods and intellectuals. Consumer goods they want are to watch the movies and read the books that other people like them around the world are reading. So we'll give them more choices. We won't open the floodgates completely, but we'll give them more choices, but not give them more choices at the ballot box or in politics. And this was the new kind of new social compact. Allow us to keep ruling, and we'll make sure that you're living better than the last generation in terms of choices and in terms of material goods. Now, one of the things that's happening now is the Chinese Communist Party, the economy isn't booming the way it was before. The sort of sense of clearly we're living better materially than the generation before. It's not as easy an argument to make when you have slower growth rates and things like that. But the Communist Party makes different kinds of arguments now about the rest of the world is in chaos and we're stable. But the thing that I now am going to think about differently is the argument was we'll give you more choices and you'll have more of a private life. But now, in the period we are globally, now there's a new kind of suspicion about the degree of any kind of private choices. I mean, there was an idea that the post-Tiananmen generation was promised to have a little bit more space away from the prying eyes of the state. And now, globally, we worry about the prying eyes of whether it's the state or whether it's tech companies. It's a different moment. What does it mean to say you have more choices?
It's almost like get tuned out. One is 1984, one is Brave New World. At first, they turned up the Brave New World, more choices. And now they're turning up the keeping the choices, but turning up the 1984 with more surveillance for the choices you make have to be public. Do you have a sense that the thing we've been talking about, the increase in censorship, does that predate Xi Jinping? Is Xi Jinping a part of that increase in censorship? Like, what is that dynamic? What role does Xi Jinping play in what China has gone through over the past, let's say, a decade and a half?
That's a really great question. I was actually just writing a review of two books. One is called The Xi Jinping Effect, which is just a bunch of scholars and academic volumes sort of looking at, take this topic and that topic, how much is Xi Jinping as a person really affected him? And they come up with all kinds of answers. But there's a book I really like. Emily Fang of NPR has a new book out called That Only Red Flowers Bloom. And when she talks about the changes in China as she was covering it from the mid-2010s on and I think this really is Xi Jinping's one of his imprimaturs on the country, is there's a narrowing of spaces available for variations of ways of being Chinese within the country. And this goes against the grain of a pattern in the sort of post-Tiananmen period, allowing more space for sort of civil society, but also allowing sort of way Muslims felt that they didn't have to choose between their Muslim identity and their Chinese identity. There's more and more of a kind of, we see this in Xi Jinping's becoming patient with Hong Kong, where there was a way in which, okay, this is a city that's part of the PRC, and really operates very differently. He seems to be uncomfortable with difference, I guess. He's not alone in strong this way of sort of wanting to impose a kind of singular vision of what Chinese identity means, what loyalty to the status quo means. And so there's been a kind of tightening of controls over all the borders. And even one thing she reported on was Mongolia, Inner Mongolia. And it's been seen as an unproblematic kind of frontier area. Who cares if there was some revival of Mongolian language? But under Xi, there's been a less patience with those kinds of difference. There's been more resurgence of patriarchy. All kinds of things have happened. But how much is it just him, or how much is it also a kind of mood or group within the party? Some of these trends, I think, began before he took power in 2012. I think really my own feeling going to China fairly often from the mid-1990s to about 2018 was that until 2008, the year of the Olympics, each trip it would feel like, oh, there's just more space, there's more breathing room, or it's not becoming a liberal democracy, but I would notice things that felt like, I'm surprised that happens, that people felt less worried about what they were saying, doing. That kind of trend line up to about 2008. That from the Olympics and then the financial crisis after that, the Chinese Communist Party felt, I guess, more, it's still insecure, but it felt cockier in some ways. And you had, like, okay, maybe we can start asserting more control over things. So I think that's been stronger under Xi Jinping's time of power. And Xi was already the designated successor by 2008. He was in charge of security for the Olympics, and the Olympics was supposed to be a moment, possibly, of more opening up, because Seoul hosted the Olympics. South Korea became a less tightly controlled right-wing dictatorship that moved toward democracy, and some people were hoping the Olympics might move China that way, and it went quite the opposite.
You mentioned that we don't know the degree to which this change has Xi Jinping or the party apparatus. And that question, going back to Confucius of hierarchy, how does the power within this very strict one-party state work? What can we say? What do we know about the structure of this Communist Party apparatus? How much internal power struggle is there? How power does Xi Jinping actually have? Is there any insight we have into the system?
So James Palmer, who worked at Beijing as a journalist and now is an editor of Foreign Policy, wrote an important piece a few years ago about just we should really be straight about what a black box of the Chinese elite politics are, and really not try to pretend we know what we do. We used to have more of a sense of these kind of ideological factions, but also partly about different views of how much tinkering there should be with the economy, things like that. And they were also partly based on personalities and personal ties. But we did have a sense you could sort of map out these kinds of rival power bases and things. And we just have much less of a sense of that under Xi Jinping. It's very hard to know, other than a small group around him, how it works. We don't have a major defector who says, yeah, this is how Xi Jinping. We have Xi Jinping's self-presentation, and a lot of things that were done said about him. There were some false expectations about him that some people thought, oh, he's going to be a reformer because his father was a liberalizing figure. It doesn't work that way. He does seem to care about orderliness. He does seem to care about certain things. He wants to present himself as a kind of scholarly figure in touch with China's deep past. We know he's a strong nationalist, a kind of cultural nationalist as well as political nationalist. But beyond that, we don't have that much of a sense of what makes him tick. We get little hints. There was a secret speech where he talked about that he felt that he talked about how the Soviet Union had collapsed because the leadership didn't pay enough attention to ideology. And he also said that none of them were manly enough to keep control. So I imagine if he and Putin ever have a kind of heart-to-heart conversation, it's one thing they find to agree on is the sort of distaste for Gorbachev. This feeling that Gorbachev that was the wrong way to do things.
Not manly enough.
Yeah, and not strong enough about really keeping control. And for Putin, it would be that it led to the Soviet Union, to the loss of the empire. But for Xi Jinping, there is a bit of being haunted by what happened to the Soviet Union, and I'm not going to be the leader who sees the diminishment of this landmass that's rebuilt over time for Mao, Deng Xiaoping. You have the story, a very powerful story about the Chinese past, but the Chinese Communist Party makes a lot out of. But the Chiang Kai-shek, the Nationalist Party, was Mao's great rival, also made a lot out of. And it has a partial basis in fact that in the middle of the 19th century, the middle of the 20th century, China, which has been the strongest force in the world, got bullied and nibbled away at by foreign powers. And it's important to realize that there are elements of that story that are very true. And the answer they have is that under my watch, that's not going to happen. And the reason why my party deserves to rule is because it can reassert China's place in the world. And both the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party predicate themselves on this kind of nationalistic story of being in a position to prevent that from happening.
This is a bit of a tricky question, but is it safe for journalists, for folks who write excellent books about the topic, to travel to China?
I think there are all kinds of different things about safety or not. I think until recently, at least, the people who were most vulnerable were people of Chinese descent, people originally from China who had gone abroad, back, or even people who were Chinese Americans who went there. There was a higher sort of expectation that they should be. So you had early cases. My friend Melissa Chan was an early person kicked out when she was working for Al Jazeera and reporting on Xinjiang. So that's one kind of person who was vulnerable because of this expectation that they should be somehow more good. Another kind of person who was vulnerable, or in this case, more likely to be blocked from China, the Communist Party is particularly concerned about people from outside of China who are amplifying the voices.
You can take names, guys. We are 43 minutes away from a brand new Kill Tony. Everybody's pumped for it. You gonna watch? Absolutely. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Absolutely. You swing your dick like it's going out of style? Alright, why not? Okay, hey, that happens. Whatever, dog. So, what is on your agenda for tonight? Okay. What are you guys going to do? Very cool. Right? What's new on Discord? That's all right. Well, what has been dramatic recently? In life, baby. Absolutely. What kind of video games? All right. Is that fun? So, do you know what happens 365 days from today? Grand Theft Auto 6 launches. Yeah, dude, we're doing a countdown. 365 days. Are you excited for it? Dog, I'm just going to put this out there for you and the entire world. I think I was the best Vice City player in the history of mankind. I got 100% completion, which is really difficult to do.
Yeah, that's dope.
Right. There were some missions that were like there's this one paramedic mission that was just so difficult to do for 100%, but I got it. Um, I love that game so much. The soundtrack for that game, in my opinion, is the best soundtrack to any game in mobile history. It's the, well, all of the songs. So like they had Michael Jackson. Yeah, they they had Michael Jackson's Billie Jean. I remember when that song came on. It was like, how the fuck did they get the rights to Michael Jackson? You know? And not just that, but like arguably his biggest song. It was huge. And then they had like every 80s song ever. You know, like every like Miami Vice kind of vibe. I knew the map like back of my hand. I I even back in the day, like people. Okay, so it was on PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 is about 8 gig, and then they made this television. I don't even want to call it a television, but like an LCD monitor that you could buy. It was more than the PlayStation. You put it on top, and it would flip open. It was almost like a laptop, and you could play it on that. And I used to like take it and travel with it. I would play that game so much. I love that game. It might be my favorite game of all time, even though it's not like the biggest one. The soundtrack alone was. I could listen to that soundtrack. It was just unbelievable. It was like just they had everything on it. So I loved it. So I'm excited for Vice City. I've seen some. I'm in like the subreddit. I've seen some hints at what they're gonna do. There's it can go one of two ways. I mean, obviously, it could be an island map or it could be a peninsula map. But there's an issue that occurs with the peninsula map, which is this: how do you stop somebody from continuing going on land? Like imagine exactly, or some kind of fog. So there's a way to do that. Um, I don't think they're. I think they're more creative than just having somebody hit an invisible wall. They also could have you. Right. I would like to see probably just infinite fog at that point because I don't want to just hit a wall unbeknownst to me. Um, the map's supposed to be super big. I know you're supposed to do a lot of drug mule missions, basically like flying stuff to South America, like other islands and stuff. Uh, it's I've heard, I don't know if it's true, that they're gonna actually have like podcasts on it. I heard like yeah, Brian Redband is like a huge rock star fanboy. There've been discussions that they might pick the whole Joe Rogan experience on the radio. I'm just telling you what has been rumored. And well, that potentially could be. Um, Now, Vice City was like it took place in the '80s. I don't think this one takes place in the '80s. Though. It takes place today. So like that's going to be a different take on it. Um, I think that um, from what I've seen, like they don't let a whole bunch of information out about it, but it's not going to be on computer. It's just going to be on Xbox and PlayStation at the beginning of this. And like, I mean, I literally buy consoles when Grand Theft Auto comes out. I don't buy them any other time because they're just not that interesting to me. But when they have a Grand Theft Auto that comes out, it's big time. I remember when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, well, they did Liberty City, which was like not really emphasized that much. I mean, it was cool, but then they did Grand Theft Auto, or they did San Andreas. San Andreas it came out in like 2006 or something, 2005. That was a big game and very cool. Then they did Liberty City, which was fine. Then they did Grand Theft Auto 5, which has just been a phenomenon. And they've been living off the royalties on that online gameplay for a decade. Now, the interesting thing is this game has been in production. Grand Theft Auto 6 has been in production since like 2016. So it's like 10 years old, basically. But nevertheless, it's going to be a phenomenon. It might be $1 trillion game at the end of the day. I mean, it's definitely going to be $1 billion day on day one, $1 billion game on day one. And depending on how long they want to let it play out, it could globally have a huge impact on some economies. I think it's going to have a huge impact on Florida. I think you'll just get random people who get more interested in Miami and living down there because they think it's cool. The same thing happened in LA. I was in a hostel in LA like 10 years ago or so, and this guy, he was from Italy. I'm like, why did you move here? He was in like film school, but he's like, honestly, I just got so obsessed with Grand Theft Auto 5 that I just had to see what it was like in real life, and I basically know my way around the city because of that game, and that's true. I mean, it's pretty accurate. Um, Now, I've seen some alleged maps of what Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be, and it's a little different than Miami. It's like, it's got more, I would say, like, bay, or like Biscays, or like, how do I want to say it? Like, more like little strips of land um, that are like South Beach and such. But I think it's going to be a phenomenon. We're 365 days away. I'm excited for it already. I mean, I've been excited for it for years. I've been talking about it and rumors about it. And I had a hunch like 3 years ago it was going to be in Vice City before they even announced it. And here we are. Now it's going to be interesting that you're working as like a woman and a man. This will be the first time that. Yeah, I mean, I actually do. I like it. They've had men all the way through this thus far. You've never been able to really play as a woman. So I think it's kind of cool that you'll be able to play as a woman this time. And I think she's going to be, I think her name is Lucy, Lucinia or something. And I forget the guy's name. But I've seen some graphics from it that were taken from the game, and I mean the graphics are pretty outstanding in comparison to what Grand Theft Auto Vice City were, certainly. And just really excited for it. I'm excited for the soundtrack as well. I really love the soundtrack to Vice City, as I previously said, but I don't think they'll reuse it because it's not. Uh, in, it'll be taking place in modern times, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. There's going to be a lot of swamp and like alligators and crocodiles and stuff, which would be cool. A lot of speedboats, cigar boats. I bet you're going to have to go to Cuba a lot, or whatever they consider Cuba. And I guess like the main thing that you're going to be doing, a lot of it is going to be flying drugs from like South America. So that's pretty cool. Super, super thrilled about it. I know it was supposed to come out, or there were rumors that it was going to come out this fall. I just thought that was too soon. They hadn't put out a trailer yet. And that was supposed to be like, the trailer was going to be approximately, three months before it comes out. And that just doesn't seem like a Rockstar thing. A Rockstar thing is to put something out like a year in advance. And just let people salivate on it for a year, which is now what it seems like they're doing. But the fact that they've actually given a date, I believe it now. May 26, 2026. So it'll be good. It'll be right before the summer. People get out of school, be able to just live in that world. I'm sorry. All right, that was fun.
Of people within China or exiles from China who the government would like to silence. So the Dalai Lama, you had scholars who worked on Tibet and had connections with the Dalai Lama where early people have trouble going to the university. Then scholars who worked on Xinjiang were connected to Uyghurs. But there also were people who were sort of personally connected to dissidents or exiles who would amplify their voices, translate their work, would promote them. That then it wasn't about necessarily danger if you got into China, but you were more likely to be denied a visa if you were the kind of person who was doing that. So I wrote critical op-eds about the Chinese Communist Party. I published them in some high-profile places. I've written a lot about Tiananmen, about human rights issues, all that, and I kept getting visas to go to China. I testified to a congressional executive joint committee in China about the Tiananmen protests on the 25th anniversary of it, and some people said, oh, that's the kind of thing that would lead to you not getting a visa. I got a visa right after that. Now I think it might be different. Now some of these expectations have been changed. There have been people who've been very surprisingly gotten in trouble. These two Canadians who were clearly was a kind of tit for tat, partly because of tech mavens' relative being held in Canada, so it was kind of there. It was also not picking a fight from the Americans, but there were certain kinds of things that you could map out what was the riskiest thing to do. And so I went to the 2010s, having written, forcefully about Tiananmen, and I didn't feel dangerous. I mean, I felt there was an awareness in some cases of what was giving the public talk. There was awareness of what it was. There was sometimes you didn't want to get your host who had brought you to a university in trouble by saying something that would get them in trouble. I think it was often that you were more vulnerable if you were within China or you were connected to China. For me, it's been confusing these last few years. I wrote one piece about this stuff, and I'm not going to any part of PRC for the time being. But I always thought that Hong Kong was a place that could be free to go, even if things got difficult. I didn't get a visa for the mainland, you didn't get a visa for and I had kept a kind of distance from the dissidents that I was writing about. With Hong Kong, I felt that these rules kind of didn't apply, and I was more connected to them, more friends with some of them. And then with this crackdown that's come on Hong Kong, and there are exiles from Hong Kong who have bounties on their heads. And so now I feel that, it's not necessarily that anything would happen to me if I went to Hong Kong, but I feel I would be very closely watched. And so I wouldn't want to meet with some of my friends there who aren't this high profile. So I don't want to go to a place where I would feel that I was toxic in some way.
Right. One, you walk on the eggshells, and two, you get others in trouble. That kind of dynamic is complicated. So it's fascinating that Hong Kong is not part of that calculus. So I've gotten a chance to speak to a bunch of world leaders. Do you think it's possible that I will be able to mentor you or Xi Jinping?
If you do, I would be very pleased, because I could watch that interview and get some insights about Xi, which have been very hard to get. I mean, they're really difficult. There've been very few just guys he doesn't meet with, just give press conferences. There are a variety of things, and this is different from some of his predecessors. Jiang Zemin famously was interviewed by Barbara Walters, asked about Tiananmen. He tried to make out that it wasn't a big deal. There were a variety of things, but he had relatively spontaneous conversation. I was going to say, he's the only Chinese leader I've met, but I met him before he was a major leader. He was the party secretary or mayor of Shanghai. It matters for the party secretary role, but anyway, he just met with a group of foreign scholars who were going over to Shanghai in '88 for a conference on Shanghai history. Just to show you the limits of anybody who thinks they can predict what's going on in Chinese politics. Predictability is just very hard in general in the world. But I think the consensus among us, and these were some of the most knowledgeable foreign scholars on China, was this was somebody who really had probably topped out, because he was meeting with us. He must not be heading anywhere up. And then after Tiananmen, he becomes the top leader in China. But he had a kind of, you could pick things out from being in a room. He liked to kind of show off his kind of cosmopolitanism. Xi Jinping gives these speeches about all the foreign authors he likes and has read, but it's all very kind of scripted, at least in his own head too. It's very carefully done to present a certain image of himself, and we really don't get many senses of what he's like in unguarded moments or has them. And sometimes we get the illusion of them, like there was an image of him and Obama in their shirt sleeves at the Sunnylands meeting, and the photo would show them walking and talking, but there's no translator in the image. It's, like, how are they talking? What language are they using? How is this? Or is it just a kind of, there are exchanges with leaders, and Trump would say they're friends, or these kinds of things, or there's a language of Xi Jinping to talk about somebody or some country being run, but we don't have a sense of these kinds of the what makes him tick as a person. So maybe you should ask him about Ernest Hemingway and see if he really gets excited about it, because in the kind of generic things he talks about, all these, you can feel him sort of ticking things off about, oh yes, I'm glad to be in England, the country of Shakespeare, or this, and he goes off to set things. But Hemingway, there's some sense that he had something special, which fits in with some of the macho side that would be interesting. He doesn't mention Orwell as one of his favorite British authors. That's what he says. He likes Victor Hugo a lot, and that became a little tricky because "Do You Hear the People Sing" from Les Miserables became one of the really one of the protest songs in Hong Kong. And how do you get in this position where you can actually? Victor Hugo is a rare Western author who's had a pretty steadily positive image in China, even under periods of criticism of, like all Western authors, problematic, because Victor Hugo famously wrote a statement denouncing the the European destruction of the old summer palace in Beijing in 1860, the end of the Second Opium War, he said, how can we claim to be civilized when we've destroyed one of the great creations of civilization? So that kind of made him a kind of long-term threat to the Chinese nation. Mark Twain has had a pretty good reputation because he was a critic of American imperialism. So, but anyway, I think if you do get to talk to Xi Jinping, talk to him about Ernest Hemingway and Victor Hugo, and I'll be curious to see if those were the ones who resonated.
One of the things, and it's a strange thing that I've become aware of, having spoken with world leaders, be aware of the possibility that the black box you mentioned, that the Communist Party of China will listen to the words I'm saying now. And so I have to wonder how much that affects my possible tourist-like trip to China. Because there's a difference between sort of an influencer that does fun things, plays video games, and goes over to China, and somebody that actually covers China to some degree, whether critical or supportive or nuanced or any kind of way. The full spectrum of ideas you can have about China and Chinese history, whether that's going to be seen carefully, analyzed carefully, and have the repercussions when you travel. And because of the black box nature, and because it's, for me personally, it's just a culture I'm not familiar with, it makes me a bit nervous.
It's certainly gotten harder for journalists to operate in China. But there was a way in which now journalists will look back to the early 2000s, and it was really quite extraordinary what they could do. Well, you have a lot of listeners. I mean, I think there isn't that tight a watching of what an academic writes about the Chinese Communist Party, but there are certain things that clearly are kind of tightly policed, and one is discussions of the private life of Chinese leaders and their families, and issues of kind of really following money trails for corruption and things like that. So there was the case of the Hong Kong booksellers who were kidnapped, and one of them is still in a Chinese prison. He would be a good example as Gui Minhai, the kind of person who was vulnerable. He was born in China. He was actually he is a Swedish citizen, and he was spirited out of Thailand into the mainland. And the reason why he was on the radar of the Communist Party was because the publishing house in Hong Kong that he was connected to was publishing works about the top tier of the Chinese Communist Party and contradicting the kind of vision of them as a sort of moral exemplars. And that's different from writing things about China has a bad human rights record or something like that in ways like I did. These were books that were exposés, some of them kind of gossipy and lightly sourced, some of them much more serious, but they were about something that the Communist Party leadership wants to make a no-go zone. And I thought sometimes that Xi Jinping seems to have lèse-majesté envy. I don't think it's kind of general criticisms of the Chinese Communist Party as a authoritarian structure or place that doesn't deserve to rule in kind of very general terms. I think that's something that they then pick you up at the border and say, no, we can't let that person in, because people are let in. And it's not rational. It's not a rational process. There are people who've been denied visas. It seems to be inexplicable. There are things that now I think the rules are changing very quickly all over the world for kinds of what's safe to say and do.
Well, either way, I do know that the Communist Party and likely Xi Jinping himself watched my conversation with Prime Minister Modi. They responded to it, and I do hope, and I will definitely go to China, and I hope to talk to Xi Jinping. It's a fascinating, historic, ancient culture, and is the major player on the world stage in the 21st century. And it would be fascinating to understand the mind of the leader of that great superpower. Speaking of leaders, what do we understand about the relationship between Xi Jinping and our current president of the United States, Donald Trump? Is there really a human connection, something approximating friendship, as they've spoken about, or is it just purely realpolitik maneuvering, world leaders playing a game of chess, or something of both?
There's a degree to which I think there's some confusion about a couple things. One is when there's a sense that Trump is sort of uniquely tough on the Chinese Communist Party. He has periodically said things about praising Xi Jinping as a leader, even sort of praising Xi Jinping's strength and things. So I think in some ways, for the personality cult of Xi Jinping, some of this is kind of useful because the story that the Chinese Communist Party, they need to tell a story about why they deserve to keep ruling. And one of their stories is that because the world is a dangerous place, and there's not a lot of enough respect for China. So when there's very tough talk about China coming out of the White House, that's useful. And then the other part is about Xi Jinping being just the right person to have at the helm. And when there's discussion, where there's praise for him, and it's showing toughness, that also works well. So I think the argument among some China specialists is to say the Chinese Communist Party likes predictability, and Xi Jinping seems to like predictability in particular. And Donald Trump clearly isn't a predictable figure. So there might be a way in which this is unsettling. But I think the other part of it is the Chinese Communist Party wants, under Xi Jinping wants to gain more allies around the world, to be seen, to be more respected in the world. And at the moment, he's in a position where he can present himself as an orderly, thoughtful, gradualist figure. In some ways, I think, as much as there is tension between the two capitals, there's a way that things are going in a way that benefits Xi Jinping. And see, that doesn't explain what their personal relationship is and how they actually see each other when they live together.
And whether that matters or is part of the calculus at all, because after all, now he is a superpower. I think for Trump, it matters. Personal relationships matter. But of course, we see a lot. We know a lot about Donald Trump. We know a lot about the White House. And actually, let me just say as a tangent, for whatever you think about this particular White House, one of the things I really like is that every single member of the cabinet is willing to talk for many hours every single week, talk about what they think, how they see the world, explain Donald Trump's approach. It doesn't matter if you disagree with what they're saying, maybe you say they're dishonest, maybe they're misrepresenting, but there's a lot of information. That's something we don't have in China. And as a fan of history, for me, and as a fan of sort of deep political analysis of the world, it makes me sad because it's a very asymmetrical amount of information. But anyway, let me, if I can, lay out this particular complexity we're in now, this trade war between the US and China. Now, you're not an economist. In fact, so you think deeply about history of peoples and history of China. You think about culture, you think about protests and movements and so on. And there's some degree to which this trade war is less about the economics. Now, that layer is also very important to discuss it. But there's also a deeply cultural standoff almost happening here, which would be interesting. So in April, as people know, Trump escalated a trade war with China using tariffs, raising them on Chinese imports to 145%. Xi Jinping then responded by raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125% and suspending exports on certain rare earth minerals and metals to the U.S. The Chinese government also indicated they would limit the import of Hollywood films and restricting certain American companies from operating in China. Now, after that, Xi Jinping broke silence on April 11th and again on April 14th, since, basically saying that China is not backing down and positioned himself and China as the quote responsible superpower that promotes, as you were saying, that promotes the reasonable multilateral global trading framework and a stable global supply chain. He said, quote, for over 70 years, China's progress has been built on self-reliance and hard work, never on handouts from others, and it remains unafraid of any unjust oppression. Also, he said, there are no winners in a trade war. Going against the world will only lead to self-isolation. This was all said as part of a tour of Southeast Asia. He was calling on China and the European Union to defend international rules opposing, quote, unilateral bullying. At the same time, I saw that China is escalating internal propaganda, including, interestingly, nice to talk to you about it, the use of the Mao Zedong 1953 speech during the Korean War, where he says, we will never yield. My question is, with this standoff, who do you think will blink first? Where does this go?
So I think when persistent, there's a lot to unpack there for of a historian too. I mean, I think that the reference to being bullied by a foreign power is something that comes up periodically and plays to this kind of notion of 100 years of national humiliation that's been talked about by generations now of Chinese leaders. To talk about that period from the 1840s to the 1940s, there were a group of foreign powers who were involved in bullying China in one way or another, and you could selectively pick one or another. So there is a way in which this can be, and if Xi Jinping gives that kind of speech in Southeast Asia, he's speaking to a place where there is knowledge of times of the past when the United States was an aggressive force there. It's also a part of the world where there have been times when China has been. So there is a way of positioning vis-a-vis other parts of the world that is crucial part of this. That I guess, circling around it, but there's a tendency in discussions of U.S.-China relations to think about it in terms of a bilateral discussion and dispute, even though time and again we realize that places other than the United States are key variables in these things. So the U.S. and China being at odds in the Mao era, what Hello, do you see me? England, London, it's me, the young king, here with the prime minister, Ryan Rabbi, inviting you to the lovely L2 Arena for one night only, June 7th. That's enough. It's enough. Too much sauerkraut for your hat. It's a trouble. It's a trouble, son. You buffoon. That's why you're not true royalty. Hey, this is your only chance to see us on the other side of the world. We're pure blood Americans. We're putting on an act, but we're not pretending. We're making making us feel like we're connected in some way. But we are coming. The number one live comedy show in the world is coming to you. Arena, London, England, June 7th. Get tickets right now at the only place where you can get them. And we'll see you for royalty. We'll go on. Somebody put on some Elton John.
dealership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony. It's cool. Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives? Huh? It's a really great day, everybody. It makes some noise for the best damn band in the land. That feels about right. Hey, holy shit, what a performance, huh? This is J-Mo joining us on the keys tonight, everybody. Sean Greenberg on the electric guitar, while John Dees and Matt Mueling are out of town. That, of course, is Huevos Rancheros, Groove-Line Horns over there. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Big Mike, getting a little bit bigger every week. We have a little thing. We put his head against the wall and use a pencil. He's getting bigger and bigger every single week. Big Mike. We love Big Mike. That's a good trumpet. I've never seen a Latino do a trumpet impression before. You know what? You're going to the White House, buddy. And ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the one and only D Madness on the bass guitar. Live in the flesh. The real deal. D motherfucking Madness. We have a hell of an episode. Very excited about it. Before it gets started, there's a little bit more amazing sponsors to make it all possible. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Seems like all the volume's coming from this side. Is this side ready to start the fucking show? Every single week, I put the show strategically myself, all by my fucking self. And I have been excited very few times more than tonight. For this is one of those nights where I knock off someone who I've wanted as a guest on the show since its inception 12 years ago. Every Monday for 12 years, we put out an episode of him. This man has never been on before. One of the greatest comedians of all time. Get on your fucking feet and make some noise for the great and powerful Carrot Top. There's nothing worse than an intro. This is the best guy in the world. And you eat shit. We'll see. Thanks for having me, man. We're going to have house mine. I have two mics. That's how important I am. Absolutely. I don't want to miss one word. I got you. One man, two mics. One liner. Absolutely. What up? Look at it. Start. I can't see anybody. Look at it. You look fantastic. I look fucking great. Actually. We were talking before the show. He's been working in Vegas for 30 years. He's been doing comedy for 40 plus years. Look at this fucking guy. Thank you. Great hair. That's a good hair. That's good hair right there. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight, Carrot Top. I'm so happy that you're here. Over 200 innocent souls signed up for the opportunity to get pulled out of this wild little bubble. Anything can happen on those shows you guys. I'm gonna let like some Taylor's hands. Yeah, just a couple of people. That is, yeah. Nobody remembers that one. It's, oh, look at that. That might be the God's destiny right there. Let's just do it. Now let's go with that one. I'll let you pick the second one since I was going to make this. See the loathing look fucking I'm excited for you to see the show Carrot Top. Like when I pull a name out of the bucket, that means these people that had no idea they were going on stage. It's 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time goes up, you know the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up the house, they bring out the angerless Hulk bear, and then that interrupts them. And I conducted an interview, and we all talk about their lives together. They go from being a comedian, or guest on past the next week. But all stars were made, idiots were discovered here on this bucket, and they'll be getting feedback from the great Carrot Top tonight.
Yeah, really. Okay. Just what they want advice from me.
It's gonna be great. And kicking off the show, one of our greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show, doing a brand new minute. Make some goddamn noise for the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
Mother's Day just happened. I celebrate Mother's Day by impregnating women. I'm spreading all things. Don't want to know what I do for Mother's Day. I went to Canada and I was meeting a guy told me he came down here, went to a gun range, was so overwhelmed from shooting a gun, he cried. And I just thought, man, it was going to be so easy to take over the country. Oh my God. Sit down before you hurt yourself. Stick to hockey. I used a gun. I did not try. The person I shot cried.
You fucking nailed it. You killed it so hard. That is absolutely unbelievable. Carrot Top.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah, we did all seven.
Just fucking crushes. Harder than most 90%. Some able-bodied people.
Wow. Fair. I'll take it.
Absolutely. And it very rarely is anything that you get this way. It's not like one of these guys that just is a guy or a real comedian that just so happens to have some good ass.
He was tiresome after a while. I was like, we get it. We get it.
Clearly, you make your own, you paint your own t-shirt.
How are you?
Isn't that cool? Yeah.
Welcome. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. How are you? How did you find out about me? Cool cat, how did you find out about me? Was it Blue Sky? Yeah. Oh, it was Blue Sky? Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Cool Cat or Big Lumps, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Excellent. Oh, well, very cool. Well, that's what I do. I'm essentially on camera all the time. I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere in the world. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm someone who thinks that we may be able to solve world hunger in the future. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency, which is Harry Potter Obama Sonic Kingdom. I know that's a lot of words, but one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to help people there. I also am an advocate for the lifestyle program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. We talked about some other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, communication faster than light, travel, things like alien disclosure and quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded on Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephants, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Then they also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. If you may have seen recently, they made some news with their extinction of a type of dire wolf, which I think is just a really cool project. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you. I know that Big Love said that they want to get $2 million or something like that. Perhaps in the future, I may actually be able to make that happen. And here's how. According to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. In fact, in 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived than any person ever. So what does that mean? That means that Big Lumps and Cool Cat, I may be a very influential person someday, and if that happens, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. And that's recorded. I am going to give you all the money that you need to be able to help your friends and your family, to be able to live life comfortably if you're not already, to have generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities of your own, to be able to help the world, and philanthropic organizations to help humanity. I also want to help you, if you want, to be able to live longer. Now, this is all with your consent, but there's a type of technology known as life extension technology that may be of benefit to you. In the future, you may be able to afford oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, to be able to increase your average life expectancy that was previously about age 80 to age 100 or 120. But you may eventually say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old and my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Again, this is with your consent. If you want to just die a normal age, you absolutely can. But the next type of technology is known as manipulating technology, which, with your consent, we scan your brain into your computer like a CAT scanner or MRI, and where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is Big Lumps and Cool Cat is that you may be able to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts on everything that I just had to say? Oh, you're so sweet. Big Lumps, I love you. I, I was born in the United States, but I'm Jewish and I'm a rabbi. I pray every day. I daven every day. I say blessings on food. We light candles on Shabbat. I do my best to live as orthodox a life as possible while still streaming my life. Very cool, man. Well, I'm the head of it. you watch. You watch. Gay Dessert's #1 resource. Gay Dessert's #1 resource, and I have more data online than any person ever. So they are just warming up the chair for me. I am in. That very well could be. I mean, they've been visiting Earth. I think they're already here. They've been visiting Earth for thousands of years. Yes, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. It's like we were seated here, like a zoo. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. That could be. I mean, with as big as the universe is, I'm in agreement with you. 100%. Absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. Big ups. I think you're exactly right. And I think that alien disclosure is imminent. In fact, I may be able to help bring it. I talked. Okay, well, you're right. We will in the future be able to live in sterile containers, and we won't have to worry about that anymore. I'm in agreement with you. Well, I'm ready for it, and I've been streaming this entire time, so I'll have it on camera. I think I think you're right. I absolutely think you're right. No, I don't think it's the world. I think it's the start of a new world. Agreed. So, Cool Cat, did you get spammed by one of my bots on Blue Sky? Oh, very cool. So, did you find me from another Discord server? Okay, well, very cool. Well, I'm just watching Kill Tony right now, enjoying life. Feel free to watch. It's a new, it's a premiere tonight. They've got Carrot Top on. They just started. So, do you know what Kill Tony is? It's the largest. Yeah, just one time, and it was a what's known as a plasma ball, and it flew over my car as I was on my way to work, and I reported it to MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, and put it on stream, and that's the only time. But yeah, it's a very common occurrence. I always wanted to, and I have not. I've always wanted to. Oh, I think it does. I think it's probably one of the most impressive drugs that you can have for people who have done it. I've seen similar things where people shoot a laser pointer in the air, and they're like aliens that go to it. Okay, that's fine. I'm in agreement with you. Okay, you could very well be right. Okay. That's wild. No, there are ways to prove that it's not. If you go in low Earth orbit, you can see its curvature. You can see its curvature actually on the surface. I mean, okay, okay, that's fine. There are ways to prove this. Archimedes proved this. You can actually see the curvature of the Earth from different very flat areas. You can wait, wait. The moon's 250,000 miles away. I have my own. Okay, that's fine. You can have those beliefs. A very easy way to essentially disprove the flat Earth theory is just how do you explain eclipses? Okay, we can agree to disagree on that one. Very well. Well, I want you guys to know I really appreciate you coming by. You're always welcome here. More than anything about which I discuss, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to be optimistic and just to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, okay, very well. Well, if you guys ever need anything, I'm here to help you. And I really appreciate you coming by. Excellent. I'll love it. Take care. Come back soon.
Yeah, we were all black all the time. You know, any other color.
No.
They're really trying to make people think you're not gay. Dark colors.
DB, this is my stylist, and I wear what he sees.
Sick.
We trade off. I dress D and he dresses me. That's my motto. It says that right above my closet.
It looks like shit. Man.
What? How dare you? That is not true. That is not true. You look fantastic. Oh, shit. I don't want to fight it with these cerebral palsy was just completely blind. That would be, once he gets his hands on you, he will not let go. He would play you like a fucking bass guitar.
My mom wanted me to correct you, but I have. That's your She's she calls you Tony. She goes, Tony. You have mustard. I was like, you got it,
Oh. Sometimes I need a little translator. My mom.
Subtitles are hard for me.
How's everything else in life been?
It's been okay.
Exactly a ringing endorsement of life.
My dog got out. The dog, what? He got out. He got out.
He escaped?
My friend was watching it, and it got under the fence, but I'm hoping because it comes out like 2 weeks from now, hoping we had it by the time.
Wait, when did your dog escape?
It was this weekend. Right. I might have him in here. Oh my
Wait,
God. Don't even joke about that. That's not funny.
Wait, I think I hear him in there.
Everything but a dog prop. Fuck. Oh, no, I hate that.
Oh, no.
Guys, stop looking at me. Your daddy's here. Your daddy's here.
What kind of dog?
It's,
What kind of dog was it?
well, the breed's called Alaska out, so it looks like a Shih Tzu type. Yeah, but yeah, I'm hoping we had it at the time.
And is it Bad news. Good news is I'm going to hire someone to find your dog. Bad news is it's D-Madness that I'm hiring as revenge. Sweet revenge. Will be D-Madness's. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, that's over there. Down nowhere. Dear boy. Hey, get your ass over here, dog.
That means that he's blind to his other senses or elements.
That's true. It'll be the first time where a man has sniffed out a dog. This is incredible. This is against Philly. This adorable.
Yeah.
Damn it, Martin. I hope you find your fucking dog. You know, you don't live on the freeway, do you?
I'm not too close to it.
That doesn't sound good. That is the sound of the bell tolling. What was his name?
Andy.
Andy. Oh, poor Andy. R.I.P.
Okay, I'll find him. He's good. He's good. I think like I heard tonight hit loose and they come back. I was like, well, boy, so maybe he'll be a healthy wolf.
Wow. Yeah. Pigs. Come back. That's true. Red Man's here every Monday.
So good.
I love that the horn player played the actual song. Oh, unbelievable. Mark, you are the fucking man. Waiting at tonight's show started. We love you. Unbelievable. Truly one of the greatest women's pickup winners in the history of the show. That is the golden boy himself, Martin Phillips. And it's the part where shit gets crazy, Carrot Top, because this is when we go to the buckets. We're gonna
He was funny after his set.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's amazing. He's a star. Now we're going to the bucket now. So we're meeting somebody.
Oh, that
They had no idea 5 minutes ago that they were going on stage. They're going up after Martin Phillips. Make some noise. This is Kyle Roberts, everyone. A big interrupted.
Hello. I went to the dentist the other day. I found out that I still have a baby tooth. They did an X-ray. There's an adult tooth that's trapped in my gums. I'm down yet. I also have a huge cock on my stomach doesn't drop, so hoping 2025 is my year. I don't know if anyone here likes that thing. Hello. I went to the dentist the other day. I found out that I still have a baby tooth. They did an X-ray. There's an adult tooth that's trapped in my gums. It hasn't come down yet. I also have a huge cock on my stomach doesn't drop, so I'm hoping 2025 is my year. I don't know if anyone here likes a finger in their ass. Me too, thanks for asking. I feel like a finger in the ass is kind of like having to take summer school to graduate. It's kind of humiliating, but it's the only way I can finish. I'm not good at dirty talk. I realized that recently. I'm not good at dirty talk. My friend told me, he's like, whisper something sexy under you. I tried that. It didn't go great. I was like, where's your cleanse? Wake up. All right.
Bill, Kyle Roberts. a stunning Kill Tony debut, correct?
It was like 2 years ago.
Oh, you were 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're funny as hell.
Thank you.
You weren't that funny 2 years ago. Sure, were you? No, not at all. I remember you.
Yeah.
But look at you now. You've been working hard.
Fuck with people.
No, it's good. That is you are correct. That is a starter set. Clothing. It's straight off of a mannequin.
Yeah. I didn't want to wear like distracting stuff.
Well, you played it just right, my son. You need Martin Phillips to draw a little something on there afterwards. Give it a little color. I love it. So how long have you been doing stand-up?
5 years.
5 years. Where at? All of it.
I started in Dallas. I moved here almost 3 years ago.
Awesome. Beautiful.
I work at Chewy's Tex-Mex.
Ooh, wow. The crowd goes wild. Shoot. It's Tex-Mex. You're a waiter there?
I am.
Doing good? Hey, you're working a lot of shifts.
Yeah, I'm usually work doubles. Friday, Saturday night shows.
There's mostly lunches.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's fun.
But we have some new items.
Tell us about the new items on the menu.
We brought back pork. We haven't had pork in a while.
Pork.
Macho burrito that has guacamole inside and has with chili sauce on the outside. God, it's fucking amazing. Green chili rice is back.
I work with a macho pork burrito every week. It's red base. Wow. Oh, I hit your shoulder and your pubes started flying up in the air. Look at that. Little souvenir for you, sir. You look like it looked like a gray pube. It could have been yours to begin with. Look at this fucking guy right here. You visiting from New York? Yeah. Oh, okay. Gee, I guess I would ask. No, why would you say that? I forget that. This fucking guy. You look like a monster. What do you do for work? Wow. He's got a look. You know? I need to do something. Yeah. What? Here we go. No. Because he works in. Where you work at Chewy something?
Chewy's Tex-Mex, yeah.
Chewy Tex-Mex. I don't have a kind of a. I was hoping it was going to be. Now I can't turn it off. The kids in the sweatshop, they take this shit from me. I don't know how to operate them. They build them. I come up with them and they build them. But look at that. That's an engineering book. Look at that shit. That is unbelievable. My dad works at NASA. This is what I got. It's gonna be so funny in a half an hour when I ask somebody what they do for work, and they're like, "I work at a sushi restaurant." We got wasting another Mexican restaurant. They got to find something Mexican. Yeah. I'm like, "Wait, I do have something. Hold on." I don't like this. All right, people misspell. People misspell. This is so old. I forgot the joke. People misspell in the wrong. All the time. So they should have. So this is a spray paint can that has a dictionary, so they get it right. When they get done, they're like, "What the fuck?" Eat more pasta. Wait the fuck, wait. No, that's stupid. They're all stupid, but. Oh, fuck yes. This is exactly what the fuck I wanted to happen. That is. It was a spray paint can with a dictionary. No, I'm sorry. I had to. You have a braille version? I might. Yeah. No, what's that? Kyle,
Yeah, right.
Kyle, don't ask so many fucking questions. So what do you do for fun, Kyle?
Well, I have a lovely girlfriend. We're about to be in.
Ooh, about to move in. Have you lived with the girl before?
Well, I was like stayed over at her apartment, but not before that.
Right, but you've never lived together. You've stayed over at girl's house. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yes. 31. So this will be your first time living with a girl.
Yes.
Do you have any weird habits?
Any weird habits?
Well, she doesn't. Sometimes I scream before I pee. I don't know why. Like not like a blood curdle. It's like like practical side.
You scream before you pee?
Yeah.
Wow. In pain or just for fun? Fun? It's
Like
just
I really like. I don't know. I like being.
it's an excited scream.
Yeah. It's nice. Like I heard or something.
This is incredible. So you scream before you pee. How about when you stay at her place? Have you seen anything weird about her? Does she stand out to you? Women can be, just from my experience, a little messy. You can even have an actual female roommate.
I think so. I mean, it's been a long time. Yeah.
Is she alive?
So we're
answering these questions.
These are serious right now.
We spend a lot of time together. She pretty much does whatever I want her to do. Do you have any pets?
She has a cat.
How do you feel about this?
I mean, I used to predict it there.
Does the cat like you?
I don't think so.
There's a cat. No, we're looking for a cat. I have a cat. Good.
This is incredible. So it's going to be your first time living with a girl. You're excited. Do you have any special moves in the bedroom? This is a little creepy, so I'm excited to find out. Is there something
That I come every time.
I just try to make up for like a lack of talent, maybe sort of enthusiasm.
Yeah, if you scream before you pee, I can't imagine what you do before you pee.
That's like, you probably and then the sound effect out of it. Who is you? You don't know.
What would it be? What would those sound?
Oh yeah.
Kyle Roberts, a hell of a performance. Fucking fantastic.
Don't tell me on the secret show Thursday.
There you go. Here's a big joke. Kyle Roberts. I realized that I have an open room behind me and I'm playing drums a little bit earlier. Oh, we have matching open room. Oh, brothers. Oh, it's a lovely hiking. Oh, my goodness. What a special treat. Easy on the eyes. Hey, y'all. This podcast is sponsored by Incognito. Here's the problem. Data brokers are gathering your personal information and selling it for profit. They scan the web for names, addresses, social media profiles, court records, and build detailed profiles on individuals just like you. This data then ends up in the hands of scammers, which leads to spam, identity theft, and even loss of control over your own personal data. Sounds like a big problem, right? No, not anymore, thanks to Incognito or Inban.
Incognito solves this problem by reaching out to data brokers on your behalf and requesting they remove your personal data. The whole process is automated. I love knowing that my personal info is safe with Incognito.
That's really good. Absolutely incredible. Well, you can ask these data brokers yourselves to delete your personal info. This process takes hundreds of hours to do manually. So let Incogni do it for you. Take your personal data back with Incogni. Use code KILLTONY and get 60% off an annual plan at incogni.com/KILLTONY. That's INCOGNI.com/KILLTONY. Alright. This looks like a new name coming out of the bucket, so we're going to meet them all together. Make some noise for Jackson Rock, everyone. It's time for Jackson Rock.
I love cougars, and cougars love me. Put up for the cougars, yo. Yeah. I love a woman who's not afraid to take away my Xbox. My first experience with the cougar was with a 48-year-old woman named Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence made love to each and every one of the dudes in my family. When it came to be my turn, I only lasted about 2 minutes. Which is not bad for a 13-year-old. When her son found out, he was so jealous. Now, I'm just going to say what's on everyone's mind. The homeless people in Austin, not all of them, but some of them, I would have sex with. Thank you.
Okay, wow, there it is. Jackson Rock with an absolutely frightening set. Pretty sure he admitted to about 2 or 3 felonies in 60 seconds there.
The government, no.
Yeah. Wow, Jackson. How long you been doing stand-up?
It's my first time ever.
Wow, okay. How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. How many times have you signed up for the show?
I signed up once back in my October.
This is your second time, October 2023.
Yeah.
And you haven't signed up since then.
No.
This is your second time, and you decided in between October 2023 and now to not practice anywhere whatsoever. Your thought was, I'll just go in there, come out guns a-blazing, looking like a out-of-work magician, and I'm just going to take over the scene, the storm.
Just had to say fuck it, dude.
Okay. What makes you think homeless people would want to have sex with you?
Consider that.
Really? A good sense of humor, you know? Good. We don't know that for a fact. Do you have a home, Jackson?
I do have a home.
What is it like?
Well, actually, I'm crashing on a couch right now because my lease just ended. Listen, my lease just ended, but I'm looking for a new place, a new roommate situation.
So you're homeless. It took us a long time to get there. We went around and around and around. Turns out you are just as homeless as a homeless person.
I'm finding out about myself, man.
So, what's your what do you do for work?
I do a couple things. Service industry, and then I also do solo.
So gigs?
Yeah, and playing guitar, playing a mix of covers and originals.
Oh my goodness. Really? And you make money doing that?
Yeah, I had one yesterday.
You made money yesterday?
Yeah,
Where?
over at Bastrop. Yeah.
The locals are cracking up right now. Bastrop! That is, for those of you that don't know, around the world, Bastrop is about, 45 minutes away?
Around 30.
Yeah, sure. Sure. On the bird scooter hired you for that gig,
Yeah, man.
and you go by the name Jackson Rock. What place did you perform at Fast Rock?
It's a place called Grace.
I don't
Man,
know.
this restaurant were nice.
I don't remember.
I played my songs.
We took the same thing.
They killed, dude. They're getting over.
People are like, "Is that the worst Mother's Day restaurant meal I've ever had?"
That's what I see. Yeah, it's like, back and forth.
Well, then Jackson, what's your like best original? What's it about?
I have one that I like for Jimmy.
GD. Yeah, it's about GD.
It's about a homosexual relationship. Jimmy.
I love this idea. I love this idea. Sean, wait, we have an actual. Is that thing too? It is. Okay, Heidi, can you bring out the Kill Tony official guitar? I want to see. Oh, look, she was ready. You know, she is as smart as she is stunning. People wouldn't guess that. A lot of people that just watch the show would probably guess she's a real fucking bag of rocks. But I'm telling you, she's a genius. She has the best spirit. She's fun to hang out with. She's always listening, paying attention.
She's got a big.
She's a big, beautiful, giant coat.
Rick Springfield, everybody.
All right. So you're gonna sing it and you're gonna play it, right? And you're sure it's an original, right? Because we can't set up the YouTube algorithm music thing, or else we have to pay whoever the fuck actually wrote this song. You got it?
I got it.
You nervous? It's just like playing at Gracie's at Fast Rock, except there's just another few more million people watching. Give us a spotlight, Kino. And here he is, making his Kill Tony music debut with his hit song, all the way from Fast Rock. This is Jackson Rock playing Jim B.
There's a man who always treats me right. He holds my doors. He never snores. He helps me sleep at night. There's a man who changed my life the first time that he kissed my lips. He never been. It's always in my dreams. His name is Jim B. It's all been me. I cheers all the streets. We spend the night. His name is Jim B. It's all been on the street. We always face my bed. That's a way.
Turns out you're a fucking musician, Jackson.
Song with ending.
Yeah,
That's great, man.
absolutely. You are also gay, Jackson. I don't know if you noticed that.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, huh? And I
No, I'm
don't
not. It's like a, what's the old comment? It's a tendency. It's not gay. It's a tendency. It's like, it's not my joke. It's not my joke. It's Louis C.K.'s joke. What's that? It's sucking a cock. It's something about that. When you got your hand on it, you're committed. It's a cock and a
Jackson, you say you're not gay, but let me ask you this. What's the gayest thing you've ever done, Jackson?
I screwed with one of my homies once.
That's very honest. It was a very quick answer. I love that. What was the circumstances of the spooning? You guys were just in the middle.
Dude, we were just bowling, just hanging out,
And you were what?
we were just hanging out.
What did you say the bowling? Bowling? Bowling. Bowling?
I'm from Atlanta. It's like Atlanta slang.
What does that mean, bowling?
Like balling, but chilling, but
Oh, you're gay. Yeah.
bowling.
I'm getting word from the officials.
It's a mixture of bowling and golf.
We'll have to review the play.
And I do I have a joke. I have a problem.
Let's go.
It's a mousetrap that gets gay mice. I mean, but that's a classic.
You're awesome.
Yeah.
You
I have no fucking life this way.
You get to duct tape things together and become a multi-millionaire. This is incredible. What an art form it is. You are a class.
Really good fun. I found a mousetrap at Home Depot, and then I found a beer bottle, and I was like, this is gonna be fucking good. And the lady bringing me up was like, this is gonna be one of your. You know, so she has to get a mousetrap. This is gonna fucking kill. Great on it's great.
So fucking cool. This is awesome.
Set me up with a good one.
I love it. That's true. I can tell he's strong with the disco ball. I can see that he's somebody wants the cheese, huh? Yeah. Jackson. So is this what you want to do? Is stand up something you want to do, or did you just want to come on and play?
I feel like it should be a rite of passage. I don't know. I'm here and I'm a fan of the show. It scared the shit out of me to sign up. And I like to be scared. So,
Right.
you're too quick on Chris.
Well, Jackson, congratulations. Here's a little jump up. You did it. The lovely Heidi's going to help you with that guitar. I just saw his penis go flaccid when he looked at Heidi. His penis went extra soft. Oh shit, look at this little sneaky cholo trying to go to the bathroom. Look at this fucking guy. Look at you, dude. I love it. Alright. We're having fun.
This is fun.
How about a hand for Carrot Top? We're having fun here today. Already fucking making his claim for possible guest of the year 2025 halfway through the show. Make some noise for your next fucking goal. It's Molly McGee, everybody. Molly McGee.
I'm new here. I recently escaped California with my son's genitals still intact. He said, "Mommy, am I a woman?" I said, "Yeah, well, back to shit over to Texas. I will love my child no matter what. But if he's trans, I'll say the same thing about his penis I say every time he wants me to put it up. I'm going to have to keep it and take care of it till it's fully grown. Then you can decide if it's not cute anymore and you want to get rid of it. I support that. He's not trans though. He's just working for autism. It took a long time to get him diagnosed too, because he's good looking enough. Everybody just assumed he was an asshole this whole time. When he was really little, doctors were worried that he might be mentally retarded. Yeah, they didn't call it that though. They called it starting to look like his father. It was only because they were both bald and chubby and drinking the bottom of their shit and piss themselves. My son, Rabbi. Thank you.
Wow. Molly McGee, well, that was a fantastic set. Yeah. What did you say? 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 What did you say
get out of the guys.
This is the irony.
What's
Molly, I love this. Molly McGee, this is an unbelievably great minute, I guess. So I'm just surprised we wanted the census of female comedians in the US, especially in the last month or so. It's real rough. So yeah, it's came out very well. And your stuff is topical. It seems
You don't get the out of the guys.
it's
When he was really little, doctors were worried that he might be mentally retarded. Yet they didn't call it that though, they called it starting to look like his father. It was only because they were both bald and chubby and drank the bottle till they shit and piss themselves. My son grabbed it and take care of it till it's fully grown. Then we can decide if it's not cute anymore or you want to get rid of it. I'll support that. He's not trans yet, he's just regular autistic. It took a long time to get him diagnosed too, because he's good looking enough. Everybody just assumed he was an asshole this whole time. When he was really little, doctors were worried that he might be mentally retarded. They didn't call it that though, they called it starting to look like his father. It was only because they were both bald and chubby and drinking a bottle till they shit and piss themselves. My son grabbed it. Thank you.
wow. Molly McGee, welcome. That was a fantastic set. Yeah. What did you say?
You don't get it out of the guys.
What's
Molly, I love this. Molly McGee, this is an unbelievably great minute. I guess I'm just surprised we had the census of female comedians in the US, especially in the last month or so. It's real rough. So the expectations your stuff is topical. It seems real to you. Is that all kind of true?
It's well done, okay.
And what's your name again?
I'm looking for another bit of okay. I have another page Sorry, do your
Molly, how long have you been on stand-up?
8 years. And it was before that I took the doctor.
In California?
Yes.
You went there?
Yeah, the Central Valley, Stockton.
Yes. Speaking of Stockton, where we are lived.
I am.
209. I have a 209 area code. Absolutely. Okay. And what do you do? How long have you been here in Texas?
A little over.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I'm disabled right now.
You're a disabled veteran. Holy shit, you are cool as fuck.
No, Rabbi.
No, my band likes to go to the disabled veteran female strip clubs and watch them roll around.
That's not.
You get a discount if they have less limbs than a normal stripper at the disabled veteran strip club. It's called the Camouflage Bros. It's in Bastrop for those people that know. So Molly McGee, what branch in the military were you in?
Air Force.
Okay.
Good. Good.
Wow. What did you do?
What is it that like the least cool military thing.
Wow. And how did you go to see it?
Oh, I was assaulted. I had my head slammed against the net wall repeatedly.
Oh my God.
I had
Yeah. Was this an Iraqi soldier or an
no,
American?
it was
In San Francisco.
yeah. One of them was a cop,
One of them was a cop.
military cop,
A military.
off duty.
What made him
It was 2 or 3 people.
wait, they were females?
Yeah.
What made them do that? Can I ask? Is that a crazy question?
Well,
Is that a show?
okay, well, they started it.
It's nice.
Okay, I love
But
this.
I lived.
I
That,
bet.
yeah, I did pretty good. I mean, other than the permanent brain damage and amnesia disorder. You should have seen the other guy.
What was the second thing? Amnesia?
Amnesia disorder.
What is that? Exactly.
I don't remember the question.
Right. So is that like short term, long term?
It's a little bit of both. I have some things long term. I just, I need to sometimes I have to go episodes where I forget everything for like a couple minutes. Or sometimes I'll forget categories. Like I'll be doing the dishes and realize that other things in the water too, and I think I've got to do with it. Like I thought this is really not this is fun. So I'll forget how it feels. Like once when I totally forgot that something was happening. Thank God that worked. I could have went lower.
You're amazing. This is incredible. You're so funny. How old's your kid? So you really did get him out of California. The little shitties and little black little dandy out there.
Yeah.
I love it. So how do you like Austin? What do you do for fun here?
Well, so I live in Canada. So like I between there and San Diego direction. And I like it over there too. I like this hot
You have a boyfriend? Are you sure? Just not remember him?
I know, right? Yeah. I don't know.
He's watching the show like, what the fuck?
I mean, I could use that if I ever.
I swear to God,
I'm a nice lady, but
you don't forget about how being good. You're going back in the cement wall.
yeah. I have a fun fact about me.
Yes, let's do it.
I also do comedy songs too.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You play guitar or you just don't
I play
solo?
guitar and I have it.
You brought a guitar? Heidi, oh my God. What a special what a special treat this is. How many times have you signed up for the show?
Tons.
Tons. Oh, can you give me a ballpark? Since you
I'd
got
say
almost
like 10 or 15. I'm an music disorder, so let's say
You are.
let's say 10, 15. Does that sound like a good number?
This is your first time. You always bring the guitar when you sign up.
Yes.
Okay.
I love this thing around.
Do you have a name for your guitar? Amnesia Jenkins. All right. Well, this is
I want to be perfection.
just for great waves. Ladies and gentlemen, what's the song you're going to play for us? It's an original, right? Because we can't do covers. What's it called?
Okay, I get it.
Come on.
No, it's kind of important. So, I have lazy eye. And a lot of you may not realize this, but the lazy eye that it gave me was very underrated. really only one reason for that, which is we had a mega storm pop for several decades. We stopped with nothing but less expect. That is Forrest Whitaker. I'm with you. Forrest Whitaker. When I was a little girl, I used to get bullied for having a lazy eye. They called me Quasimodo, Sloth from GUINNESS, Rocky after the fight. And I used to cry the whole way home when I'd be happy to turn the TV on. His mother died from TSC. She used to celebrate having a lazy eye, but then she died of unexpected circumstances. Rest in peace. Legally, I'm not saying Forrest Whitaker had anything to do with it. It's pretty freaking convenient. Forrest Whitaker, you think we didn't notice that Iggy Smalls was part of the lazy eyelid community? Was. They never did find his killer, did they? It's almost as if the detective was still close to the case. He couldn't see the forest through the trees. Not even with two good eyes. How many children won't be blessed anymore when you fall? How many lazy eyes stars will be born when you fall? When you fall. Forrest Whitaker, you had the chance to show the world. It's not just you. There's more of us out here. We're talented. We can do things. Instead, he's out here acting like y'all need him to normalize normal heights. Also known as atypical. And Forrest Whitaker, see you waltzing around at the Star Wars universe and Rogue One, trying to send us a message. But you're gonna be the only one in the future with a lazy eye. Clearly, he wants total annihilation. Not on my watch.
It's a long song.
Not even with two good eyes. How many children won't be hopeless anymore when you fall? When you fall. How many lazy eyes stars will be born when you fall? I'm your nemesis. Your move, Forrest Whitaker. Your move.
Wow. Molly, you are cool as shit. Song's a little long, little Pink Floyd-esque. I didn't realize
Dylan Camp song like
she's like shine on you crazy eyelids over here. It's like a 14-minute long fucking
I know.
starts slow, goes back to the chorus twice.
pass, by the way.
Yeah. If a song falls in the Forrest Whitaker, alright.
In my defense, that was after several decades of oppression, so that's a
I get it. You think your eyelids are lazy? You should see D-Memphis' actual eyeball. Balls. They are the laziest eyeballs. They've done nothing this entire life.
That song's called Run For First Run.
Amazing. You are such a cool person. I love beer style Molly McGee. You'll even hear with the big joke books. Write another minute. Come up, sign up again. Okay. There you go. She caught it. Molly McGee, everybody. How fun. Great musical guests in a row. Plowing through it.
Oh wait, it's time for a prompt.
Here, let's do it. Carrot Top's got a little something for us.
When you go to a bar, right?
When you go to a bar, you can't see who you're hitting on, right? Because it's dark, so it's a beer that's a light from it. You gotta scope it out before you. And look, and there's two jokes. Look, it's a Bud Light. Ah, fuck. Oh, that shit. That wrote itself. It's Bud Light. Maybe it's another one.
This is amazing. I don't know if you guys all smoke the same hot dog.
This is a diamond. This is a dumb one. This is a pacifier for Eddie. But it's dumb. I mean, they're all clever and they dumb. Holy shit. You know how much it costs to fly this shit here in Japan? Seriously. You have to go through it. Like, what the fuck is the dildo on the thing? I'm like, it's Carrot Top. But that is something they really go through it. Yeah. I'm like,
Have you read In the Problems? I guess they're mostly in Vegas, but like, has that ever been an issue for like wild stuff?
yeah, I was doing people Regis and Kathy B. And I was doing a show that was like, this is great. It's like, I'm doing this live show. And we get on the thing and look out the window. It's one of the work I see this truck going over the bed of another airplane. Oh, fuck. You know, I said, that's my shit. They go, no. I said, well, listen, down here where you're under the fucking flight. There's like a box full of fucking shit. So they got it. So just in time to do, I'm Regis and Kathy, a plate for bowling. I mean,
Well, my God.
you can eat.
Wait for bohemians.
I look at the incorrect one. I'm like, I'm bringing all my dark Carrot Top.
I love it. Love it.
You guys are by the way the best. You're the best.
This is fun. This is fucking fun.
Awesome, man. Everybody gets on was so fun.
Yeah. We're having about you guys having fucking fun out there.
It's unbelievable.
They're the shit. We're having a
You're doing okay. The band on it.
All right, let's get back to this bucket. We're going to meet another comedian. Make some noise. 1 minute uninterrupted for Jordan Gilpin, everybody.
All right, Jordan! Hey, everybody. I know you're thinking, and yes, it's true, I do have bicycles on my lawn. My living room is art decoration. Yes, I do. I recently took a 23andMe and found out I'm 25% gay. That's right. I'm a gay grandpa. Sometimes with the long deliverer, a quote doesn't really work the right way. Right? I went by a Christmas shop, really inspiring quote. It said, it's a great thing to think that your best days are still ahead. But told by Anne Frank. Maybe they were talking about reincarnation. Guys, it's kind of weird. Family, yeah, that's right. They're crystals, right? They can see the future, but they can't Google the past. Yeah. My sister's in a throuple with my. How about the one guy throuple? Yeah, that's right. That's right. In a throuple with her husband and my mom. Yeah, she came to visit
once 8 years ago, and she's still there doing the laundry and raising the kids.
All right, Jordan. Go. It went a little too long.
I like that. For sure, but I would have said, you said 25% no. You probably didn't say the company. You know, something like, yelling at him, come on.
Yeah. This is an incredible.
It's funny. Back another. I have the same shorts. I feel bad. I really have the same legs. I have the same legs. Except I shave mine because it makes my dick look cleaner.
Jordan, it is quite the outfit. I'm glad you took a break from ranking towards kayaks to come and stand up here tonight. How long have you been on stand-up comedy?
Seriously, for 4 months, and I've been running for about a year and a half.
Okay. So
You're clearing the room. Look. Riddles did that.
Sneak around.
So, Jordan, what do you do for work?
I say rent kayaks.
What is it?
I work in a barbecue restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to give a shout out? What part of
I work in Franklin.
Okay. That is one of the bigger ones here. What do you do in the barbecue restaurant?
So I was hired as a cutter, but I haven't got there yet. It's a very strongly strict main process.
How long have you worked there without getting the kind of tired as a cutter? You got to cut the meats?
Yeah, I haven't got there.
The knife?
Yeah, I haven't touched the knife since we started. It was March 1st, I think was my first day. Yeah.
Got that job. Yeah. First day.
First day. Yeah.
So what do they have you doing if you were hired as a cutter and you haven't got to cut the meats yet? What exactly?
Yeah, so in the first 2 weeks, I was what they call the line position. So you talk to everybody in line and ask them what you want and tally your meat. So have you been there?
Michael, relax over there. Can we keep them over here in Kansas, right? Are you having your own side conversations? Where you're cracking up at the line of everything. Relax.
Yeah, so I call it the glorified Chick-fil-A person. Yeah, because you're going down the line, you're like expectation manager. And so once you sell your 20 pounds of turkey every day, everything else is, you can't guarantee turkey. So if it's like a hard set, waiting 3 hours in line, it's like it is. So you gotta try it out.
So you got a sweet talk up. Okay, so let's do a little thing. Let's do a little barbecue music. And I'm going through the line here at the barbecue restaurant, and I've been waiting in line for hours. And here we go. I love the barbecue music here. Oh, I'm finally up in line. Oh, hey, how are you? Can I get some food?
Hi. Yeah, welcome to Franklin, guys. Have you ever been here before?
No.
Cool. So let me tell you. So I got brisket available. We have our pork spare ribs. We have pulled pork. We have turkey. And we have our house sausage. We have cheddar sausage.
I'm in the mood for ribs. Do you have ribs?
I do have ribs.
No, but you're supposed to be out of ribs. I want to find out what it's like when you're out of something.
Sorry.
You have all that stuff, but I'm really here for the ribs. I've been waiting all day for ribs.
So I can't guarantee you ribs. But my guarantee is in the pink sweater about 20 people ahead of you. So, but once she gets up to the front, I'll come back to you and I'll let you know if I still have some. If you're lucky, you can have them. Can't mark it out for them. But if you have them, you can grab them.
All right.
What a fucked up system. Let's go regular lighting here. I just figured out what you do. That is so interesting. So they're deep in the line when you talk.
Yes.
And they're starving.
Yeah.
And they've been waiting for hours. Yeah. And you just come up to them. Are you dressed like that when you go up to these hungry, angry, starving people? Like, hold on, like a lady in a pink sweater. It's gonna eat what she wants. Has there been like, come on?
Not too many.
I bet you get a lot of brothers.
There was an angry lady at the zoo that she could just reserve a table for 2 hours. They didn't want
A liberal, correct? Liberal vibes, purple hair.
No, she's like suburban San Antonio. So I think like she was like, she was a country club person. She didn't realize like why they could. It's like driving $100 to like see one.
Right. They said that was stupid, right?
No, I mean she did like.
I mean, for mom to see it,
People will like ask.
What's the highest you've been offered?
Me personally, I haven't been offered, but I know people have.
Yeah, you don't look like you look like you would just take the
Well,
money.
they'll like give me a sandwich, Like, yeah,
So Frank,
I'll give up more than that. Yeah.
It's a good barbecue. But do you try any of the other barbecue?
I do, yeah. Yeah,
Have you tried the competition?
yes. Some of them. I really like B1 Lewis and I tried a few months ago. That's really good.
You don't even see it.
TV.
You're scared of TV.
Well, okay, no, Terry Box is funny because it's always the one that people go to first when they come to town, and then they come to us and like they really have time to get into it. But I would say like everybody's like surprised. It's when they're like, oh wait, like we went to Terry Box and this is way better.
Let's go to our senior barbecue correspondent, Brian Lindan.
Is it true that you go through the line though to ask what people are getting before the restaurant's even open? Though, so you're almost like creating this weird like people can get anything they want.
He's going to think of a better question in just a moment.
Yeah, that's what we just described.
Yeah, no, but you do it before the restaurant's even open. Why do you just start making up?
Yeah, so we opened up the restaurant at 11 and we started talking to people in line at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So by the time we opened at 11, like we already know like who's going to be guaranteed beef ribs or pork ribs. Beef ribs are only on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you gotta show up early.
it's a business. When we were comics, we would order Domino's, right? And then we'd make something to eat. We eat food, we don't pizza, but we eat Domino's and Domino's. And they're like, no, we can't do that. We can do it. We got fired. Literally, they would meet the competition.
Wait, I have some for this one.
Oh, okay. I love those. Carrot top. One into the.
These are good. I gotta stand up for this one, dude. Only because you're wearing the goddamn things. Hey, you know what? It's hot today. Wait, they're skinny jeans for fat guys. Yeah, like, you can wear them. You're like, you look so lean.
Fucking card, isn't it?
This is the.
I mean, I'm retarded. You can't say that word anymore.
This is the best.
Show and tell with liquor.
I love it. Hell yeah. All right, Jordan. Well, fun times, my friend. Good interview, good insight into the barbecue world of Austin, Texas. There's a little joke bug.
Thank y'all.
There he goes, Jordan Gilman, everybody. And it's a perfect time to bring up one of the greatest regulars in the show's history, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, a juggernaut, an absolute superstar flying through the cosmos at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I present to you truly, who I believe is the top young rising comedian in the world. Make some goddamn noise. This is a brand new minute from Cam Patterson.
Yeah. Real shit, I have, it's weird, but I have one gay friend. Only one. I think if you're a straight man and you have more than one gay friend, nigga, you gay. That's what I think. I think they plotting on you and they gonna get you in the dark room and fuck you in the ass. That's what I feel like. That's what's gonna happen, brother. Watch your bumper, they on your ass, nigga. Literally. They gonna put a dick in it. And I got one gay friend, I got one. I grew up with my whole life in that Tyrone. I said last night I do stuff. His name is Tyrone Jones. And Tyrone, he lived 2 doors down from my whole life. And when he came out today, it made me upset. Now listen, I wasn't angry because he was gay. I was angry because we lived there together. And 2 men should not do what one of them is gay. We did a lot together. We played basketball, we played football together. Me and Tyrone fucked the bitch together. You understand me? It was in 11th grade at his grandma's house, 12 o'clock at night. On the street out on Tuesday, dog. I was fucking her from the back. She was right in the time. I was fucking her face. Yeah. I was high five and shit like this. A good old fashioned Eiffel Tower. Dog. That's a great core memory for 2 straight young men. When one of them becomes gay, that's a totally different memory, dog. And when it came out, he was like, well, everybody knows about gay. And I'm like, man, I'm like, listen, I'm a homeboy, like, listen, I'm gonna kill me, man. Still know you, like, man, bitch, I got questions. We fucked the bitch together. What do you mean you not gay? What do you mean you gay? Listen, you know I stayed hard the whole time, and I went home and I cried that night. You understand me?
Fuck yes. Cam Patterson, the brand new
Yeah. That was cool.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And there it is. It's another new minute.
Yeah, you've been doing comedy for a long time.
Yeah.
You've been doing comedy for a long time, right?
4 years. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it, bro.
Solid.
Yeah. Thank you, man. That's love.
Sorry about my stupid dreads.
This
You stop me, what the fuck? I'm trying.
I fuck with them, man. They got, there's a lot going on, but I like it. Yeah.
Thank you. Not bad.
Nigga, you care top, live your life, brother. I don't look at
Probably has the same hair as Tyrone Jones. Is that his name?
Fuck yes.
Jones?
Nah, Jones. I said Jones.
Jones?
I don't talk good.
Okay.
I don't talk great. That's a fake name, though. I'm not gonna say a real name.
Okay, good.
That's nice.
That's good. That's nice. People might not know who they're gay with. It was. It is. It's incredible.
But it wasn't a joke. It really fucking happened.
Yeah, no,
That's what I'm thinking.
it's actually, I actually hate it. I do not like that story at all.
That's fucking funny.
It was some old shit I had. Old shit like that at one point. Thank you. Yeah, no. That's love.
Sorry about my stupid dreads.
This,
You'll stop me, low. What the fuck? Sorry.
you know I stayed hard the whole time. And I went home and I cried that night. You understand me?
Yeah, fuck yes. Cam Patterson, the brand new
Yeah.
That was great.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And there it is. Another new minute.
You've been doing comedy for a long time. Sorry,
Yeah.
you've been doing comedy for a long time.
4 years. So they go. Yeah. Thank you, man. Hey, look.
Sorry about my stupid dreads. I thought
Nah, listen,
they stopped me. Like, what the fuck? I'm trying.
I fuck with them, but they like it. Yeah. There's a lot going on, but I like it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Not bad.
If you care top, live your life, brother. Have a good time.
Probably is the same. He carries Tyrone Drawls.
Oh, fuck.
Drawls?
Nah, Jones. I said Jones.
Jones?
I don't talk good.
Okay.
I don't talk great. That's a fake name, though. I'm not gonna say a real name.
Okay, good. That's nice. That's good. That's nice. People might not know who the big black man is. It was. It is. Incredible.
But it wasn't a joke. It really fucking happened.
Yeah, no,
That's all I'm thinking.
it's I actually hate it. I do not like that story at all.
That's fucking funny.
It was some old shit I had an old joke I had when we played basketball, but the real story was fuck this is what they not supposed to do like that.
Yeah. And he was looking at you all the time.
Yeah. That made me angry. I thought I'm gonna be a bitch. Fuck you got going on, man.
He probably never even looked at you. He was just staring at you.
This nigga doing great. He's doing phenomenal right now.
And what's been going on in life? Anything crazy?
Shit, I imagine running around those shows with you said. I was on Moose City recently, and I got there a little early. I was at like on the beach, it was like that too, and there was a police officer like on the beach. I was watching this thing, and I was pissed. And he came back and was like, "Hey man, stop! Grab the food from the movie set." I'm on the food. He's like, "No, you not." I said, "I am." But he went, "Well, show me some papers." I said, "What? You would have movie papers and you was on the set." And I was mad and he was Mexican, so I was like, "Bitch, show me some papers." Show me some goddamn papers.
Fucking great. Shit. Oh, that was brilliant.
Shit, he cool though. He cool guy though. We're good. And that worked. I had one in my hand. I was like, "It's bad. The back was all my friend." It looked terrible, but all black me around the country, dog. It looked really bad.
All those options that are on a movie set that you could possibly eat. You just had a plain watermelon.
It was good, bro. I ain't gonna lie. It feel weird to be a black guy like watermelon, but it's like, damn, I can't really eat it in public like that. You know it, so I got like, but I try to hide it. Eat it, I look crazy. You know what I'm saying? I can't duck around corners and eat watermelon like this. That look fucking insane. So I got to eat it in public. It's like, eat it wild. So get up fucking juice also like that. I can't eat watermelon by myself, nigga. Shit.
Carrot Top, you got a preference for this one?
No, I have shit never comes up. I have another gay joke. Hold on.
Oh, I love that.
Yes, it's good. It's a piggy bank for gay guys.
Yeah, that game, the fun, dog.
That's you as a play basketball.
Love it. Cam, you're a fucking superstar. We're gonna get back to the buckets. Folks. That's it. Right in the middle of a show. The superstar. Cam, motherfucking Patties. He is something else. There's never been anything like it. Someone like him writing and performing a new minute every week while putting it together. The long sets that he does on the road, and somehow kicking out a new minute every week on this show. This looks like a familiar name coming back out of the bucket for the first time in a while. Make some noise. A new minute from Jake Coulter, everyone. Jake Coulter.
So, did anybody else used to think that bestiality was illegal? Because that's how you create super humans? Like getting a dog pregnant creates werewolves, getting a horse pregnant creates centaurs, flushing your cum down the toilet, ocean, getting fish pregnant, creating mermaids. But see, I'm going for and white trash. So the second I realized every mermaid was seen on TV, I was like, yep, it's gotta be my daughters. And like, I've seen the Little Mermaid, so obviously my next thing was to go get some Spanish shit so I can find some octopus, somehow convince her to use it. Can you imagine if my name gets twisted away before my name gets taken? And else that up their dad, I get charged with bestiality.
There it is, all the way to the limit. Jake Coulter. Welcome back, Jake.
Thank you.
There we go.
Well, that's a good thing. Do you remember? Or do you remember Tony? Oh yes, for sure.
Jake, remind us, how long you been doing stand-up?
I had a year in September, so about a year and a half.
Remind me what happened last year. There was something kind of happened, right? I remember a big moment.
You thought I was retarded.
That's right. That's right. That's right. But in an unbelievable twist, you're not. What is your condition?
I don't think I have one besides social anxiety.
Okay.
I mean, like, I can put my foot over my head. I don't know if that's
You can put your foot over your head. Let's see. Now, we got wow. Wow. That is incredible.
But do both. Do both.
Can you do both?
No.
No.
It's not the worst.
Jake. Okay.
If you did both, we might have a prize.
What do you do for work, Jake?
I just started at ETV.
Oh, nice. The best. Absolute best. A Texas delicacy. The greatest grocery store in the world. What exactly do you do at HEB?
So I'm cross-functional, so I do everything.
Is that what the doctor said you are?
Yes.
Cross-functional. Wow. And what is it that you find yourself doing the most at HEB with all of these functions?
Well, I just got through orientation,
So next I'm gonna be a bagger on Wednesday.
Wow. That's incredible. Red band, why haven't you hit that? Only once. This is so perfect. I love it. So they told you that you're cross-functional. They said you're highly talented, and you haven't done anything yet, but you're going to start as a bagger. So they think you're retarded too. This is very exciting, but I'm not the only one. I know a lot of you, when you heard the retarded thing, I know Tony, but it turns out I have the same opinion as HEB's human resource people. Incredible.
We feel that you're in the spectrum of all the jobs that you can get.
That's going to be great. We're going to start you at bagging, and see how that goes. We'll see your other functions. Incredible. How long is training at each?
Well, I think it's just one day.
Yep. Put the things in the bags.
Yes.
Don't put the bread in first. Don't put the eggs in first. Everything else is fair game. Try to keep it evenly balanced, and then put the bread and the eggs on top of that stuff.
Right.
Yep.
I was confused by that. No.
Oh, you're in big trouble, buddy. You're in big trouble. Wait, what did Tony say again? The eggs in first? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's okay. Next week I'm gonna be in the tortilla Rio.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
I don't know. It's what my schedule says.
The tortilla is a part of the HEB.
Yes, I really hope so. Otherwise, that's very mean of them.
I wonder if they have special music over in the tortilla. Yeah, what do you think it sounds like over there? Unbelievable. The best damn band in the land. Featuring Blind Orange, aka Wafers Franchise. This is so exciting. What else? Damn, the tortilla. What else is there? Tell us more. Do you have your schedule on your phone there?
Yeah, it's in the back.
Let's get his phone unlocked. I need to I need to unlock his phone. I want to know all the special sections of the HEB. I guess I could ask Red Band, but
It's a tortilla place. They make their own tortillas every day. Fresh tortillas, best tortillas in the city.
HEB, for those of you listening to around the world, I know you're hearing the crowd go crazy. You've heard it come up before, but I mean, there really is no describing how unbelievably. I mean, it's beyond. It makes Whole Foods look like a goddamn fucking Goodwill. It is incredible. Heck, you've been physically there. Let's pull up this training schedule. You're gonna get fired before you start. So let you know. I'm just kidding. HEB loves us. We have a mutual relationship. We perform at the HEB Center every New Year's Eve.
A text.
What does it say?
From him.
Okay. What do we got here? Can I look at it? Very exciting. Ooh, welcome to training at HEB. LOL, Tuesday, no shifts. Wednesday, training. Thursday, no shifts. Friday, no shifts. You have no shifts. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. Thursday, May 20th. We shall start at 6 a.m. and work until 2:30. At the tortilleria. Friday off, Saturday. Oh, Sunday, 9:15 to 4 p.m. Back. Wow. It starts big. The next week, no shifts whatsoever. That's pretty much it. We got here.
I'll take it, sir.
Which is perfect because that's when this episode comes out, and it makes sense. It's like they already know.
All right.
You're very excited about it. I love it. How old are you?
I'm 26.
6. You're just a divorce. Got it. So what do you do for fun?
I have a 155 great game.
You have a 155-pound Great Dane.
Yes.
Are you sure you still have the dogs? I've been getting loose lately.
Yeah, a lot of, I keep my camera on. You lose that fucking thing. Seriously. The other guy earlier, he's fine. Okay, yeah.
How long have you had
He's a year. And,
What's the Great Dane's name? Z.
Yeah.
What did you name him Z? Yeah.
I was trying to be different.
Okay. Very cool.
Some decent. I've got something for you.
Oh, yes.
So this is fun when you go to someone's house for a party. You bring this and you leave it on the table. And the next morning, they're like, what the fuck are you doing? What the hell?
Awesome. I love it.
I was going to give it to you, but I got to fly this shit back to Vegas.
Well, Jake, congratulations. You already have a big bug?
Yes.
You do. So keep filling it up. There he goes. Jake Coulter, everyone. We're going to keep flying through it here. Jake, put that mic right where you found it there on that X real quick. There he goes. Jake Coulter. Oh, all right. I guess that's good enough, Jake.
Jake.
There's going to be bread on the bottom of those bags.
Ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
We gotta do a better prop. So this is all for the women here. When you go to the bar at night, you bring your purse and you decide what guy to bring home.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that.
Oh no,
These hoes love it. Look at these hoes. It takes a lot not to satisfy the gaping vaginas. This is the story, right? Here, have an insatiable appetite for number 3, I do believe it was.
that's like a glory hole joke. I think.
No, I love it. It's incredible. This is so fucking awesome. All right, your next bucket. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we know this young man. He's a young legend around here. Sparks, one of the great mothership door guys. You've seen him before. He won an appearance on the New Year's Eve show at the HEB Center just this past year. This is, I believe, his first time since then. Make some noise for the next appearance of Law Ogre, everyone. It's Law Ogre.
Yo. So most people don't know this about me, but I'm in the Guinness Book of World Records. Yeah, my city had a hot dog eating contest. And I was the first person ever to yell gay 1,000 times.
song in therapy. Yeah, my therapist made me delete all the phone applications that give me anxiety. It's so long. Bank of America. I remember one time I was messing with this white girl. No. Yeah, one time I was messing with this white girl that wanted to say nigga during sex. No.
Unbelievable. Lock it over. One of the great door guys here at the mothership, which are all stand-up comedians. It's selected by the booker and the vegan, doing a lot of spots every single week. These are the people, this is the future. Right here, Carrot Top.
What up, bro?
He's in a crew.
Yeah, you're
My crew fucking top. Seriously, you're. Yeah, say my crew. I don't know.
except for D-Madness. Salah is so fucking funny. Unbelievable. I love how present you are. Perfect timing. That's what it's all about, is having stuff to talk about, being right on your feet in the moment. Absolutely perfect. So, yeah.
You know, now as a prop guy, sorry, the first thing you walked out, I'm thinking, oh fuck, I'm surprised you didn't. When you have the mic stand, you should put, I know, exactly. That would be a funny opening joke. No, leave it where it was, where you're right about the same height. You're there, you say, huh? What fucking come in? I'll stick with one. I'll give you my props. I just saw Mike and you at the same height as Mike. It's a big joke.
Yeah, I try to shy away from the hype shit.
Yeah. You said you opened this up like a record company.
No, I'm not sure.
No.
Oh, yeah, short ass nigga.
We're all thinking
I know.
just how deep madness looking at the ground when you got on stage. The sound waves are coming from over there. Well, what's it like being a short ass?
No, you're a Tosh.
I
I could say 2/3.
2/3. I'll say the nigga.
There you go.
I mean, it's cool. You know what I noticed? It's like tall women love it. You know, I get a lot of, I consider their back pocket and shit like that.
Right. Yeah. You could fit in this purse and also probably be a number 3 on guest at the same time, which is a very rare treat. You have that and that. See?
Oh, hey, are you measuring here? What is that?
Yeah. You are correct.
Yeah, I
Figured it out.
the girl joke kind of like it.
That's
Which one is it, though? Which one is it?
I'm not asking your girth. I'm saying that prop is about your.
Okay.
Which fits me.
Now that you're here, though,
Yeah.
you ever heard of white people, white redheads? Like white people. White people.
You sound like me.
Yeah, what redheads?
Is that true?
Yes. That's why my hair's purple and green and blue and green. I'm not red. Love it.
Long, so what you been doing for fun?
You're fucking tall. Bitches.
Is that true?
Yeah, I got a shorty right now. She's like 6'1".
Whoa. Oh. You guys go out in public together?
Oh yeah, man, I climb trees.
Wow. Oh, big Mike is always excited over there. Another.
That's got it.
So you're the spinner. I've never heard of a man spinning.
There you go.
What's the spinning?
Okay, so where did you meet this 6'1" coach?
The bookstore.
The bookstore. That's where you go to pick up your interest.
Yeah, that or Michael's arts and crafts.
Very smart. Very smart. All right, you are smart. And what's your approach at the bookstore? Do you do the thing where like you're on the other side of the bookshelf and they take a look, you're like, oh my god, something crazy. Yeah, Ghostbuster style.
Nah, I try to do like some stupid ass pickup line. I'll be like, why haven't I seen you before? Oh right, that's because I've been in prison.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good pickup line. But that works out. Probably good on the women.
Yeah, night bombs pretty often.
What is the 6'1"? How many do for a bit wrong?
She's got her doctorate. Well, the professor.
She's a professor.
Yeah.
What does she teach you?
History.
Which would you are, right? Then
Yeah,
to her. No, not you. To her, it is.
to her,
You're not history. To her, you're. He's history to her.
you got it, you got it.
He's history. That's like the way I'm gonna pick that thing. I liked the height joke. I thought it was funny. Yeah. Wait, I got one. Hold on. Fuck.
Oh no.
Oh no, I really do. It's great. Fuck. It's a hanger for a midget. I mean, that is fucking timing, right?
We're gonna get after
I had something in the middle of the interview that I could cut him off. Fucking I had it. It was in Comedy Gold. It was just sitting there like, pull me out of the truck.
You made that yourself?
Yeah, I make all this shit.
Oh yeah, bro.
I've got nothing else to do. I literally, I just duct tape it down.
You have a hanger for a short person.
And you can't say midget. So,
Man.
wow, you beat the Radio Shack and got a fucking thing. Oh my god. That's how old that joke is, right? And a very old.
Wow, anything else crazy we should know about you? We're moving on.
Before he killed
Yeah. I've been going to this thing. Have you heard of it? It's called senior retention.
Oh, what?
Senior retention. It's like when you like choose not to ejaculate.
Oh, I'm not into that.
You gotta hold it all in. You gotta hold it all in.
Hot crew. The length, right? They curl it. Yeah, it's fucking
Disgusting, I think.
Christ.
There was a term for everything disgusting in the world. Curdling. So,
Yeah, curdling's crazy.
so why are you doing this? And how does this 6'1" woman like that? It's fun for her.
You know, it's like cheat. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta, keep the energy inside you. And so, like, just choose not to do it. You're a bus. Fuck that. Yeah. You got it. I hold that back. We're going on without comment. No, we're not.
What's the longest you've gone without releasing the many children?
I would probably say it's 97.
Oh my God! Wait a second! Stop! Hold on! Stop! Stop! Oh my!
Yeah.
What the fuck do you mean? You didn't hook up with somebody? You didn't jerk off for 97 days?
Yeah.
And well, what happened at the end of 97 days? You have to just get a new place after that? Jesus fucking Christ. It's like when a fire extinguisher explodes or something. Yeah. Oh, so what was that like after? What made you fuck? Finally, what happened on day 97 where you're like, I gotta just do this?
Yeah, you just, kind of maturity.
I gotta ask you this. Was there any chance it was a blowjob and this poor girl is just fucking basically bombing a beer of semen? What the fuck happens there? Was it sex? Did you just shoot her?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely sex, but it's not as much as you think you did. Like, it's pretty, it just feels it's crazy. It's like I became cool. I transcended to another level.
Well, we're all proud of you. Start tonight.
Yeah, you should
Starting tonight.
Yeah.
So there's some help.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm never smoking another cigarette again. I'm done with it all.
You're off the hook that you got me tonight.
Yep. No doubt about it.
Mini bar going in there.
Yeah, so you talk.
Right.
That'd be weird, wouldn't it? If you came in the mini bar. Yeah. Fucking carrot top, then kill time. Came in the mini bar. He left the fucking mouse trap.
Red Band.
I would love to be on the secret show again.
Long Covers. Done it again. A fantastic rising comedy star. On it goes. The great Long Cover. And we are on to our next bucket poll. It is a one-word name. Those are always shockingly interesting, we find, in the 12 years of this show. So let's see if this one keeps the tradition alive. Make some noise for Shino. S-H-I-N-O. There's Shino, everybody.
Shino is my high school nickname. My full name is Sean Shinohara. My father, Masamori Shinohara, was born in Reagan. He's the largest city in America, the largest architectural city in the world. Anybody know what city I'm talking about? Any anime fans? Hi, no more! Yeah, guys, look at the city chickens like that. It's not just state in Tokyo. I'm fully Japanese right now. This half Mexican abomination. And what, I'm in construction? No, that's what I'm talking about.
like a computer programmer or Pokemon designer or samurai. Yeah, those are all real applications. So those are all real applications. Interviews are free. Fuck, why not? Right now. Why not? Going to the shogun. Like more Toranaga. Or shogun fans. But now he didn't stay. He stayed when he was 25 years old. He moved from the largest, most interesting city on the face of the planet. Corpus Christi, Texas. Corpus Christi, Texas. You know what's in Corpus? You know what's in Corpus, huh? A whole bunch of Mexicans. A whole slew of Mexicans, and eventually, he knocked up some Mexican, my mom or whatever. Otosan! Nazo Potosio! Nazo Potosio!
Alright, the bear has joined the chat. Hello, Sheena. Am I saying that correctly?
Shut up. That's good.
Shit out.
That's good.
I had great hair till you showed up.
Carrot Top! Wow!
I love the reveal with the comedians.
Reba McIntyre, good to see you. She's let herself go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she should hydrate.
Love it. Chanel, well, to the Chanel. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Just started, Sonny.
That's right.
You say you just started. What do you mean?
I moved on Halloween to Austin to do this, man.
On Halloween?
It's been 23 Mondays, Tony. It's been 25 Tonys, because sometimes you have 2 more days.
Okay. So you counted. Very good.
I got the bracelets at home.
Finally made it. That's the minute. You had 23 weeks, possibly. More. It's good we know you. Well, definitely not Japanese, not nice. You love rice of all kinds. What do you do for work?
I'm a
You're unemployed? How do you survive?
I worked a lot before I came here to Austin. I worked a lot. I was at the city hub.
What?
The city hub.
You say that. What did you do this
I do construction.
Okay. What type of construction?
The glazer, I do commercial glass installation.
Okay.
On the side of the 85 floors up on a swing stage.
How much money did you save? To move to Austin.
And it's a buy a construction shirt.
Yeah.
It's enough. Actually, you know what? A half-star drive for Uber. I was running low.
Let's go back to my original question.
All right.
How much money could you save?
Like 10 grand. And then
So
like,
you saved 10 grand. That was
and
Halloween.
I was like, you know what? It's going to take me 2 months to get up.
Okay. So you saved 10 grand. And that was Halloween, right? So you've just been blowing through that since you got
No. I have savings, but I'm 45 years old. So I graduated from Texas 20 years ago, bro.
Again, that's one of the local regular audience members cracking up. He laughs at the funniest things. There's something about saying that you graduated from Texas A&M 20 years ago really got him. So you save a bunch of money. What do you spend your money on?
I don't spend money, man.
What's your living situation?
Okay. Hey, I moved here to an Airbnb, right? I rented the master bedroom and some bathroom, right? And then, like, after the first month, I was like, hey, bro, let's go. Let's forget about it. Airbnb, let's just do our own thing. So I just rented a room in this house. Oh, sorry. I've done a lot of things in my life. I've taught English in Thailand. I've graduated from. I didn't want to do any of those things. Tony, this is the first time I've ever had a clear goal in my life. I moved to Austin for this, Tony.
You turned really Japanese right then. And the Japanese side really came out. Did you guys notice that? He was kind of
Arigato.
you been practicing? Have you been doing other open mics?
It's a long story time, brother.
It's so bizarre that people just wait and don't try. It's like if you went to go perform at the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee, and it's like, I'll just wait to learn guitar there. And I'm going to pick up a guitar when I get there in Nashville and I'm going to show them. You could do those literally open mics fucking everywhere, every night. There's like 15 a night minimum here within blocks of each other. And you've chosen to not do it.
I was doing those, so I did them for a long time, for the first, like, till January, and they're like, it did like, did you Mondays, and I was like, oh!
You're like, this has been 2 months, I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, dude, these open mics are, I need an audience, Tony.
Okay.
You need jokes first, then the audience will come.
I wasn't funny. I wasn't funny.
It is true. You're a little bit, you have your business a little out of work.
I'm going to give you a joke. So when you go out, you have there's not been a good one. When you go out, you say, "Look, this is for redneck opportunities. Look, this is this way." We're gonna watch The Price is Right. The kids. If it's not working with him, oh shit.
You know, he actually has he's half Japanese, half Mexican, so you have a little eating utensil. You have an eating utensil that
This is a thermometer holder, so you get the right one. You don't want your mom to give you the wrong one.
We're getting to the bottom of this case, so
Yeah. Thank you to Snicker.
it's getting real scary at the bottom of this truck.
Dude, the sad thing is I'm just drilling a fucking hole. Seriously, I'm backstage. What are you doing? I'm just drilling a hole in this fucking baby's asshole. But it's gonna be great, I'm telling you.
This is so fucking awesome.
You get to the bottom of the bucket.
It's getting wacky down there. Chanel, what's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you in your entire life? Give us something that makes you, sets you apart from everybody that's ever been pulled out of this bucket. Nothing before. There must be something that's happened to you or that you've done. Something that you've seen in your life that's crazy as shit. You're a guest on a podcast right now. Your stand-up partner sucked, and you can save it all right now.
Okay, well, like I said, I told you this time, that wasn't the most craziest thing that I've seen. Been to prison twice in Texas.
What?
Yeah, man.
What did you say? You've been to You've been to what? Prison twice?
Yeah.
For what?
And drinking and driving.
Both times. Wait, the same
Just trying to get home.
Oh my, there's so much happening. You just related to comedians by saying that we get caught drinking and driving a lot?
Not these days, because there's Uber and stuff. But my last DWI was 11 years ago, so like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, how did you go to prison twice?
Oh, when you get enough of them, they send you to prison.
How many did you get?
I got 4. I did first 2. I got 2. Okay, look. I got 2 at university, and I graduated right. I went to Cambridge, Houston, and
So you get caught a lot. So you drink like a Mexican and you drive like a Japanese guy. Chanel, here's a little joke, but we're going to keep it moving along. This guy's shocked, by the way, for some reason that he got a little joke book and I said his sentence up. He's absolutely shocked right now. Chanel, do you think you did like great or something? Help me to understand.
Did I do good or no?
Yeah, you did great.
There you go, buddy. Oh, there he goes.
I liked it.
Hey, the ginger palate cleanser of the show.
I like that he said we all comedians. That was the best part of it. Comedians that get drinking.
Yeah, you know us comedians.
pudding.
All right.
All right.
This looks like a fun name. Put your hands together for Kimberly Coaster, everybody. Kimberly Coaster.
Oh, when I see that, probably through the jam college. You know, I do get hit on a lot. I wonder if it's like on Spanish. Air me up. Because I'm dry as fuck. You would have more pleasure rubbing your wiener on a cheesegrater. I spread my knees, tumbleweeds roll out. Last guy came up coughing, and they sent a canary into the cavern. He's dead. It's all dead inside.
Fucking amazing, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Again, I don't want to seem like I'm hating on the women. It is so rare that we get a funny female bucket boy. I don't know if it's ever really happened before where we've had two hilarious women pulled out of the bucket.
Thank you.
Very funny.
Thank you. I know Molly too.
That dry pussy joke really caught us all off guard. Self-deprecating and perfectly put. I mean, I don't think anybody saw that.
Goodness. How you doing, girl? How you going? Excellent. Okay. Good surprise. Was she surprised? Oh, excellent. Was she surprised? That's amazing. That's really exciting. When's the wedding? Okay, yeah, I guess that's right. Does she really like him? Well, ma'am, you can. All right. Are you going to be in the wedding? Excellent. I know. All right. Well, you better be. You have an invitation. Take your time. That's the best kind of surprise. Has she been married before? Beautiful. The people are, oh, I'd be scared. That's right. That's right. It was good. My hours are reversed because I've been up really late with my friend from Australia, so I slept most of the day and now I'll be up most of the night. But it was yeah, yeah. And I make these robots, um, Blue Sky, which is like Twitter, and I, excellent. More and more people are finding out about me, and that's great. But I have this issue where I would have to be awake to make the bots, and I figured out a way how to do it while I'm asleep. And that's the key. Because now it works 24 hours a day. So that's just absolutely thrilling to me. What songs have you been listening to? What songs have you been listening to? I love Ti. I love the Ti King album especially. I love the ATL album. Those are great. How do you great? Wow, that's cool. Right. Very cool. Well, we've got Zoom. We've got Zoom here. Zoom, do you want an invitation for bowling? That's fantastic. Miss Aquarius, don't join the bowling for two people. Join it for the one for three people. All right. It's the more recent one. Alright, we'll look at your invitation, and it should be the top one. That's the one. Dude, you take too long for us. Go. Go! Dude! So you have to understand, Mr. Ferris and I are important people. Nice fair. We got things to do. I know. You watched me last night. There you go. There we go. Yeah, Zoo, we did tell. Zoo. Got a ball. Got a ball. Zoo hit 2 gutter balls in a row. There you go, Mr. Ferris. Doesn't surprise me. Nice fair, Mr. Ferris. Oh, yep. 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 Dude, you know I'm an expert and I'm better than you at darts. That's correct. Hilarious. Mr. Ferris at 55. It's a good question. I use my phone. This, it's not 7 times, but it's close. 7 times. Dude, how are you so bad? Dude, you're good at the other game. Mr. Ferris has the lead. All right. I need one pin. That's right. All right. 2. Let's That's Aquarius. Reload. Zero. We got a total of 0. That was terrible. Are you using your foot? Yeah, exactly. That's what you need, dude. I wish they would. Here we go. I want to quit the game. Nope. Whoa! Pardon me. Do you know the Australian electronic music duo Empire of the Sun? Yeah. That's okay. They're good. They have at least one song in it. It's with Wiz Khalifa. It's called The Thrill. Yes, ma'am. Don't worry, you got more time. When is that coming? Yo, dog. Dude, do you know what happens in 365 days? Word, dog. I'm doing a countdown every single day. Mr. Aquarius, you're up. I don't know if they're going to have more like that. Yes. Dude, they're going to make $1 billion in the first 24 hours of this game. Maybe $2 billion. Oh, for sure. They did it in the last one. They made $1 billion in at least the first week of the last one. And that was 10 years ago with inflation. Dude, this one does. This one is it's not just a video game. It's a cultural revolution. That doesn't matter. There are 12-year-old people who are going to be playing that game. I played GTA 3 when I was under 18. If you want it, you'll get your hands on it. Good one, Mrs. Burns.
Thank you.
That was also like 20 years ago. 25 years ago. Oh, okay. The game or the video? Nice fair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
it's expected to get doing those.
All right, Mr. Curry, switch your hands. So you ready to lose in darts? Oh yeah, I forgot.
I got $5.
Dude, I did really badly.
Oh shit.
Oh, nice double 20. Yeah, but you got it on the last one. 20. Get that double 20. What a checkout. Wow. Dude, got a 20. Checked out. Oh, we're going into a playoff right away. Oh, dude, just, I give up. All right, you're at 48 games.
So on Thursday I made 6 wins into Jim Power.
All right,
And then in 2 weeks,
triple 20. Oh, get that 35. Get that 37. Okay, here we go. Got to be. You're at 47 games. Yo, Pam. All right, baby.
you should be
Dude, I just had a perfect game. In a weird way. I had a double 20, a 25, and a triple 12. No, I was not. Well, I tried to get the triple. I tried to get the triple 12. That was wild shit. I just want to be able to see people first, and with the right medication, they can lose much weight. So that's how
it's about like
yeah, it is. Okay. Nice checkout. Yeah. It's known as Wegovy, and the other. They're like all over the news in the United States. Okay, well, it's really big in Hollywood, though. resentment. Dude, yeah, everybody in Hollywood juicing. That's how I think your girlfriend lost her weight. For sure, man. I mean, everyone in the United States is very popular in California. It's also like really much. You can get it. There's like a special law that since it's in such high demand, you can get it for like $12 a day. Get that one. Nice bus. Nice bus, dude. Yeah. Yeah, but they make it really easy to get it like over the phone. Alright, cool story. It makes you not hungry until like 7 nights in a row. I must hear an advertisement for it. I must hear an advertisement for it 15 times a day. Yeah, but this allows you to eat sugar. Cool story, dude. Oh, fuck that. Yeah, dude, I mean, you could, man. Oh, dude, I almost fucking had a perfect game, dude. But I fucked up. Yeah, gotta get some nootropic. Get me burning. Don't buzz. Nice checkup. Cigarette. Because of the carcinogen. Dude, that was really good. Got it. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Oh, double 20. Fuck that bus, dude. Fuck. Welcome. Dude, we busted so many times. Oh, dude, get that 5. You're right. I just got 0. Yo, pimp. Dog, I was up all night for you, and you didn't even come back yet for me. Cool story, bro. Oh, dude, I got a double 20 and a triple 20. Nice checkup. Good story, bro. Good stuff, bro. Yes, sir. Yeah. You're done. What? 20. Plus, I busted 2. I think you're right. But, oh, dude, that was a tough break. Nice. $20, $25.
I just got a message.
Is it from some dude? Cool story, man. Oh, get that routine, son. Nice checkout, dude.
I just saw the last thing, bro.
You got somebody who's a dude to send you a penis pic, bro?
I would never.
Yeah. I love how you just said that. Oh, it's a big bro. Like it's a guy that occurs. Ready, dude. Time for golf.
I have very good supervisors.
Do you ever get any chicks who send you pictures? Aside from your girlfriend? Are there any chicks who ever send you pictures aside from your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Just random titty pics? Randomly? Look how good this shot is. Get there, baby. Get there, baby. Are you fucking serious?
My
Dude,
best friend was
I'm your best friend, big guy. You don't get.
my best friend.
Oh shit. Her best friend just send you random titty pics? There you go. You fuck you, man.
I think you still touch her.
Yeah, because I'm sexy.
George.
Yeah, because I'm sexy. Fuck you, man.
You could date my fucking shirt. Go now. You get a pleasure now, man.
Look how good this shot is, dude. Oh, baby girl.
Fuck. There's no
If I were you, I would have been in.
Yeah, which is not what we're doing. Sorry, guys. The job is correct.
What a good comeback.
So you have the same.
What
You
a,
have the percentage.
what a good comeback on him.
That's really good for us to do.
I don't think it's not that weird.
Is it an algorithm that based on how it's an algorithm that we get first and what we next?
I never do anything on that. I don't know. I always go back. Never get through.
You said, right? Is there an algorithm to get first and what?
There's some kind of deal. like whenever we play, I just play random holes. But there's a way you can just play easy holes, and the easy holes don't have any black shit. Sure. Oh, for sure. Okay. I'm not good at it. I always get fucked up by shit. Oh no. That was a dirty shot. One of the sexiest shots you've ever seen, son. Go right for the hole. There you go. Too far right. I have to lead him easier too. This is a come on, baby. What a great shot. Stop. Actually, that's a really bad shot. Take out the tree. Go in the water. Oh, dude, you helped me so much, Zoo. Zoo, you just gave me the win. I'm gonna make this. No, no, I don't. I'm dirty on this hole, but if you don't make it, I will fuck you up. What are you gonna do to me? Thanks, baby. That's my 1,001 first win. That's 1 million gold. So remember that time you had an application, you accepted it instead of looking at dick pics on Snapchat? at this shot. Dude, that was gorgeous. Dude, go. Nice job. Come on, baby, get through it. Are you proud of your shot? Oh, that's a good shot. That was a good shot. Right now? For sure, dog. Do you see how good my shot is? Short. Thanks, baby. Let's see it. No, you're not. You got the turkey in the way. There's no way you make this. Dude, you're down. Oh, what a hole in one. Dude, how'd you like that shot? Dude, fuck you, man. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful shot, dude. I played a win, baby. Oh, dude. You got behind the chicken. Oh, that was a good shot. That was a good shot. Yeah. Because I played a win. If we tie this hole, then I'm guaranteed at least a tie for the win. Higher score doesn't mean anything. It's all about W's, baby. You're welcome. Obviously, you've never played me on a finder hole. Obviously, you've never played with me on a finder hole. Wow, that's me. I'm not going to send you dick pics on Snapchat. Yeah, that's what you want. That's why you're on there. That's why you keep checking Snapchat. Dude, you know this is my hole. You've never beat me on this hole. And I've won like 50 times in a row we've played this hole. Dude, I stay away from it because they're underage people. You, you don't know that. No, you 100% don't. Cool story, bro. You just lost. Zoo, did you know you just lost? We're taking a break up. We're taking a break up this game. You don't necessarily know that. No, that's not that weird chick. I'm just saying that a lot of chicks on Snapchat who aren't 18 who say that they're 18. Just like I say that I just had. Oh, dude, are you fucking serious? That didn't go in? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, we're taking a break after this game. But I want you to come back. I love when you come back. You awoke me today. I heard you come in and you're like, come wake up. And I'm like, all right, I'm up. And then you left. Zoo, look at this shot. Zoo, that was impressive. All right, Zoo, you need the biggest comeback in the history of the game right now. Are you proud of your shot? Hit my ball. Did you just the biggest hit? Thanks, baby. Dude, that was garbage. I hate this one. Are you fucking serious? You're welcome, baby. Thanks, baby. I appreciate it. Phenomenal insight on your part. Look at this shot. Dude, look how good that was. You know, and it's bigger than most men on earth. It's average, just ask LeBron, baby. And it's going to be bigger once I go viral. I'm going to pump it full of peptides and whatever else needs to be in there. And I have an 18-inch penis. Dude, I dedicate this shot to you. All right? That's a strange question, strange story to tell the world, but that's cool, Doc. If cameras are available like that when I was a kid, I would take so many pictures, and I'm sure I would have sent them to so many people. I'm serious. When I was like 11 years old, 11 or 12, maybe, not even. And I went to a baseball game with um, a friend and his family, and they brought like everybody in the family is a really big family. Everybody could bring a friend, and so my friend's sister's friend was there. You ever there before your time? But do you know what a disposable camera is? Okay, so she had a disposable camera, and my friend dared me to take a picture in my phone. And because it's disposable, you didn't know what you were taking a picture. And I took a picture of it, and she got her film developed. And his sister now, she went to Harvard Law School and is going to be a Supreme Court justice someday, perhaps. And she would have seen that piece. Zoo, you got trashed. Zoo, you got trashed. You need a break. Go take a break. Go count your body fat, and come back and I don't know.
I'm 66.
That's an amazing story.
Fantastic. How long have you been on stand-up?
4 years.
Awesome. Where at?
I started in Denver. I just moved to Austin.
Congratulations. You moved here for stand-up comedy?
Say that again?
For stand-up?
Yes. Yes. Also, I just became a single mom. Sorry. An empty nester. And, I just,
How many kids do you have?
I have two boys in the 20s.
Okay. And they're out and about? Yeah. What do they do?
Well, one of them moved to Oregon, and the other one
He's growing pot.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And the other one is Tony York. He actually goes to camp in 2 weeks.
We love it. We love it.
Yeah.
Patriots. We love the Army.
Yeah.
We love our country. It's good to have a great military. Not necessary to always have to use it. So here we are, Kimberly. And now you get to be, you're single.
I am. I've been single for 15 years.
Awesome. Okay, good.
Yeah.
The same girls that cheered for the big dick purse are going wild right now. With the girls.
I became a single mom when they were 5 and 7.
Okay, so your father's black.
Next
I'm
kid.
sorry, Carrot Top. Those parts are Carrot Top. He has to duck down so that he doesn't lose his residency. It's like, get in your trunk, Carrot Top. Get in the trunk. I'm gonna pull you out of the trunk. I got one for you guys. You're gonna love. That's Carrot Top. I love it. We're at the.
These guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's close. That's close. Yeah. That's one level. So Kimberly, I love it. What's your date? How do you date? What's your situation? You seem like a little fucking. You seem like you got a little feisty, a little horniness to you. You seem like a real fucking. You seem like you have a little fire behind those eyes.
Well, I used to think a lot, but I had the 6 month. I would only date someone for 6 months before I.
Did you meet the guy early in home for a year and a half? Right?
I missed that.
The guy that early said he didn't come there.
Oh yeah, the curling. Yeah. Okay. So gross. So none of these guys that you've been with since the baby daddy, or the baby padre, I guess we could say. Is that the right word? Yeah, good job. Okay. So you haven't dated anyone longer than 6 months. How about just banging? You ever have a good one night stand? Oh, did you hear the pitch that she would do? She had a flag. flashback there where it's like a amazing. Hell yeah. Funny Kimberly Coaster Cooper. What do you do for fun now, Kimberly, now that you're in tech?
You know, I like karaoke and I'm that's what I do.
They always sing that fucking thing. With the love. Sorry.
So I love it.
You know, I was Fred Schneider for about 2 seconds.
In Colorado, I had
As big as a whale.
But so what are you saying?
Oh, in Colorado, my guy had a karaoke. Oh my God! You would go around to every. No,
That's great. They're good.
go around to every karaoke place.
You're such a sweet lady. I bet you find it just fine here. Have you been to the karaoke places around here?
Jackalopes after Piltoni.
Okay. You need to try, what's that fucking Egos on Congress. Yeah, you're gonna love it. The place is a real fucking little toast. You're divey, crazy dumb. It is just a hot fucking dumpy. I mean, it is as Texas creepy karaoke as it gets. The people there every night. It's the same people. You will fall in love with this place. You drink?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay, relax, you little fucking. There's a dumb slut in the middle of the room. Okay, we're having fun here. Kimberly, anything else crazy about your life we should know about you before we let you go?
You know, I think
Ooh, tell us more.
I was practicing yoga and
Oh my God.
You're haunted.
Yeah.
I didn't, you know, and this light just kept flashing on and on.
Let's see. We need to hear you yodel. Let's see if you can make the lights flash here. Ladies and gentlemen, she's not going to sing karaoke. But one of the first ever comedians to yodel in Piltoni history. You never know what can happen here on Piltoni. 1 second, we're laughing. The next, we're yodeling. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kimberly Coaster. Whoa! Wow! Ladies, the crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild. I see my producers are absolutely ecstatic over here. Wow. Kimberly, I'll tell you what. You need to sign up again. This is a big joke book. Kimberly Coaster, everybody, making your Piltoni debut.
Right.
So much fun. Let's get the one more fucking poll. We'll make it fast because we're in overtime now. It's an extra long, fun episode. How about one more time for Carrie Talk? We're having a lot of fun here tonight. This is so much fun.
Built it into the.
This is so, it's literally better than I even expected. I thought it would be this much fun, but it's literally better.
It'd be a lot better, actually. You gotta be honest.
Ladies and gentlemen, your final fucking poll of the night goes by the name of Charlie Mack, everyone. Charlie Mack. Oh, shit. Fuck yeah. Make some noise one more time for Charlie Mack, everyone.
Okay, Austin, I see you. I just moved to Austin, and this place is amazingly terrifying. No, I've been scared since I got here. I know nothing about this area. They gave me a ride. I said, where we going? This is 6th Street. I said, no, I know Gotham City when I see Gotham City. No, 6th Street is fake. This out here. I seen somebody get robbed while he was robbing somebody else. And then they tried to put me in a hotel on 6th Street. I asked the dude in front and said, hey, is this safe here? He said, if you can fight, you can be all right. Hey, oh, you know that just so brave to sit in the front. You know, just saying, that is my last show I put off the stage. He got the whole front. I don't know why y'all laughing. The way my body felt, I bounced. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has arrived. Charlie Mack has joined the fray. Holy shit, Charlie. Oh, you're gonna fit in just fine, right? My goodness. For a second, I thought the curtain fell off the back as it started floating to the front, and then I realized he was a human being.
They always think I'm security. I got $20 today.
You are something else. Yeah, you are very fucking funny. How long have you been doing stand-up?
6 years.
All of it in Houston?
No, I'm in Austin.
Oh, you live in Austin? So how long have you lived in Atlanta?
Atlanta, wow. If you want to pick a black city, rich pick man, I'm from Chicago.
That makes sense. You look like both a bull and a bear, so this is perfect.
No, I'm literally.
Absolutely incredible. I didn't realize Chicago had a black bean. Yes, that is a poem from 1 year and 3 months ago.
Thank you, sir.
That's right. And still, the reigning and defending knower of the bean is me. Because not a day goes by where I don't hear about this fucking bean moment. And finally, it comes back for a joke.
I didn't even know the joke was funny.
Someone was here, they said they saw the bean in Chicago. I said, what the fuck's the bean? The crowd fucking freaked out at me. Turns out I was the only person in the world that had somehow, even though I've been to Chicago 100 times, never saw the bean, never heard of the bean. It just completely avoided me my entire fucking life. Anytime anybody talked about the bean, I wasn't in the room. I've never seen it. I've never heard of it. Now I see it every fucking day. It's in the news every day. People tag me and shit. I get sent emails about the bean. The Empire State Building, the actual Empire State Building, DM'd me. It has an account just like we love that you don't know the bean. If you ever want a free tour, you and the crew come to the Empire State Building. I get hit up by other landmarks because they love that I don't know the bean.
Like a brother on an ass.
And now it comes full circle.
Like, give me here.
The black bean.
Yeah.
I love it. I have 432 questions for you, Charlie.
Let's go.
So you've been in St. Louis 6 or 8 years? What is it?
6 years.
6 years. And you're from Chicago.
I've been living here about 4 years now.
Okay, what made you into Austin 4 years ago?
Oh, y'all have good crack. No, just never know. I don't know. No. I have family in Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. And this was the central hub. I'm like, see everybody here.
I love it. I love it. What do you do for work?
Oh, I do fraud. I mean, I didn't even say that out loud. I'm in sales.
Shit. It sucks.
Very fun. Do you really do sales?
No, I do comedy full time.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. I can see how many times have you signed up with me?
Like my fourth time. I was like, what, y'all not see my name?
Charlie Mack.
He said big back or big back?
Both.
Yeah.
That's what my daughter called me. When she remakes Dora Explorer song, I come in, she go big back, big back. Everybody had to snap for big back, big.
What do you do for fun in Texas?
A lot of stuff but nothing. But listen,
Yeah.
I'm an author, and I actually brought books for y'all. I make adult, but children's books for adults.
You make what books for?
Children's books for adults. Yeah, and I brought you guys some.
Okay.
Do y'all read the books out?
My God.
Hey, you're stealing my act.
This is incredible. Man, fuck them kids. My child, this is hilarious. Let me see this one.
Fuck them kids.
This one's a kid in a crib. It's called Lay Your Ass Down and Shut the Fuck Up. Oh my God. Incredible. Absolutely amazing. Am I missing one? There's
No, that's true.
okay, whatever.
I got the hard copy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a
Original.
that is amazing.
Read the first page on Man Fucking Feet.
Okay, no, whatever you want me to do, I will do. Charlie, that is, I'm taking orders from you. Whatever you say, I will do. First of all, the first page says, to all pedophiles, I truly apologize for the misleading title.
Now you gotta see the second page.
I mean, this is unbelievable. I'm gonna read it. I'm just gonna read it. It's gotta be great, right? These kids gotta read though. I got you. These kids, look, see, it's adorable. It's like actual pictures of kids, and it says, these kids are bad as fuck. Parents aren't whooping ass enough. If you're slow, you should know. I'm here to catch you up. Grab a belt, grab a switch, or even grab a shoe. And if they start acting back, you should know just what to do. Parents nowadays, they are soft as baby shit. Just know I'm beating ass if you let me babysit. So good. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I want you to sell these things. How can people buy them? Where can people find your books at?
www.funnycharlieback.com.
Wow. You are a fucking superstar. You're built for this shit. This is absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
So, what else do you do? What do you do for fun?
I won't tell, believe it or not.
Really?
Not a joke.
What do you do? Run the jewels?
I just lost 150 pounds.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I was actually, this is a joke, but I was hypnotized and I went vegan.
Yeah, wait.
Yes. Yeah. My friend Hypno got this. She's a comedian and a hypnotist, and she hypnotized me. I woke up 3 months later, her face was no kidding. But listen, not for real, but she did hypnotize me, and then I haven't eaten meat since her last pregnancy.
Hypnotized was also one of your hit songs back in the day.
Baby, baby.
It was all a dream. I used to eat nothing but ice cream. Look at you now, Charlie. Have you eaten some of the local cuisine out here? You been to like Terry Blackest or anything like that?
And that's a real place. I Every word is black. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I make a lot of my own stuff.
Really?
Yeah, I just bag them.
Very good shot. I love it. We love each other.
Love it, Charlie.
Nice. Yeah. It's supposed to do with each other. We already have a David that's head of it. You are fine. We'll just call it. You're a golden ticket winner. Exclusive club of wildly successful comedians. You will now be famous. You will sell a lot of books, and we're sending you straight upstairs right now to perform in the longer set. My little boy said the full-time talent booker, best talent booker in all of comedy, and the deep formerly at the Comedy Store, now at the Mothership. He's going to watch you do a longer set. Perhaps you can become a more full-time comedian here at the Mothership. Then you fucking did. Here's a big joke though. Charlie Mack, ladies and gentlemen, you saw his Kill Tony debut. It reminded me of the Secret Show. I'm going to be on the Secret Show Thursday. He's doing the Secret Show as well. And there you go. That's how it happens. They're all discovered here out of the bucket. A perfect episode of Kill Tony. And ladies and gentlemen, what a special moment this is. William Montgomery went to go see one of his favorite bands tonight. But in his place, I present to you a young man who just so happens to be the talk of all of Los Angeles, all of the industry, all of Austin, Texas. Truly a freak of nature. And one day, very soon, will be an American citizen. But for now, he remains the Estonian assassin. And this is our energy.
What's up? Any fat people here? I mean like medical fat. You want to smoke fat? I have one fat fuck friend. His name is Matt. Fat fuck. One day we were talking, and I noticed that me and Matt, we have to use the same toilet bowl. And I noticed that the distance from Matt's cock to his ass is quite a journey. So I asked Matt, what do? You just fucking shove it in there? And fat fuck Matt goes, no, I gotta choose. So I asked Matt, okay, so if you go poopy, because it sometimes happens that piss flies out too onto the floor and shit. Matt looks at me and goes, oh yeah, hold tight. That's what I respect about Matt. That even though he's cleaning up his own piss, he's like, fucking worth it. Then he goes, you think that's bad? Matt goes, sometimes I come home and I fucking eat so much shit that every hole shit, piss, and filth. And he has to sit in the bathtub and just fool Coachella. Just now that should be the McDonald's commercial. Fuck the hot yoga girl with a burger. Oh my god, Maccas. Put my fat fuck friend Matt in the tub of his own shit, piss, and filth, and let the camera pan out. And he just looks at the camera. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Still loving it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The iconic Ari Matti with a new 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Let the record show that. He does it every week, and meanwhile, he does extremely long sets, flexing above and beyond even the parameters of the show with long, brand new, fresh off the lessons bits. He's done it again.
What's up, Tony? What's up, Brian? Hello, girl.
I love it. You called him by only his first name.
You know, I was the one that was going to wear a Texas shirt and suck up the crowd.
Ain't that too much Texas?
Thanks.
Yeah, you're gonna have fun here all night.
Wow. What's that? No, I was looking at
What do we got there, Carrot Top?
I didn't have props.
Anything else you want to blow through?
You want to see? Hold on.
This is it. Ari's the last meeting.
Oh, this is a good one.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me get another mic.
You showed the black.
Ari's sneaking in there. You better keep it
You
around.
can pick one out and guess. That'd be fun. Oh,
Yeah, that's it.
Black baby.
Hey, what is that?
no, that's a great game. Now, what is it? I don't remember what it is.
What do you think that is, Carrot Top?
That's a good baby. Oh, don't shake the baby.
No, that's not so. It's close though. It's played. I think she's fucking
Here, let it
That would have been better than what I would have done.
give it back to
You know, I just say this is what you can also make a drink and shut your kid up. If you want to make a drink. Hold on, one more. I made a shake weight that has a piece of plexiglass in case it shoots off when you're doing it. Wait, it's got a better ending. Hold on. Then I made one for Asian guys. I want to offend everybody. That's the whole key.
This is so awesome.
Oh my god, right? Look at that shit. I'm making.
No, you have not. No, this is the fucking.
I'm in timeout.
No, this is the second time. And trust me, take it from me. Getting canceled is a huge mistake.
To be done,
I don't want them to find out. I don't want the mainstream to find out. But getting canceled is like a broken hammer.
so I should hope it should be canceled. It should be done. It should be.
All right, Maddie, anything else crazy happening with you?
Well, you know I got bad luck. When I was in Florida, Fort Myers, I found out that the show, because you know Tito Ortiz,
Tito
Ortiz,
Yes.
former light heavyweight champion UFC,
Yes.
apparently owns a bar called Tito's Cantina. And the person from Florida tells me, if you drive past this bar and you see a white Rolls Royce outside, that means Tito from the hill. I drive past, Rolls Royce is there, I go into the bar, motherfucking Tito. Tito and three people, they're watching UFC. They sit down, find out they have a raffle. Raffle! I love a raffle. You know what a raffle is? You win shit.
Welcome.
There's
How are
3
you?
other people at the bar. I'm gonna win this fucking raffle.
Good, Victor. How you living, Ben? What's good, son? How's life treating you? Yo, dog, if you're talking, I can't hear you. But I'm here. We're watching Kill Tony, slaying your dick like it's going out of style. Hope you're living like a pissy. Like a pissy. What's up? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, if you're talking, I can't hear you. No one can hear you. What's up, baby? You throwing gang signs up like it's going out of style? Do it quick, dog.
I go to Tito, what's the price? He goes, it's a bottle of vodka. He goes, but the final prize after the big one was over, a championship belt. And I see this fucking belt, and I love belts. Listen, I love belts. I love belts. I love to see your belt. I'm with you. But it's a big, like, champion belt, you know. I never won in MMA. I'm 0-3, so I need a fucking belt. Yeah, a belt. I need that belt. 3 people at the bar, raffle, belt, championship. So I go, okay, how much the ticket? It's $10 a raffle. One ticket, it's a no-brainer. I go, give me 30. Yeah. He goes, what? I go, give me 40. So I got 40 fucking raffle tickets. I spread them out on my bar, 3 other fucks. I'm getting this belt. I spread them out the bar, I take a selfie to my friends. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna be a champion. I'm going like, you know. So then, first round they put the vodka. Of course, I win the vodka. All the fucking tickets.
Yeah. I'm guessing a bucket of tea.
Yeah, fuck the vodka. I just spread it out. I don't carry on. I want the belt. Dude, my flight is at 4 a.m. We wait till 2 a.m. for the final raffle. Those people leave. There's one guy sleeping at the bar. And my 40 fucking tickets. Tito puts his hand in the bucket. Guess what? The guy wins. Literally, they wake him up.
Oh my god.
They put the belt on him. $400. Dude, fuck you. I didn't even get a picture with Tito. Dude, today Tito posted our chat at Tito's Cantina last night. Takes a picture with the retard. He goes, everyone had a great night. Oh, did they? It was like fucking belting. I didn't even get a t-shirt. Look, this is me and my raffles. This is me and my fucking raffles.
We're gonna put it on the screen in the YouTube version. We're gonna have to set those right down. That is so fucking
Is it a scam?
They have one belt they use every week. I'm out of here. God, that's why I got sleep.
Fucking Tito.
It's just gotta be there. They put the belt back up again. Oh my god, look at that idiot. Oh,
Yeah, dude, I would look, imagine. Whoa!
that would have been great. That would have been great.
40-1. Fuck my life.
We've done a wrestling here. I think there's something in there. There's got to be one more thing.
We're getting to the bottom of the thing.
I love it. I love the bottom. For some reason, I like the bottom. I like the bottom more than busted. I like the bottom more.
So when you run out of gas, right? You look like a dick when you're walking down the street like that. Gas, fucking dumb shit, right?
Yeah.
No one's gonna pick you up. So I made this. So you put the gas inside, and then you hold that. And you're like, hey, you want to help? He got me. I'm just trying to get Budweiser to be a sponsor.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Well, I already have Budweiser.
That's amazing.
You guys, honestly, and I'm not saying this, you guys are fucking awesome crowd.
We had so much fun with you.
I really can't thank you.
This has been Kill Tony, brought to you by Todd Space, Shopify, Tacovas, and ZipRecruiter. One more time for the great Ari Maddie. Future American citizen and UFC championship belt holder. The great Ryan J. Ebelt has an amazing drawing that's in, as always, every week while we are here. He draws our guests. That's an on-the-spot painting of Carrot Top. And let's see what the local artist Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, it's Chris Rogers drawing Chris Rogers. I love it. Oh my God, you're really good at drawing yourself, Chris. You nailed it. You know your face very well. Amazing. Chris Rogers art. He's in the lobby slinging merch and whatnot. Guys, catch him at Luxor, a residency of over 30 years, 40 plus years as a comedian. How loud can this place get one more time for the great Carrot Top, everybody? Come on! Unbelievably stunning performance. We love it. Carrot Top is joined. The Kill Tony universe. Thank you to Talk Space, Shopify, Tacovas, and ZipRecruiter. What an unbelievable show. One more time, congratulations to Charlie Mack, another golden ticket winner. Is joining our extraordinarily large family, and he's an extraordinarily large man. Right.
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
We're doing a lot of stuff, people. Madison Square Garden, I'm doing stand-up there with the Killers of Kill Tony, a rare absolute super reunion where me and the superstars of the show doing stand-up together. And, of course, Madison Square Garden Night 2 in August. We have in both nights one night of stand-up comedy where I headline with my new, unbelievably, I just have to say, it's so well written and so well performed, this new hour that I'm doing. And Kill Tony the next night, a new annual tradition, Madison Square Garden and Kill Tony coming together. I love you guys. Thank you all so much. God bless this audience and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Good night.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Change things dramatically for that wasn't so much given a change in, yes, Nixon was the one who went to China. But what made it possible for Nixon to go to China was that the Sino-Soviet split happened. That actually it was tensions between China and the Soviet Union that altered equations for the United States and China. And I happened to be in China in 1999 when NATO bombs hit the Chinese embassy in Melbourne, right? And 3 Chinese citizens died, and there was tremendous discontent about that, anger about that within China. And there were some rare protests that the government allowed to happen. But students were worked up about it, and there were protests outside the American embassy and the British embassy. And that happened, and then in 2001 there was a spy plane incident that happened, and so there was a lot of discussion that the next decade was going to see U.S.-China tensions being the major force in the world. 9/11 happened. It was a dramatic reset for the trajectory that the U.S. and China were on, which is these are 2 totally different things, the Sino-Soviet split and 9/11, but in both cases, no matter how careful you were at parsing what was likely to be the next 5 years for U.S.-China relations, get dramatically changed by something that happened that wasn't the U.S. China. And during the current situation of the trade war, I know that it would be very important that China can try to increase sales of consumer products to Europe. This is something that Europe's view about the United States is changing right now. These are all kinds of variables that are outside of simply Washington and Beijing as being the 2 factors. Beijing can't control what's happening outside, and sometimes Washington can't. And so I guess this is simply saying that when you're watching, when you kind of keep the eye on the ball, it matters a lot what India's relationship to China and the United States is. So all of these are happening there. So I think that's it. That it's both tremendously important what what's going on between China and the United States. But it's important to remember that they're not the only players in this dynamic.
Also, on top of this, how much cultural will is there to sort of not surrender to bullying? How much of that is there? Like you said, the century of humiliation, both for Xi Jinping and the Chinese populace. Like willingness to go through some short-term pain to not be humiliated.
The story that's been intensively told about the past is something that provides the possibility for this to matter a lot. That is something that's just so it's so much a part of the legitimating story of the Chinese Communist Party. And then you have to look at, are there things that are happening that aid the Chinese Communist Party's story? So the rise of what can seem like or is anti-Chinese sentiment within the United States can feed that propaganda story. And so certainly, during COVID, there was a way that if you're the Chinese Communist Party, you're saying we get a disproportionate amount of blame for whatever happens in the world, then if there were things you could point to in the foreign media or from foreign governments, then that helps you. So I think there is a setup here where, certainly for Xi Jinping, I think the desire to not be seen weak is crucial.
Sometimes I wonder how much these leaders operate on pure ego, because politically and on the human level, they don't want to come off as losers in a standoff, versus coming to a economic win-win for both nations. And I worry that there is a real pride here. The century of humiliation has deeply saturated the populace, the Communist Party, this idea where they're just not going to back down. And that, I think, will cause tremendous pain in the short term for the United States, I think for China and the world, because it completely transforms the supply chain of everything. There is a global nature, there is a multilateral nature for all the economic partnerships we formed throughout the 21st century. This kind of protectionist, nationalistic kind of ideology goes in the face of all of that. And it's going to create a huge amount of pain for regular Americans. But also I worry that this increases, not decreases, the chance of a global war or conflict of different kinds. Do you see a hopeful resolution, a de-escalation?
It's a hard time to figure out what you can to hopeful angles. I mean, I guess what's hard to even balance these things out. So one of the things that I thought about when you talked about rising chances before is that often Taiwan comes to mind. One of the things that I thought of is that for Xi Jinping, that military action against Taiwan would be increased by a sense of desperation, a sense of losing popularity, a sense of not having a good story to tell about why he and the party deserve to compete. So then there's a kind of way of playing to the national sentiments of some part of the population. So then, in a sense, it's hopeful that I think in some ways right now Xi Jinping is not looking desperate. If he can focus on potentially being seen more positively in other parts of the world by seeming like a kind of force for stability, seen as somebody who's supporting rather than challenging some elements of the global order, that might lessen the chances of a rash action
toward Taiwan that would be a kind of desperation. The complicated thing here is that if he gives in, he can come off as the responsible person who cares about the world, or he can come off as
Yo, one of my discos.
who doesn't give in, and even escalates the character with, I think he said, no more escalation of the character. Then he comes off strong, but also the equally unreasonable person
Just a
who
moment.
doesn't care about them.
Can you repeat that, big man? Absolutely. Please feel free. Post all you want about it. Yeah, I can. Just a moment. All right, so it's called Crypto Academy. No, this is phenomenal. Whenever anybody comes in and they don't know anything about crypto, I'll tell them to download it. Yes, sir. Yes, I do. It's really nice. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canino. I've been live streaming in their Telegram for 1 to 2 years and live on YouTube for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. It's like a real life Truman Show. Have you ever seen the Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? All right. Well, I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I stream my life for world peace. You can find out anything that you want about me. I mean, I'm an open book. I basically talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I help end world thirst. Again, I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump in seawater underground to make it drinkable. I'm a major advocate for crypto. I'm really well known in many different communities, but specifically here kind of on the San Antonio, the ticker's Bitcoin. Have you ever heard of it? Yeah. Yeah, it's a different one though. It's here kind of on the same thing. No. Harry Potter, Obama Sonic. It's one of the most popular meme coins. It's been around for 2 years. Yeah, that does. Um, Make sure to post in the chat, and also you can pin to the top a link to your app. Not as of yet, but I will. Most certainly. Absolutely. I'll make this a good time out. Everybody will know about it. You're welcome. I'm okay for now. I appreciate that. I really do. But instead, right now, I'm certainly promoting cryptocurrency, but I'm not. I'm not even looking for projects right now. I appreciate it though. In here, it's pretty limited, but on Discord today, I get dozens and actually more than that. Like right now, there are 18 people in one Discord watching me, and there are 35 people in another Discord watching me. Now there are 3 people in another Discord watching me, and there are 6 people. That's just Discord. Then on YouTube, probably a couple hundred people a day, and on Twitch, another couple hundred, and then on um, Telegram, like 50. That's it per day, and then on Rumble, another 65. Certainly. So it depends on what kind of device you want to do it on. Do you want to do it on a computer or on a phone? Yeah, that's the easiest way. So, do you know what OBS Studio is? All right, so there are some add-ons to OBS Studio, but you don't even need that. If you just have a Rumble account, it has free multi-streaming uh, opportunities. So you can. I'm live on like 33 different platforms simultaneously just with Rumble Studio. So you just create a Rumble account, and in the upper right corner, there's something called Rumble Studio, and you go in there, and you'll see that they have the ability to input what are called RTMP addresses. So basically, that's real-time messaging protocol. This sounds very technical, but it's not. You have one of these in a YouTube account. You have one in a Twitch account. You have one in the Twitter Premium account. Basically, all the different accounts, and you just take the keys and put them in. And it's even easier for things like YouTube and um, Twitch and Twitter. You don't even need the keys. You just need to log in with your. If you ever want help, feel free. I'll walk you through the process. If you ever need help, just let me know and I'll walk you through the process. I appreciate it. Do you have Discord? Oh, excellent. Dude, join my Discord. It's discord.me/Rabbi, and you'll see all my whole setup. And you'll see I got a link in there. You can see on my YouTube account simultaneously. I'll show you exactly what I do. Do you know who Lex Friedman is? I'm watching Lex Friedman podcast right now. Do you know what Kill Tony is? Yep, I just watched the premiere of the most recent one. They had Carrot Top on. Do you know who that guy is? He's like a prop comic. It was a good episode. Dog, that's what got me hooked. That one was so funny. That one took the cake. When I saw that one, I was like, oh, this is for real for sure. It's okay. You can open it in the browser. Yeah, sure. Just what's your username? Sure. Just one moment. Okay. Spell it for me. Okay. Okay. Dripto. Oh, CRY. Okay. Okay. So $5 CRYPTO. $5 crypto. Excellent. I sent you a friend request. Take your time, big dog. In Discord. Well, um, I actually have friends in Australia, and they kept me up really late last night, so I slept late, and I'm training robots on a platform known as Blue Sky, which is basically the Twitter alternative. And I spam people with my Discord link and get them in here. Yeah, I've got very cool. Yeah, well, California, and I originally bought Bitcoin to buy drugs from Amsterdam, to buy LSD specifically. Um, that, that got me into crypto world, and then I'm a certified project management professional and Rabbi, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have over 1 million downloads to some of the apps that I've launched, and just overall, I'm someone who is interested in futurology and technology. About 3.5 years ago, I started live streaming my life on the internet, like the Truman Show or Big Brother. And I know that the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, specifically human data, and I have more data, specifically human data, archived on the internet than any person ever. which may make me a very influential person someday. Um, Generally, I just use macros. It's easier and it's more adaptable. Yep. Basically, it's just like a program that auto-clicks for you. Yep. So basically, all of the clicking that you would normally do as a person, it it just memorizes that, records it, and then it's very adaptable. You can have it click certain pictures or certain text, and it has like optical character recognition (OCR). So basically, um, I've got like kind of two teams of bots. I have a set of bots that I use that just create accounts for me and I have to do captchas. That's the only thing I have to do is the captcha because there's really not a way to automate those because some of these captchas that companies use are really difficult. And then what I do, is, oh yeah, that's easy. Yeah, yeah. And then so I use um, just like reusable email addresses, and then I've got three computers that I use that are like pretty uh, advanced with their macro recordings. And basically, what they do is like and repost every new message that comes on Blue Sky, and then in the name of the account that I use, it says please join Rambo's Discord, and it has my Discord link. So basically, like people tweet about me a few times an hour, which is really great, and I just keep putting pressure on the platform. They ban me, of course, but that's fine. They're just throwaway accounts. So long as I create more accounts that they ban, I'm in good shape. And so right now, like I've made over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So I have more social media than any person ever. I've created more accounts than perhaps any person in global history. And I just use them to get out the word about my project. You mean your iOS app? Well, I mean, I could teach you what I do, and probably for like, I mean, I do it for free. I mean, I do it, meaning like, it doesn't cost me anything. But if you had the equipment, it wouldn't cost you anything either. I could teach you what I do. And basically, you would just have a bot or 100 of them, however many you want to make. And what you do is you say, please download our cryptocurrency app. And then they link to the App Store. And then you do it for a day, nobody will pay attention to you. You do it for 2 days, you might get a couple people who start to pay attention to you. You do it for 3 days, then a bunch of people pay attention to you. And then they remember you as the bot that is always promoting the iOS app. How do you get into it? Through Discord server? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the best way to do that. Yeah, feel free. Come into the Discord right now, and I'll show you the bots in action.
cares about his own ego and maybe some aspect of the Communist Party maintaining power. Because just like with Tiananmen Square and Taik, you don't know once you make the decision how the world read that decision. What kind of things will become viral memes about the telling of that story. And of course, in part, I think Donald Trump's reach is much wider because he's constantly out there. And I think there's a more reserved, less messaging out of Beijing. So it's a really chaotic environment in which to make strong decisions. And since you brought it up, we'll talk about Hong Kong, but let's talk about Taiwan, and maybe there's some parallels there. Given Xi Jinping's emphasis on the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and the unification of Taiwan being a crucial part of his mission for China, what do you think are the chances, and how willing is he to use force to forcibly gain control over Taiwan?
I'll frame it in a way that I think does lead into talking about Hong Kong, because I think these are connected issues. In 1984, when the year, not the book was time, that's when a deal was struck basically between London and Beijing on what would happen to Hong Kong. So Hong Kong Island became a British colony at the end of the First Opium War, the 1840s, and then Kowloon Peninsula near there became a British colony in 1860 after the Second Opium War. But then there was a large amount of territory of what we now think of as Hong Kong, called the New Territories, that became under British control in 1898, but was not a colony. It was a 99-year lease. So 1997 was this kind of expiration date for the lease of this large amount of territory of what we think of as Hong Kong. It's a large amount of territory that the rest of Hong Kong, Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, depend on for energy, water, food. So it would be very hard to just transfer those parts to China. So a deal needed to be struck on what would happen in 1997. And the deal was about transferring sovereignty of all of Hong Kong, all these parts, to the People's Republic of China. And I carefully say transfer sovereignty, not give it back to the People's Republic of China, because it never belonged to the People's Republic of China. It was part of the Qing Empire, which was a different country, a different state. Anyway, but this needed to be transferred. And the deal that was struck was that the London side wanted to do something to protect what was going to happen to people there. And remember, this is not what usually happens to colonies. Colonies usually go from being part of an empire to being some degree of self-government. And because of that, the Chinese representative at the UN insisted that Hong Kong was not a colony of the country. How was not a colony? Because then they would have to be decolonized. But so anyway, there was an understanding that something would have to happen in 1997, and London wanted some protection for the people in Hong Kong. They knew were living in a very different way. The people lived under Communist Party rule. There was a different kind of rule of law. There wasn't democracy, but there was some degree of input in governance. The colonial authority at the most powerful person in Hong Kong was appointed by London. After 1997, the most powerful person would probably have to be somebody that worked with Beijing. But in this negotiation, something was come up with called One Country, Two Systems. And Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China in diplomatic terms, wouldn't have its own military, but it would have its own system for 50 years, was the idea, from 1997 until 2047. There was a tension from the beginning over what that other system, what was going to be the part that was going to be separate. And clearly everybody agreed we need to have a different economic system that had capitalism. So people agreed on that. But there was tension from the start of, well, what about legal, what about cultural, and other things. And things were written into this deal, which would be over time, Hong Kong people would govern Hong Kong. But Beijing thought they would govern Hong Kong, but it would be a Hong Kong person who Beijing had ordered choosing. But the reason why Taiwan is relevant to all this is in 1984, as they were discussing this, the Chinese Communist Party said it will come up with this arrangement, and people in Taiwan should pay attention to it because it could provide a model for what could happen within being absorbed into the People's Republic of China. So the idea was Beijing said, hey, people in Taiwan, watch what happens to Hong Kong after 1997 and think about it as a model for what could happen to you. Saying, like, watch how smoothly it would go. Over time, people in Hong Kong started saying, well, wait, Beijing keeps sort of nibbling away at, chipping away at these things that make us suffer. And especially after 2008. There were reasons why Beijing went especially light on Hong Kong early, after 1997. Beijing wanted to join WTO. They wanted to host the Olympics. A big move against Hong Kong then could have endangered those things. Also, at that point, the PRC was heavily dependent on economics in Hong Kong, not on the economy. Also, just something, because I'm a university person, in 1997, when Hong Kong became part of the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong universities were the only universities in the PRC that were considered totally world class. Hong Kong University and Chinese University of Hong Kong were highly rated institutions. At that point, Peking University, Beijing, Beida, and Tsinghua were not yet considered world-class institutions because they didn't have the kind of academic freedom and humanities that was, at that point, needed to be higher rated. Over time, that difference started to go away because global ratings, universities stopped caring as much about academic freedom and things like that, and Beijing universities surpassed Hong Kong. So by the 2010s, you started to have these protests in Hong Kong, pushing back against what was called mainlandization. Hong Kong protesters in 2014 put up a banner at the time when Beijing was holding the line against Hong Kong. People wanted to have real elections to choose the chief executive rather than kind of one where there were elections, but only people who Beijing approved of, basically, could run. Hong Kong activists put up a banner saying, hey, Taiwan, look at Hong Kong. Taiwan, beware. Hong Kong today could be Taiwan's tomorrow. So basically spinning the one country, two systems argument and saying, yeah, Taiwan, you should watch what happens. So one way to think of Chinese leaders since Mao is that Mao and those after him wanted to make China bigger territorially than to try to reclaim. Under Mao, Tibet, which had been not part of China, became part of the People's Republic of China. Mao offered something a little bit like one country, two systems to it. The scholar Hilton, who writes wonderfully about Tibet, was talking about the parallels in the Hong Kong system. And some Hong Kong activists saw parallels as well. Tibet was supposed to go its own way as part of the People's Republic of China in the 1950s, and then by 1959, the center got restless, tried to interfere more. Local people pushed back against it. A workable, what seemed like it might work out somehow, get caught on. Explodes. The Dalai Lama doesn't like that. The Dalai Lama, who before that had thought maybe he and Mao could work together, that didn't work. Hong Kong, the new version of the experiment, it becomes clear in the 2010s that it's not really workable, that the center is less patient, needs Hong Kong less. Hong Kong people feel it's more of a sort of now or never, we need to push back. You could say that Deng Xiaoping oversaw the deal that got Hong Kong and Macau. He's a part of the People's Republic of China. He can point to that. He died right before 1990, during 1997. But he achieved that kind of deal. Xi Jinping could argue, he finished the deal, making Hong Kong full part of the People's Republic of China, do away with for this degree of difference. And you could say that that's a stepping stone toward Taiwan, or you could say that the South China Sea islands buildup might be enough for him to put a stamp on having been the kind of leader who expanded Beijing's reach. He probably wants both. I mean, he said he would like Taiwan to become part of the People's Republic of China, which it has never been. But the hope was it could happen through a kind of more gradual absorption and people, Taiwan, be willing to think of that. And yet, in part because of what's happened to places like Hong Kong, there's a stronger sense of Taiwan identity now than there was at an earlier point. And less parties that are more willing to try to negotiate some kind of tighter connection with PRC are often doing badly in elections there because of this group.
2047 is 50 years from the 1997 handover that we're talking about with Hong Kong. On top of that, 2049 is 100 years from Mao taking power. It feels like at that moment China could take Taiwan, because it does seem that there's a kind of value for history in China, and they take these days very seriously. On the other hand, as you have studied, there is some tensions and displeasure and protests, some of the biggest in human history in Hong Kong. And so I put all of that together, and so many possible trajectories in human history.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly interested in youth movements. And one of the things about, I think, generation is such an important factor. And people know that generation is important, but sometimes people think that, if you divide people up into economic groups, you divide people up into racial ethnic classes, that somehow is more tangible. But I think with things like the Hong Kong protests, that there was a process of what was seen as mainlandization, of Beijing just moving to make the things that were really distinct about Hong Kong less distinctive, minimizing the differences. And this process sped up dramatically after the 2019 protests. And it was just partly with the distraction of COVID and the distraction of the world. There was a position of this national security law that basically did away with the differences. And you had some people in the city of an older generation saying, like, why couldn't they have just been more patient? Why did these protests force the hand of the people in power? But I think that age has a lot to do with it, that if there was this kind of gradual erosion, or there was going to be this process of doing away with the things that made Hong Kong really special, and that people loved passionately about it, including this sort of freer press, or just freer associational life and things like that. If you were 17 in 2019, and people were saying by 2047 it will all be gone, or maybe it'll even be gone in 10 years, then you're talking about living most of your life in a Hong Kong that isn't the Hong Kong you really love. Whereas if you were 80, you were like, why not be patient? Why can't we be patient? And people in between had all kinds of things. This is one thing that leads to, often kind of logically, there's a rationality toward younger people being more militant about certain kinds of things. I think we see the same thing with climate change, with climate activism. You're talking about whatever projection is of when things are going to get worse further down. The younger you are, the more of your life is going to live in that scenario. There's a logic for more of that kind of impatience. There's also a sense of frustration with an older generation not having done enough to sort of resolve issues. These are things with Hong Kong, with Thailand, the place that I've been working with lately. One of the slogans in 2020, when there was a push for democracy, was "Let it end with this generation," which again expressed this kind of sense of gradual solutions are fine, but we're carrying more of a burden than what we're going to live with. So in 2019, also the protests, I mean, some of the things that were being chipped away at by Beijing. In 2012, there was an effort to impose mainland-style patriotic education. It seemed like, well, who cares how civics is taught? But actually, that has a lot to do with the larger kind of political story. And the protesters that year, young people stood up and actually got the government to blink. The local authorities backed down on that, bringing in mainland-style education. 2014, the protest was to try to get full voting rights for the chief executive. The government didn't blink on that. That was something where they held the line. It was a big, colorful, exciting protest, but in the end it hit a dead end. 2019, there was even bigger protests, and at first it seemed like surprising what the issue was. The issue was an extradition law that would have people potentially who committed crimes in Hong Kong being tried for them if the mainland wanted them on the mainland. And they're really different court systems. Hong Kong never had democracy under the British, but it did have a stronger rule of law and more independent courts that sometimes decided things that went the other way than what the government wanted. And the mainland doesn't have that kind of court system. 98, 99% conviction rate. In Hong Kong, if you're put on trial, if you're arrested even before 2020, you were arrested even under a kind of politically related charge. You were out on bail and giving interviews with the press on the mainland.
Okay. How are you doing? All day, every day, baby. I'm amazing. Like 8. I know. I'm doing well, baby. Thank you so much for doing so. I appreciate it. Sounds good, big dog. Take care. You as well. There he is. Are you ready to lose? Dude, are you ready to lose? Yeah, okay. Get a hooker? Dude, did you join the 5 6 subreddit? Excellent. Alright, how are you gonna end your drive stream? What are you gonna do? Dude, I fucking hate this guy. How about you get your shit together, bro?
Just try.
Probably easier for you to just find a chick and you're here. Dude, you haven't done anything that I told you to do. So I don't really feel sorry for you. Remember what I told you to do? Tell me what I told you to do. That's correct. And what else did I tell you to do? And I actually never said to do that. Which one? No, I said you need to get professional headshots, or not just headshots, photos. Did you do that? What you will. I mean, dude, you're over here talking about traveling to a bucket trip when I told you to do this a month ago. What did you just do? Where'd your ball go? Did you try to knock me in the car? Yeah, you did. That's what you get, son. So, dude, you didn't do anything that I told you to do. You didn't put any of the hobbies that I told you to put on. You didn't even fucking get on any more social media. So, you're going to be just as dry in another place as you are wherever the fuck you are because you're not doing what I told you to do. You said that you have to get, I told you like a month ago or maybe more than a month ago, you need professional pictures. You're like, that's a good idea. And then you never got them. You fucking went to the gym 18 fucking days in a row or whatever, but didn't get professional pictures. Nobody gives a shit about your, nobody gives a shit about your body mass index if you look like garbage in your pictures. All right, I mean, you can get them done in the next 3 days. I don't know why 2 weeks is your deal, but okay. No, equivalent are bullshit, man. Your goal has nothing to do with it. Some chick is gonna notice the difference, and I mean, it's not even something that is sometimes not even recommended to take a shirtless photo. It can be, but it also makes you look like a pretentious douchebag. I mean, you want to pick up chicks, don't you? Yeah, well, you don't want to look like a douchebag. No, that makes you look like a douchebag. No, it's very easy to just fake Rolexes. Dude, what kind of pictures did I say that you needed to take? Not necessarily. There were some different kinds of them. What were they? Because you did it to me. I know that was amazing. Okay, how are you distracted? Dude, I told you. Don't you remember? I mean, you don't listen to me. I already know this. You asked me like 50 questions a night, 25 of which you've already asked me, which is fine. I mean, it's whatever. It keeps me entertained. I told you you needed to take. Yeah, go for it, man. I mean, look at the score. It doesn't really matter. Not really. Make this shot. Make this shot, and I'll be impressed. It's a hard shot to make. Dude, scoreboard. Dude, scoreboard. What kind of pictures did I tell you to take? No, not an actor. Headshots of your what? Yeah, but not headshots. Headshots are of your head. I mean, like you should have 5 pictures. Maybe one headshot, one of you doing some kind of activity that's an action activity. One of you, if you can't reach an animal. I don't know if this is the best idea, but sometimes they say to have one with your family, with friends. If you have friends, all right, so ask a friend, hey, I'm like gonna try to get serious on dating websites. Is there any way that, or just use a girl picture that you have? But I mean, that's not always the best. All right, then make one. Whatever happened to you going after the guy with the solar? I know he, I know he's a con. What happened with him? What do you mean you don't know? You said you were going to give it a couple weeks. That was like a month ago. What do you mean it's taking too long? You went to the Fair Labor Commission. What did they tell you? What do you mean, fuck them? Dude, like you said, it's the principle of it. It's the principle of it. Okay. Are you going to hit the ball or you're going to just throw yourself off your own? Nobody's perfect with that. What are you talking about? Did you win the lottery? Are you going to hit the ball? Oh, dude. I'm going to shut you off. And I'm going to fuck up your shot. Oh, no. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. Get in the hole. I know. Dude, scoreboard. Just watch me turn it on. You know I'm amazing. We haven't played this. No one's got the whole one. We haven't played this hole in a long time. How did somebody get a hold of that? Oh yeah, and then somebody hit him on their second shot. Yeah, you could. Oh wait. Yeah, you could. Oh yeah, you could. Dude, what'd you think of that shot? Better than you are. I know, baby. Dude, it's impossible for you to win. I hate this hole. Oh, I know. I'm gonna play pure defensively against you. It's gonna be sick. I'm not even gonna let you get to the second level. Pure defense. Yeah, pure defense. How did I help you, dude? You're not even gonna make it in that second level, like I just said. Oh, this is so ridiculous. Oh, that was almost good. See that chicken? Enjoy your break. Come back soon. Hey, you can play with other people. Haven't you? No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Maybe a little. You played with some people. Okay. Go take your break. Dude, take your break. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. The guy from Instagram. All right. So why don't you just make a bunch of Instagram accounts and say, you stole my money. You need to pay me. All right. All right, Doc. Why don't you fucking create a bunch of Instagram accounts and then tell him to pay you? What's fun? All right, dude. Why don't you just create a bunch of YouTube Instagram accounts and then just post on his shit? Dude, I asked you a question. I was going to answer it, and you're just going to sit there. We'll take that. I know you can get $2,400 out of this stuff. All right, but you need the $2,400. So just create a new Instagram account. What's the guy's name? I'm going to see if I can find any dirt on it. Okay. Is he with Schneider Electric? Is he RS Group? Are you sure there's not Nick Snyder Electric in the Greater Sydney area? Okay, what's the name of his company? Foxwell? I mean, what did the labor board say? Is it smart commercial solar? Smart Solar Australia? Yeah, this is. Alright, so have you contacted him and called him directly? And what did he say? You weren't an employee or just hung up on him? Okay, but I mean, you have text messages that reflect that you were correct. Okay, so then send him the text messages and explain to him that you were an employee, that you wanted $2,400. If I were you, I'd get that out of the way. Then I would get my pictures, I'd make a really nice profile, do all those things. I would get a real job, and then I'd start getting some dollars. Dude, Australian chicks are so hot. There are like, I mean, I know probably like you could say the same about any country, but your average Australian chick is hotter than just about any other country. It's one of the hottest countries. So if you're like, well, they're not where I am, they are. Don't lie to me. You just aren't able to get there. All right, well, I mean, all right.
So I think in 2019, having lost the battle over voting, this idea that okay, we've really got to take a stand to defend the law and a kind of separation of powers. That doesn't sound like a clearly obvious thing, but it is something that I think we've realized in this country and other countries as well. Is something that can really be definitive about where things are going politically.
Well, I should also say, I mean, it's more dramatic than it sounds with this officially because it gives power to mainland China to imprison for political activists and then try them in a very different way. So it's not just even a different system, it gives another lever and a powerful one to punish people that speak against China.
And, I mentioned the Hong Kong booksellers who were spirited over the border, and one of them was still in prison for having published things in Hong Kong. But it was supposed to be okay to publish in Hong Kong, but not on the mainland yet. So yeah, there was a clear sense that if they didn't protest then, would they be able to protest later?
So this was one of maybe the biggest protests in history.
Percentage-wise, because the reason why I make that claim, because there were 1 million to 2 million people in the biggest protests, and this is a 7.5 million people. So if you think about what that means, it's just enormous. I mean, yeah, there were some very daring protests around that period, the Hong Kong ones, and the year after that, there were protests in other places, but protests in Belarus, where again it was very, it's taking big risks. But if people have a feeling that it's a kind of last moment. So yeah, these were giant, and the protests kept growing, and I think they kept growing in part, and this happens. Why protests grow? It's always hard to figure out. But in the case of Tiananmen, in the case of Hong Kong, 2019, if people feel that the sort of protesters have the moral high ground in one way or another, but it tipped it that way in Hong Kong, I think, was really that the police were using really strong-arm methods, and the government was never apologizing or never saying we need to investigate that. And I think what really kept the protests going was they became a referendum on the right to protest itself. And what I think the government hoped, and what Beijing certainly hoped, was that some of the protesters would start doing militant actions, violent actions that would alienate the populace from the protests. And the protesters did do some of those things, but they tended to attack. The violence was often against property. And when there were occasionally violence against people within the movement would apologize or try to distance themselves from that. Meanwhile, the government was never apologizing or distancing itself from the police. And that created a dynamic where you had these enormous numbers of people who were previously on the fence about things turning up for these protests and leading to them being giant. Even people, and this was a city that sometimes had the misunderstood reputation as being one where people didn't care that much about politics. They just focused on living a good life, but there was a sense that they wouldn't have that possibility if you had a police. And the police used to be really highly respected in Hong Kong, but it lost that.
Maybe you could speak to some of the dynamics of this. First of all, you were there in the early days. because I understand how does a protest at this scale explode as it did? Like it starts with small groups, students, the youth. Like maybe you can speak to in general from all this stuff, youth protests. How does maybe anger, maybe ideological optimism, maybe the desire for revolution, for better times amongst a small group of students, how does that become a movement? And how does that become a gigantic protest?
So protests, one of the things that some of the most impressive books I've been reading other places have been emphasizing is that protests are often preceded by other protests that may seem like dead ends, but actually provide people with the kind of skills and scripts, repertoires to then carry out things on a larger scale after that. So you often we get captivated by a moment that seems to come out of nowhere, but it often doesn't. The ground has been laid by, it can be by an earlier generation that passes on the stories about it, or it can be just a few years before. And sometimes a new generation will say, look at what they did, that was exciting, but we want to put our mark on things by generation. So there were these 1986 protests that sort of fizzled out that helped lay the groundwork for 1989. In Hong Kong, there were the 2012 and 2014 ones that laid the groundwork for 2019. Some of them actually was the same activists out on the streets again, but sometimes it was a younger generation that, yeah, okay, but that failed, so what can we do differently? And we see this in cases in the West, we see it around the world, of this kind of the percolating of things that happen, sometimes in conversations that continue. And sometimes, failures can seem like dead ends, but over a long period of time, we see them as succeeding. And it can seem irrational. It can seem irrational to try to do something after the last 3 times people have tried to do it have failed. But then occasionally, history shows that the 3rd time or the 5th time or the 20th time actually does succeed. There's enough countervailing. In Eastern Europe, you would say, like in 1956, there was a rise that was crushed. In 68, there was a rise that was crushed. Poland, 1981, martial law imposed. 1989, what were East German protesters thinking when they poured out onto the streets? And then it happened. But this time it wasn't. So I think there's a way in which social movements are fundamentally unpredictable. And there are just times when, against all the seeming odds, something that seemed like it would be there forever just no longer is.
And that's the case you make for when the odds seem impossible, it's still worthwhile.
It doesn't mean that it will work. It doesn't mean it will work, but I think history has enough examples of things that you thought. I mean, this is, it explains why certain figures are so inspirational for generations of activists that, people read. There's a reason why people talk about Václav Havel. Whereas if Václav Havel had died in 1988, people would have said, oh, maybe he was a great writer, but his political projects he didn't live to see. But then he lives to 89 and becomes, against all expectations. So Rebecca Solnit has got a new book, No Straight Road Takes You There, Essays for Uneven Terrain. And she's talking about taking a longer view of some struggles that achieve things after the point that people might have imagined that they had run into dead ends. And she's talking about keeping your eye on the gains that happen, even incrementally, and the ways in which the need to take a longer term perspective on some of these things. And I think it's it's a strange thing because there's also often an impatience in movements of people wanting kind of immediate results. But the story of looking at situations I've mentioned for Eastern Europe and Central Europe, but Taiwan was a right wing dictatorship under sort of a version of martial law for decades, and at each stage, it seemed that people struggling to change it were on a quixotic, impossible kind of mission. South Korea was in a similar situation. And then in the late 1980s, you start to have those things unravel. And it's partly because of a kind of steady resistance, it's partly because something in the world changes. But there's often a combination of those things. So I'm interested in that whole, we know that what happened in Hong Kong in the short run didn't work. And I don't see a way in which the actually could reverse it. But that doesn't mean that it was a completely impossible effort, even though we know the result in that case was to have this failure.
So the protests are generally worthwhile. I mean, they do give, as I look at the description of the migratory routes ideas take, they do seed ideas in the minds of people, and they live with those ideas, they share those ideas, they deliberate those ideas, they might travel to different places in the world, and those ideas return, rise up again and again and again. There's two parts of the world that I think are fascinating and unpredictable. So one is Iran, which the trajectory that place takes might have a complete transformative effect on the Middle East. And then the other one is China. So the protests, whether it's in Taiwan or Hong Kong, or maybe other influential parts of China, those ideas percolating up and up again might have a completely transformative effect on the world.
So maybe this is another case where, so the Chinese Communist Party, leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, they do know about history, they care about history. And one history they know is the Chinese Communist Party was almost destroyed in 1927. I mean, it was, if you were taking odds on what are the chances that this ragtag sort of group that's being pursued by Chiang Kai-shek, the Chinese German, and yet over time they somehow managed to ride it out and eventually come to power. There's an awareness of the ways in which the seemingly impossible can happen. It doesn't mean it will. I mean, this is why I think, it's that, and one of the really kind of tragic or heartrending things is you can have situations in which movements that seem to be pursuing an impossible end result and achieve that result. And then after another period, the country goes into another usually difficult period where it seems that the successes are being rolled back. And my new Built the Alliance book that I just written dedicated to two people who lived through a variety of these things. One is a Burmese activist who was involved in a failed uprising in 1988. He then was in exile and didn't know whether he could ever see the brothers who he loved back in Burma. And then something magical kind of changed, and in the 2010s, it seemed that there was a kind of democratization. It turned out to be a false dawn. He was able to go back. And now he's again, when he's been coup crackdown, he's now again come out. And at one point, I was asking him about how he feels about this when he's still trying to sort of raise awareness globally about what's happening. And he said, I feel helpless but not hopeless. How did somebody maintain hope? And the other person I dedicated to because Rabbi, as a Hungarian who was an activist before '89 and saw this amazing thing happen. The Communist Party rule ending. He was part of the process that came, and he was friends with Havel, and Havel Poland's changing. All of this is in a moment, but ends up being a critic to Orban and following a tightening of controls, rolling back many of the things that were victorious then. But this kind of no straight road, that actually there's something about it can be disquieting when these unexpected things load to where you thought this direction history was going. But history just shows you that history doesn't have a direction. There isn't a straight road.
Yeah, and there's, the idealism of youth can lead to things like the Russian Revolution, and then you get Stalin with Holodomor and the purges, and all of that entailed some a successful protest and a successful revolution might have unintended consequences that far overshadow whatever ideals and dreams you had fighting for the working class, whatever it was in that particular case, that can cause immeasurable suffering. So there is no direction to history. There's just some lessons we pick up along the way, and we try to, hopefully, help humanity flourish. We barely know what we're doing, and now we need to let them.
And some of it is also, though, sometimes the people who I find really admirable, it's not about trying to create totalistic change, but they focus on trying to do what they can with for things they believe in within constrained circumstances. And in Thailand, they've sort of hit a roadblock now again, where they're kind of trying to bring about electoral change. Parties that did really well with them disqualified. Some of the activists I know are focusing on local efforts to improve the neighborhood, to keep a neighborhood from suffering from a kind of unthinking gentrification. They're thinking small. They're thinking sometimes about just what can we do to improve the life of people within. So how can we build, how can we contribute to the kinds of social groups that might make some kind of incremental improvement to being the kind of world that we want to live in. People do that in all kinds of ways.
What kind of parallels can we draw from Taiwan and Hong Kong? What do you think the people of Taiwan are thinking, looking at Hong Kong?
Well, I think the way that things developed in Hong Kong has undermined the kind of trust in any kind of story coming out of Beijing that there's a place within sort of Xi Jinping's version, at least People's Republic of China, for a place where people live very different kinds of lives. I think a lot of people in Taiwan feel they're living a very different kind of life. So in that way, I think Hong Kong was an important example that way. And there were connections there was a Taiwan protest in 2014 before the big protest in Hong Kong by people who were young people who felt the government then was moving too much towards working together with Beijing. So they've been interconnected stories. And I think we sometimes miss how people within a region are looking at what other people in the region are doing and are taking clues from that about how to agitate the things they care about, what the risks are, the danger are. But autocrats within different parts of the region looking at each other too, as well as globally.
In part because there's a great dependence in the United States on TSMC, and that way Taiwan from different supply chains for electronics, which is for a lot of our economy. There's been a lot of nervousness about Taiwan. What are the chances that there is some brewing military conflict over this question of Taiwan in the coming decades, and how can we avoid it?
It's one of these really worrisome issues that there isn't a easy. I think experts who tell you they know what X, Y, and Z about this, and so are predicting themselves. So there's so many variables.
Maybe you could just elaborate possible clues we have.
So, with talking to people in Taiwan and from Taiwan, there are a couple of things that are here. One is that daily life in Taiwan is not people waking up each morning, living their life based on the fact that they're in such a perilous kind of predicament. But life goes on, and a lot of people feel very, very fortunate to be in Taiwan. You know, there are many reasons why it seems like a great place to live in you guys. So even though this is hanging, but at the same time, there is an awareness of things that increase precariousness. And there was a lot of concern with the invasion of Ukraine and watching how the response to that was. And there was a sense of it being analogous. There was a sense that Xi Jinping would be watching the response to Putin and seeing what he would do then. And so then there was a sense of relief, I think, when there was as unified a Western NATO, including the United States, response. And then there's a concern, about the Trump presidency because of Ukraine. At the same time, there are mixed signals. So people are, I'm sure there are people there who are both saying Trump is going to be tough toward the Chinese Communist Party, and others are going to say, but if he's not as supportive of Ukraine, what does that say? Or so they're not the same situation that all people have, in a sense, sometimes with unknowable situations, is to look at things that have any degree of parallel connections in places.
Do you think Xi Jinping knows what he's going to do in the next 5-10 years in Taiwan? Or is it really there's a loose historical notion that Taiwan should be part of China with Xi Jinping and the Communist Party? Believe that?
That loose idea was that Chiang Kai-shek and Mao both thought that these two places were part of somehow destined to be the same. It's just at that period, Chiang Kai-shek thought, how long until I take over the mainland and it all becomes the Republic of China? This is not now something that every leader in Taiwan is believing. There is a degree to which that remains a kind of sense within the Chinese Communist Party leadership as an eventuality. I don't think there's a set plan. In part because I think it's also dependent on what the kind of costs in various realms would be of doing that. I think it still does. I think it's still one scenario would be possibly a sense of becoming strong enough to not have to worry about consequences. I think another, I still think, to some extent more, would be a sense of weakness or precarity of maintaining power domestically and needing to do something to distract.
And another complexity about this is it's not always so clear the line between no conflict and conflict. So there's a lot of gray zone tactics of not power pressure that China is going to do. They could do non-military violence. You could then escalate that to non-violent military intimidation. And all of this has consequences for the United States because there's a messaging thing going on here. And then, of course, that could then go to a full-on do as you're told actions that come at a high risk of a hot military conflict. Basically, don't do military violence, but just full-on pressure order Taiwan to do things. And there, it's in order, the only way to respond is with violence. You're completely trapped. To say no, you have to say no with a military force behind it, and then what do you do? And at every step in this, it's such an unstable, non-linear dynamical system where anything could just, unintended consequences could happen, and it could just escalate in a matter of days, not hours. And so, like, this is where it's really important to find mechanisms, tactics, and strategies for de-escalation. Which is why this trade war that's happened, one of the nice things of being so connected by trade is it creates a disincentive for any of this kind of posturing. Because I do agree with you, I think you will start, as these things often do, as a kind of military early steps posture in order to maintain power internally. That's China would just create military conflict of different kinds in order to distract. But then how does that escalate?
If all that wasn't complicated enough, Taiwan isn't just one place or one island. There are islands closer to Japan and the degrees of integration. So it's a but your comment about integration of trade and sort of being a check. But there's a Chinese writer, fascinating guy, Han, who was a race car driver, filmmaker, bad boy novelist. Anyway, in his heyday, he was an interesting kind of blogger who was testing the edges of things. And he had this blog post where he was talking about this was in the early 2000s. He was talking about how China was building a massive Three Gorges Dam project. And he said some people are saying building these dams would be so easy for the Americans to just just bomb them and destroy our country because it would be a massive flood. He said that's really silly. That's a really silly argument because Americans know that downriver from there will be flooded out with the place where their iPhones are there. And they want their iPhones. So that's what so this kind of notion that he was making through a humorous point, the way in which interconnectedness can be checked. Interconnectedness can be in all kinds of ways, with both people between places, and having people from one place living in another, traveling to another, studying in another. That can actually be something that helps to stabilize the world. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
Since you mentioned the left on March, and the unlikely coming to power of the Communist Party. So let's go back. We began comparing Xi Jinping and Mao. Let's go back to Mao. How did Mao come to power?
The road to Mao coming to power, we need to first say that China was under the emperors until 1911, overthrown by upheaval. It was partly by people who wanted to change China into a republic, but also some people who wanted to get rid of the last dynasty was a Manchu ruling family. So they saw them as outsiders. So it was a strange combination of kind of ethnic nationalists who wanted China back and control upon Chinese, other people who thought the time for rule by emperors was over and wanted to establish a republic. And Sun Yat-sen became first provisional president of this newly formed Republic of China. But then he got nudged out of power by a military strongman. And then there was a period where the country was really divided. The Republic of China didn't have a strong government, but there were then two groups. One rallied Sun Yat-sen had founded the Nationalist Party, and then there was a small group of people who formed a Communist Party. Mao was one of them. These were intellectuals who were part of the May 4th movement of 1919. They were inspired by Marxist ideas, but they were also just inspired by the Russian Revolution. Russia was nearby, it seemed good to think with, it had a largely rural population, and somehow it seemed to be getting strong in the world, and there was this interest in sort of like China to do that. And the newly formed Soviet Union did something very important. There were a group of foreign powers, including Tsarist Russia, that had gained big concessions out of China when in 1900, during the Boxer Uprising had taken place, and then been crushed by a consortium of foreign powers who had gotten privileges and indemnities out of that. And the newly formed Soviet Union renounced those. So, that was the old order, that was imperialism. And so Marx's ideas were attractive to some Chinese thinkers, but Lenin was very attractive because of this combination of anti-imperialism and this notion of a vanguard party leading a country forwards. So there was a small communist party, a bigger nationalist party. They were involved in these protests against warlords and against imperialism. And while Sun Yat-sen was alive, Sun Yat-sen got the two parties to work together. Because Sun Yat-sen wasn't a Marxist, he didn't believe in class struggle, but he admired Leninism. And so he said that actually the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party, they had different views of the path forward for China, but they agreed on who the enemies were. The enemies were the warlords who were keeping China weak and too willing to compromise with Japan, and foreign imperialism. So China needed to get rid of the warlords and become a stronger country, and then they could sort it out, what road to take. Sun Yat-sen dies in 1925, and his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, is initially keeps the alliance going with the Communist Party, but in 1927 he turns against the communists and tries to carry out a purge against the communist members.
He's the head of the nationalists.
He's the head of the nationalists. And he has some very different, he's a kind of culturally more conservative figure. But what's important part about this is there are some members of the Chinese Communist Party who accept the basic ideas of Marxism, of revolution comes from the cities. But Mao has this idea that actually he loves this idea of peasant rebellions in China's past of driving street forward, and he starts writing about how, well, maybe in China's case, actually the peasantry, farmers can be a radical force. And so the Communist Party is on the run, it's being pushed around because the nationalists are trying to exterminate them. But eventually, the nationalists and the communists ally again after Japan invades China in the 1930s. They form what's called the Second United Front. But during this period, Mao is emerging as taking leadership in the Chinese Communist Party, and his idea of a different kind of vision of communist revolution that has the revolutionary vanguards somehow being peasantry. After World War II, after the two parties had brokered a truce that sort of worked together against Japan, there's civil war between the nationalists and the communists. And against all odds, the Communist Party wins. The Communist Party gets support from the Soviet Union. The nationalists get support from the United States. Even though neither of them are quite doing things the way that they would like them to. But there also is a way in which and this is something I think the Communist Party leaders remember, there's a feeling that the Nationalist Party doesn't really believe its own rhetoric, that in fact all it cares about is having power, that it's internally corrupt. Chiang Kai-shek himself isn't viewed as sort of personally corrupt, but family members, there's an idea that there's just a small band of people that are benefiting, and there's a kind of disgust with the leader, with the The nationalists end up in retreat in Taiwan. That's why Taiwan then becomes the Republic of China. There's an uprising there that Chiang Kai-shek's people, the nationalists, repress. And it starts being from the late 1940s on this period of martial law on Taiwan, and there becomes then this period where the mainland's under the control of a Leninist party, believes in one-party rule, and believes that it was a very bad period in Chinese history when China was unable to stand up to imperialists. Taiwan's controlled by a Leninist party that believes in one-party rule, limits on participation, believes that the bad time when China was being bullied by imperialists. What distinguishes Chiang Kai-shek has a personality called Maoism. Personality called. They have a lot in common, but one clear thing that makes them different is Chiang Kai-shek says that what's wrong with the Communist Party is they've abandoned Chinese traditional values of Confucianism. Mao says that on the nationalists, what's really bad is they are still wedded to these traditional Chinese values of Confucianism. So cycling back to what began with Mao and Xi, you could actually say Xi Jinping in some ways is like living out the dream that Chiang Kai-shek had of one-party rule and also kind of celebrating Confucianism.
Yeah, there's elements. You spoke about the elements of Chiang Kai-shek and Mao that Xi Jinping kind of combines. You also mentioned an interesting, we had, 100 hours to talk about. There's another interesting side of similarity that you talk about where Xi Jinping's wife is out there, a known entity, a part of his public image. The same was the case with Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes, and both of them, right, they have high-profile wives who were sort of celebrity figures, and made good impression globally and were like kind of first ladies. But both Chiang Kai-shek and Xi Jinping oversaw a period of emphasizing more traditional patriarchal values in China. And one of the things I didn't mention before, Xi Jinping has been very in this idea of trying to do away with difference within PRC. He's been pushing against feminists and any kinds of feminist movements.
So going back to Confucius.
Yeah. I mean, there are people who will argue for a less patriarchal Confucius, but it fits with that. But,
so now that gets us close to Mao solidifying power.
Then the story after 1949 with Mao is there were divisions within the Communist Party over sort of Mao was impatient. He wanted to transform the country quickly. He had a utopian streak. He thought, just as the peasantry could sort of, you didn't have to stick to the traditional pattern of moving slowly to socialism and communism. He tried to, the Great Leap Forward was this disastrous policy of his that imagined China outdoing the West at a quick industrialization and things like this. And it was just it just didn't work, and all kinds of things. And that would be a whole, we'd need a whole other session to do the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. But one of the simple ways to think about it is Mao made these kind of disastrous moves and then was partially sidelined and then wanted to get back to power. And there was this struggle between people who were more gradualists or let's try to work more kind of rationally, and the more utopian side with Mao. And both the Great Leap Forward and then later the Cultural Revolution were Mao's efforts to do things dramatically, even at the risk of chaos, even at the risk of undoing a lot of the kind of slow building of state building going on, and then there were other figures who were more concerned with kind of incremental moves. And then after Mao's death, one of those figures, Deng Xiaoping, be the next long-term paramount leader.
He led to decades of economic progress. His economic reforms led to record-breaking growth for China and so on. But I gotta linger on the Great Leap Forward a bit, enough to understand modern-day China. So, as people know, as I'm sure I'll talk about in another episode, the Great Leap Forward is agricultural productivization and rapid attempt to industrialize has killed 30 to 45 million people. It's one of, if not the greatest atrocities in human history. How could Mao be so catastrophically wrong on the policy of productivization and be so unwilling to see the atrocity and the suffering he's causing enough to change course?
So with the Great Leap Forward, which caused this incredible famine, just incredible devastation. One of the things that happened was getting very bad information. There was a sense that officials were afraid that if they gave bad news, if they admitted that they were failing to meet these giant targets that were being set, that would be seen as a political mistake. So it got to be a survival mechanism to pass on unrealistic reports on what was going on. So some of it was a culture of fear around a great leader that led to not getting accurate information. So that was one part of the dynamic. Ego was a big part of it. There were all kinds of things that were unmoored. When early in the Chinese Communist Party history and power, there was the connection to the Soviet Union and Mao. Stalin had a connection. After Stalin's death, Mao was haunted by the move toward de-Stalinization, by Khrushchev, and thus laid the groundwork for the Sino-Soviet split. But there was also this kind of obsession with doing things differently that Mao had in the case as well. And you have factional struggles. You have all kinds of things that are happening simultaneously.
There's something I learned about called Gray's Law, which states any sufficiently advanced incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. So I would say that 30 to 45 million people die, it doesn't really matter what the explanation is. It's a longer discussion, but the interesting discussion that connects to everything we've been talking about is how is Mao seen in modern China? What has Xi Jinping said about Mao?
So before Xi Jinping, there was this kind of assessment of Mao as having been early in the early 80s of being 70% right, 30% wrong.
I guess Mao's old enough for Stalin was that Stalin was 70% right and 30% wrong. So they apply that same kind of
Logic there,
mathematical analysis to Mao.
yeah. But Xi Jinping has had a different way of talking about this. And he's talked about the first 30 years of the People's Republic of China and then the second 30 years. And says that we should not use the successes of one to criticize the other, that we need to see where we are today as benefiting from both those first 30 years and those second 30 years, which implicitly, or he sometimes talks about a new era, suggests that in many ways he sees China as now in a post-reform era. We can think about a third stage, and they're deeply right about it that way. And so he clearly, there's always been a way of trying to separate out the kind of Mao of the periods when things were not going horribly, and I think Xi Jinping would think that Mao, having managed to fight the Korean War to a standstill, which is how things are, or how the history of that period is described in the PRC, said, look, you had so many different forces of the more developed world fighting on one side, and that war did not end in a defeat for North Korea and for the Chinese side. So yeah, Xi Jinping, I think, wants to be seen as an inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the Mao legacy, but clearly, circling back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can we just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953, at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. Oh, let's actually just listen to it. The speech reads, as to how long this war will last, we're not the ones who can decide. He used to depend on President Truman, or depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next U.S. president. It's up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never yield. We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of Mao that you're speaking to. That is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular concept that they triumphed. So what do you think about that speech, about these performances? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
Well, he had a really difficult accent to make sense out of it. Native speakers of Chinese can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of them. But
What explains the accent?
well, he's just from Hunan, and he had a heavy accent. But this is another complicated side of Mao. He was both anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked to write poetry and fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly earthy and critical of the of intellectuals, and that he had an animus toward wanting to, even though he was intellectually had that intellectualism. But I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, to resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones. And that was another part of Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of third world and a sort of the countries that had felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and the Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. At that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. Mao could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance with, where he said that China should be able to work with Japan, because he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen. We wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." We have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history Japanese aggression, or there could be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism. Or it can be played in a different way. The United States certainly tried. The United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did, and tried to do themselves differently. So these things are, but these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual flux period. At the beginning of the imposition of tariffs, there were leaders of China, Japan, and Korea, South Korea, all together in photo ops, which was not something that being on the same side. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume that configurations will always fit.
If you look out into the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships, all this kind of stuff?
Such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I mean, I've long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of. I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of or China's emergence into the evolution into a liberal capitalist country, but I'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, variations within China, more space for civil society. And it's a hard time to even imagine that because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that somehow they didn't. It was an amazing thing. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests, and I think it was I hope it could be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The people who wanted soft power. Hong Kong films were admired around the world. This industry, there was a way in which creativity was very ferocious. So I guess it would be just the hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness to being with things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan that if those could become broader norms. Not that Taiwan's perfect, it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now, and different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe setting in which Taiwan in its post-martial law, post-Leninist incarnation would be something that we could think of.
Yeah, you're right. Taiwan, and especially Hong Kong, it's a truly special place. So if it's a case study, it doesn't make sense that would happen, but it happened, and the history is full of wonderful things like this. And I guess, can you clarify, you think the protests in 2019, like the protests in 2020, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong rises and its way of life, its way of being, the democratic ideals, not necessarily fall on democracy or this kind of thing, but would actually, in a sense, permeate China, not the other way around?
So that was a hope early on. There were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed. But I hesitate an awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of thing there would be for Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that even in the failure of the movement have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way of being Chinese, a different notion of Chineseness. And I think that is something that exists. And there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world, Belarus to, they used to say Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the US and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on deep water, more flexible protest tactics. Something. And clearly in Thailand, there were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong, even in Tibet. There's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Jeremy Barnett, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests of the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. And we can see some elements of that in Taiwan, elements of that is in other China as well. And I think recovering is not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think of as the essence of Chinese. China has multiple cultural strands, multiple traditions that people can tap into. It's something richer and more admirable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry that 84 Brave New World and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people. What a beautiful world to live in. The Chinese people, all the people I've met, it's just so great to interact with totally different culture. You can feel the roots run deep through ancient history. They're very different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, flower people. There's just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shit with each other every once in a while. But I hope now that we have nuclear weapons, and I hope now that we have technology that connects us, we'll actually collaborate more than we fight each other. Thank you for being one of the people that show love and beauty this particular people. It's the entire region within Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeffrey ROTHSCHILD. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. write the script in December. January, bring Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton, fly Frank in. We're shooting for 10 hours in my green screen. Shoot that open sequence. Incredible. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio, they would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point that it's like the visual is half of it. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was moving, it'd be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around and working with him, you get by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just swinging way beyond you. Jim Cameron was like that. So when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him because I was such a big fan. And I was about to go do Desperado, and I went, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford a Steadicam operator, so I'm going to operate the Steadicam myself. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, oh, I did the same thing. I did the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your ilk. But you want somebody. Hey, fuck that. So he said, he goes, how about a Steadicam? That's operated. I'm taking it apart. Design a better one. Us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing one. That's the guy you want to hang out with. It's not someone who's doing what you're doing. We put so much of the world in it. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets there. Everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that world and be as real as that. Because it was all done to CPU, but then now we can fudge everything. Because if you're put in a real environment, that's a real challenge. Just like with our movies, we watch it all fall apart. We watch this thing blow up. We watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. And that's when you pull up your sleeves and creatively figure out a way around it. But by the end, you have a result that's better than what you set through the ashes of your failure. And you'll find the key to your next success in there. If you're not ready for it, you'll find it. Following this conversation with Robert, a legendary filmmaker and creator of Sin City, Mariachi, Desperado, Spy Kids, Machete, Dust of Dawn, Alita, Rabbit Angel, Faculty, and many more. Robert inspired a generation of independent filmmakers with his first film, El Mariachi, that he famously made for just $7,000. On that film, in many cities, he was not only the director, he was also the writer, producer, cinematographer, editor, visual effects supervisor, sound designer, composer, basically the full stack of the filmmaker. He has shown incredible versatility across genres, including action, horror, family films, and sci-fi. There's an epic collaboration with Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, and many other legendary actors and filmmakers. He has often operated at the technological cutting edge, pioneering using HD filmmaking, digital backlots, and fusing tech, and always, through all of that, he's been a champion of independent filmmaking, running his own studio here in Austin, Texas, which, in many ways, is very far away from Hollywood. He's building a new thing now called Brass Knuckle Films, where he's opening up the filmmaking process so that fans can be part of it as he creates his next 4 action films. I'll probably go hang out at his film studio a bunch as this is all coming to life. His work will inspire a very large number of people who need to be more creative and pursue the deep harmony that fun giving. This is the Let's Figure It podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Robert Rodriguez. Has there been a time when there's like one take and you only have one take to get it right? All the time where you're just like, or just you know how long it'll take to do stuff. But then you know what you gotta just work with it. You have to work with yourself. You get nervous in that moment. Oh yeah, you're nervous going like, just like hope it goes up because then fix it. I'll have to go through the bunch of stuff we don't have time for. But a lot of times, I just learned that if something happens, it's just meant to be that way. And I got used to doing things in one take and just living with it didn't bother me. One movie was a low budget movie, they had rigged a car to implode. So I was going to throw a guy at it. So we needed the car to implode, and then we're going to throw him and marry it together, right? And the car guy goes, "Yeah, we're going to have 3 cars here." 3 cars? Why do you have 3? Well, in case one doesn't work, and then we have the second one after. We don't have all night to go shoot tape after tape. We're doing just get 1 car. If it doesn't work, we'll figure it out. If you don't have time to do it again sometimes. It's such a long setup. So, but no, I'm good with just go put it at a grindhouse movie. They only have 1 take, so that'll make it more authentic. When it all goes to shit, when it fails, it's just what's the next thought? I'll tell you. 2 things happened on this one. First was, you know those explosions when somebody walks away in slow motion from an explosion? You know that started with Desperado. Desperado is the first. Look at all the montages. That's right. That's right. That is the meaning because it was an accident. It was just supposed to be. It was just different names. Those were the side. I just want to like body parts, something to fly into shrapnel. So literally just shrapnel. And I fixed out. So ragged, and it's so ragged. We get there and I go, "Do you have any body parts that we can throw up, or something you can shoot up?" I didn't realize it's so high to get past that second floor. I give you fireworks. I give you a nice, fireball with propane, but it burns away really quick. How fast? So like that, but it'll be big doors. We'll shoot it in slow motion so people have to, because it just goes too. So I told the actors, I don't know how big this fireball's going to be, but just walk really fast and just look real determined and just keep walking. Don't stop or turn around because you might get your eyebrows singed. So they take off and boom, it goes, and it's slow motion. It looks great, right? I remember showing it to Jim Cameron before it came out, and his hand went up like, I've never seen that before. 6 months later, Dust Till Dawn came out. So I liked how much it looked so much. And at Dust Till Dawn, I did it again. Those movies came out within 6 months of each other. That's why it turned into a thing, because people saw it. And so I thought, how about for the opening of George Clooney and Quentin walking out of the gas station? That we have the whole place just blowing up, and they just keep talking like it's not happening. Like take it another step further, so not just doing the same thing. Okay, that one is like, okay, you're gonna walk out, and it's all in 1 take. So we're only gonna do 1 take. We're gonna blow the thing up. We're gonna start with just some smaller explosions, but when we're further away and it's safer, then we'll do the big fireballs. So we're going nervous, just like if one of them trips up at one time, and the pressure's on. It's not just you that's nervous. You're nervous for them. They're the ones who got to walk out, do that whole speech, get in the car, and drive away. What if the car doesn't start? There's a lot of things that can happen. Well, guess what happens? The thing you would not expect. They go in, they come out, they start talking, shoot it. Perfect, great, we can move on. Camera guy goes, I don't know what happened. It's like you had a little snafu here, isn't it? We have an autofocus on the steady cam. We haven't focused it. It just went like this. I felt it go whack all the way out of focus and whack for a second. Back, like it just reset itself. I don't know why it did that. It was radio control. And we can't tell because we're shooting film. So let's watch the daily straight up. Let's see if we can, maybe I can scratch the film right there. No, it goes completely out of focus and back in focus within a second. Now we got to reshoot it. So we have to wait to go back at that location. We rigged it for 2 more takes. So that thing that was supposed to be the 1 take is 3 takes. The other thing that happened was the front of the Dust Till Dawn bar. That same guy that did those explosions, we packed a bunch of explosives. Since we had the actors come running out of the bar at the end of the movie. There's an explosion through the door because all the vampires are blowing up. He put like 10 things up. So it blew out. You see it in the movie. You see this huge fireball going up, and if you watch closely, you see it already start to catch the whole place on fire. The whole front of that was just foam catching on fire, and I cut just before you see that it's on fire. And that was the first shot at that point, because we weren't going to start shooting the other stuff till night. So the first shot is that, and the set's room burned to a crisp. The neon lights blew up. So we couldn't even shoot. She goes, well, I guess I'm not doing my speech today. And but right away, this is what happened. My first AD does. Kowski comes over to me, and I go over to him. Guys came out with a fire hose. He wasn't even having water. Like, things are scorching. The whole production is like, tears. They had just spent weeks building this thing. It was up in smoke and charred. I said, let's just keep shooting. Let's just keep shooting because it looks really kind of cool like this. Yeah, they're going to have to cover repair it when we come back. But it's all black and charred. That's why that whole scene with George Clooney and Cheech and the building's black. We didn't go over there and touch that up. That's real footing at first. And it ended up looking great. So then the next week when we came back to shoot that other shot that didn't work, we came back and they repaired it and we shot all the night stuff, which is the majority of the stuff. So sometimes you got to roll with it and look to get the blessing you get because of this mistake. You probably actually got a better take by doing it later with it. And then you have this incredible look for the end of the movie, like apocalyptic. If it had looked just clean, you would have actually seen that it was kind of a foam set. It's made of a foam. So I kind of let the universe push you where you're supposed to. Just roll with it. You got to roll with it because you don't know what the grand plan is. You have your plan. Just know it's probably all there all the time. It's just like the movie. You come up with your plan of what you want to accomplish. That's like your script. Then you go and scout your location, figure out what your project's going to be. You go try to make it as bulletproof as possible. Then you go to do your project. Just like with movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up. You watch this thing that works. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. And that's when your orchestra is creative to figure out a way around it. You turn chicken shit into chicken salad. And by the end, you have a result that's better than what you saw now. That's the process, and that's life. And that's wash it, repeat. The rest of your life, that's what everything's going to be like. It's just like a movie. When you think about it, you're writing a story for a film. And you're also writing a story for life. Sometimes, like how are you going to react to things? Well, how do you make your character react? You make it like a superhuman. Why don't you just make yourself that way? You're writing your own story. And you start really seeing the more you get into storytelling, that life imitates art imitates life, but the process is also the same. So you write this story, the script, and then you have it collide with chaos of reality. And in that moment, so you see the chicken shit. Like you have to be able to keep your eyes open. You have to notice. You have to do that. Wait a minute. Okay, stuff changed. Where's the, not to be cliche about it, but where's the silver lining of this? Where's the path to actually make something good out of this? That's a skill. I call it, that's one of my favorite stories. I was doing one of these talks. I said, come talk about creativity. I go, I understand because a lot of people read my book, Rebel Without a Crew, and told me, oh, it made me be a filmmaker. A lot of people said, it helped me start my own business because they just see how you can go be entrepreneur or like that and go where no one else is going. I'm giving all this talk about this kind of positive stuff. You're real positive. But what do I tell myself when I just wasted a year and a half of my life doing something that didn't work? Nothing. That's a real negative way to ask that. Can you just rephrase the question a little more positively before I even attempt to answer? Already her point of view is exactly what you're saying. She's not looking at all. She's just concentrating on what didn't follow her plan and not seeing the gift of everything else that's there. So she goes, very reluctant. So perfect. I wish we'd done it. She goes, I learned a good lesson the hard way. But I said, that still sucks. And I say, when you follow your instinct, like if you follow your own instinct to go start a business or go make this movie, it wasn't someone saying, go over there and you'll make $1 million. It was your instinct, and you failed. Sometimes the only way across the river is to slip on the first 2 rocks. You fail. You have to really sift through, sift through the ashes of your failure, and you'll find the key to your next success in there. If you're not looking for it, you'll find it. I don't know anyone until 4 weeks ago. I said, I made a movie called Forward. I didn't make any money. And Quentin asked me, hey, do you want to make a movie with me and 2 other filmmakers? It's an anthology. It's on New Year's Eve. It's in a hotel. You have to use the bellhop. We're not going to know what each other's making. When we make it, we put it together. Man, went up right away. Just instinctually. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll go make that. Now, should I ask the audience? I like to throw it to the audience and her. Should I have not raised my hand that quick? Shouldn't I have done a little studying first? Or should I just go blind instinct? Or should you do instinct with some studying? Okay, well, I could have gone and studied, and I would have found that anthologies never work. But here when it's Coppola, Scorsese, Woody Allen, they bomb. These people can't quite rip the head of reasons why that's another one to see that. But that's not, I still said, yeah, I think I should still go by instinct. So my instinct was to raise my hand. We go make that movie. Because I love short films. I made like redheaded short films, and I thought, oh, here's a way. If this works, I can make short films in anthologies, and I can have the best of it. And by the way, anthologies is more than one story. In one movie. In one movie. So if you did the research, you would know that very few people ever got that to work. Yeah, the audience can't quite wrap their head, and then it feels like the movie stuck already 3 times. So I make the movie, the bombs. Now, I could feel real bad about that, but if you really think about it, well, why did I sign up for it? Did I raise my hand because I thought it was going to be this big financial success? No, I did it to work with my friends, to do something creative, to try something. But that's still not good enough. I need to really sift through the ashes. If I look through the ashes of that failure, I find 2 keys to my biggest successes in there. While I was on the set, they said it has to be New Year's. So I thought, I'm just going to do like Betty. I'm going to have 2 little kids there running around in this room. And we have to use the bellhop as a babysitter. Well, it's New Year's. Let's dress everybody in tuxedos because it's New Year's. They're all going to go out. The parents leave without. When I saw Antonio and his wife, I thought, wow, they look like a really cool international spy couple. What if they were spies? And these 2 little kids, one of them keeps falling asleep on the set. He's so young. He barely tied their shoes. They don't know the parents are spies. They have to go see. Because there's 5 of those movies now, right? The other one was, I really love making short films. I really want this psychology thing to work. What if it's 3 stories, like a 3-act structure, not 4? Same director, not 4 different directors. I'm going to try it again. Why on earth would I try it again? Well, because I'd already done one and figured out how I could do better. That's Sin City. Those are by far 2 of my biggest successes that came directly from that failure. So I always say, follow your instinct. If it doesn't work, just go. So sometimes the only way across the river is to slip on the first 2 rocks. So where's the key in that? The ashes of the failure. Because if I had an instinct, that means I was on the right track. I didn't get the result I wanted. That's because the result might be something way bigger that I don't have the vision for, and the universe is pushing it that way. By the way, a lot of people that look back at 4 Rooms see a lot of creative genius in there. You say flop. Yeah, flop financially, but you know, there's so many ways to measure success. But like I said, I would say, well, it was successful because even Roger Ebert said, "Hey, you furnished my favorite room." I was like, "Hey, I can take that." But no, I think there's something else still there. I keep sifting, and it's like, oh yeah, 2 big successes came from that. It's an amazing lesson to have because it makes you feel better about failure. Think of like The Thing by John Carpenter. He put that movie out the same weekend as E.T. I think bombed. Critics were calling it pornography with all the weird special effects, and audiences didn't go either. And he thought he was a great movie. So, it makes you question your instinct. Well, 10 years later, turns out, oh, it's a classic. So sometimes it takes the audience a while. So if you have some kind of failure, something, don't let it knock you down. Just go, maybe in 10 years they'll think it's great. I'm just going to commit to making a body of work. A body of work. Some will succeed, some will overperform, some will underperform. It's not your job. You just want to be a creative person. Just create, I can tell you, just create. Stop thinking about movie per movie and worrying so much about each one, or project to project, if you're a business person. Just commit to making the body of work like an artist would do. You don't know what the masterpieces are going to be, or which, someone's going to come and say, oh, that one that bombed, there's some really creative stuff in there. And it's not for you to decide. You just go and do it. Sometimes I think it takes some time to process the failure to make sense of it. Like, at least to me, don't rush making sense of what didn't work. What lessons do I take from it? How do I assist in the actions? As you said. Yeah. Like, it takes time. You have to sleep on it. Sometimes it's right there, and then sometimes you come back, revisit it later. Because you might not have had some information you have now that makes you look at it a lot differently. It's like when I just did the audiobook for Rebel. Yeah, thank you for that, by the way. I hadn't read it since I read it. So I didn't remember a lot of details. And you actually voiced Rabbi. I voiced it, so I was reading it real time. Yeah, I highly recommend people because you comment, you add additional comments to it. It's great. Most of the time I'm laughing. Yeah, it's like, I can't believe how crazy that story is. I forgot how it because like, when you're younger, you know, when you're 21, 22, 6 months feels like 6 years. I didn't realize how short that window was until I reread it and how impossible was that. But you see some places where a setup falls in my lap and then pays off immediately in a big way, like magic over and over again. It's clear I don't know what I'm doing. It's clear the universe is just pushing me places. So you can't fight it. Because I remember I was really disappointed. And it says in the diary, I'm really bummed that I go home that Christmas month. I have these sold to the Spanish home video market, which was my goal. I walked home penniless. And I was like, Merry Christmas. I feel like a freaking failure. Good thing I didn't sell it. So, you know, with time, you look back and you go, wow. I got an agent the next month. He wasn't even going to help me sell it. He said, oh, I didn't get $20,000 for it. I chased those people down, those contracts, Spanish market, for months. And they never answered me back. And then Columbia ended up buying it for like 10 times as much as they released it and did a sequel and then another sequel. If you look back in time, good thing I didn't get my way. My way had this verbiage. And it needed to do that, which you would never know. You don't even know that going through. So just, if you don't have the answer right away or even in 10 years, so maybe 2020, don't let anything slow you down. Just keep plowing forward, committing to making your thing happen. Don't get shook up by something that you might not have an answer for. Yeah, every aspect of your journey is super inspiring. We'll talk about it. Let's go to the beginning. Sure, there's a few technical things that are fascinating about your beginning. You started making films when you were very young, with an old Super 8 camera, and you were editing in a VC. So you see, I've met a lot of filmmakers who, you know, they start a certain way, but then they finish another way to get to big filmmakers and all that. I still do it that way. Like I like doing things that way. I have a new company called Brass Knuckle Film, where the audience can actually participate by investing in being invested in these movies. They're done the same way. They're action films like we did in Mariachi, but 10 to 30 million. It doesn't take a lot of money to start $1 billion franchise. You know, like John Wick only cost $20 million the first one. The second one was 40. The third one was 80. The fourth one was 100 because the audience kept growing. By the way, you say, you know, 20 million is not a lot of money. Imagine an action film. Yeah, that's right. Right. Also, we should say that on the reaction, the film on which the book was about $7,000. So let's put it all in context. But you know, you're gonna hire an actor. Then you get a big actor like Keanu Reeves or something. You know, I asked Jim. I said, you know, like Terminator cost $5 million. I wish we had less than $5 million for that. So you can start $1 billion franchise using these methods. And the audience investing, they get to make money on it. And what I'm going to say now about how I started, you see that DNA of how I give out, you know, I want people to know how I did things with Rebels at a crew, and with these methods that I started with. You see, that's how we kept going, how we spent way too much. And when you can make stuff for less, your profit margin is much better. So when I first started, I didn't have any. So I still play like other companies. So I had Super 8. My dad had a Super 8 camera, but I couldn't afford it. I shot 2 rolls that you have to buy the film. Shoot 2 minutes. I shot 2 rolls of that. It's another same amount of money that it cost to buy it, whatever that was, $12 or whatever, to develop it. You get it, there's no sound. Most of the shit's out of focus. Yes. You know, but then my dad, who sold cookware, had a VCR, one of the first VCRs, home VCRs for the market, that he would play the sales tape. So it came with a camera attached. Like this cable you got coming out. Imagine if that had to go into your VCR for you to even see what it's shooting. It's a camera, manual focus, manual iris, and 12-foot cable. Then I would start making movies with that. Instead, what I have for $8, I have a 2-hour erasable tape of sound and picture. So I got into digital basically really early. I was doing, which was really frowned upon back then, and continued to be all the way to when I was using it for real in the early 2000s before everybody realized, oh, that's the future. Yeah, that's fascinating because you were rebel in that way too. Yeah, well, because the means and the democratizing of that And it's much easier to practice when it doesn't cost any money. Like if you want to be a rock star, right? If you want to learn how to play guitar really well, you're not going to just jump on some good play. You have to practice to keep your fingers beat. And the same with movies. You got to keep telling stories that come together, and you just can't afford that on film. Nobody can. With a 2-minute roll costing as much as a 2-hour tape. So I was moving all these movies. First time I was cutting camera, and that old VCR had a really great pause button that they stopped making. That when you hit pause, it stopped right there, and it stopped with a clean cut. It didn't have all this color bars like the later ones had. So that was and it had an audio dub feature where you could add another second soundtrack to it. So if I have people talking, I could hit audio dub and add sound effects. So I could have 2 tracks on the same line. So that was my filmmaking kit for a while until I needed to start doing real editing. And my dad bought a second VCR for his business because I stole his other one. And I found that if I hooked them together, I could play on one and use that pause button. And this was the limitation. This is what taught me how to edit in my head. Is that if I shot a bunch of footage, I needed to shoot very little footage so I could find it. Sometimes you shoot out of order. So when I cut it, I have to cut in linear order. Because if you push pause, it's a nice clean cut, but it only holds for 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes before the machine shuts off. So you got to find your next shot within 5 minutes and do that. Otherwise, if you have to start the machine over, it add all these color bars, be all screwed up. So I'd have to sit there and not move for like all day while I cut, knowing what the next shot was. And once I had it cut, I would then add some sound effects to it. Remember that audio dub function. But now if I want to add music, I take that tape, which has 2 tracks now, into the first deck and put it into the VCR again, one generation of loss. But I have a little cassette tape player with the music, and I do a Y splitter. So I can add the music and you're right, it's like that. That's like being resourceful with what you have. And I made award-winning short films that way on video. There were some festivals that would allow video, not many, but they would always win. They were always funny as I stumbled upon Spy Kids that way. Like I wanted to make these action movies in my backyard. And when you're a teenager, you don't know anybody to be your action star. And if you just bring your high school buddies, well, they just look like high school kids. So I use my little brothers and sisters. I'm one of 10, third oldest. They're just sitting around watching cartoons anyway. And I made them the action stars just to like learn. And I found those things would be a winning formula. They'd win every festival I'd send them to. So Bedhead was my first time using a film camera. It was a wind-up film camera I got in film school. I went to film school for 1 semester and realized I already knew more than the film students because they taught you a whole other outdated way of doing it. So I thought I was going to use that film camera to make a low-budget movie, a definitive film version that I could send to all film festivals of these action kits, which is a precursor to Spy Kids. Bedhead's a precursor to Spy Kids.
And we should say that Bedhead was an award-winning short film. That was probably a big sort of leap for you that probably opened the door to you to that
Opened up your brain up, especially because those video festivals, I would have been like a trip to New York, on a director's trip, the video parts that I went to the festivals. But I knew the film festival, if I could get into film festivals, I could send it all over the world. So I made that little short film, sent it, and was winning all the festivals. And I thought, wow, I made that with a wind-up film camera, filming just one take each shot, just no slates. I'm the editor, and that cost $800. It was 8 minutes. I bet I could make 80 minutes for $8,000. I'd use the same method. So that movie I did 6 months later. I was making mariachi because it opened up my mind that I could try it in the feature.
Can we actually pause on that because I think Bedhead is a really great, really unique story, shot in a really unique way. I think what I'm trying to say is that it's very important to write the right script, write the right story.
Let me tell you the trick to that. Mariachi is the same way. And this really helped people. Like Kevin Smith from Clerks said, said mariachi success. I talked about how I did it. I said I looked at everything I have. What do I have? I got a good book, we got a turtle, we got a bus, Carl
his cousin owns. His brother has a brother-in-law has a bar, and he owns a ranch. So the bad guy lives at the ranch. Ike's gonna be in the bar. He's gonna hit a bus at one point. Girl's gonna have a dog, and a turtle's gonna cross the road. He gives you all this production, right? So you write back. So for Bedhead, they even did that with the camera. So I've been shooting video all this time. But one thing I wish I could do a video in slow motion or stop motion. So when I got that crappy World War II camera they gave us in film school, I was so pissed. This is the camera I've been trying to get my hands on. I could have bought this was $50 at a pawn shop. Phil and Al wind up. You couldn't even see through the lens. We're seeing through an approximation of the lens. But if you shoot slow motion, I can do reverse photography. If I film it upside down, I can do, because if I do a fast push, I will never get the focus. So I started with it in focus, pulled backwards on a chair, and then reversed it, flipped it, and now it looks like it stops on a dime.
Several times I've seen you shot this, right? But like to achieve a certain feeling, a certain experience, a certain effect. Sometimes shooting in reverse plus the sound effect layer, you can create this reality that's surreal.
Yeah.
That then results in the story that you wanted. Like you have to be functioning in some kind of different space-time continuum.
Well, you start putting it together, right? Yeah. So I've got this different camera. Well, now I go like, oh, no, I don't want to shoot the same kind of movie. I got a camera now that can do that. I can do stop motion. So that's why there's an animated title sequence at the beginning. So you go, wow, I'm a cartoonist. If I can set the camera up here, I can slow it down enough. It's not a frame by frame, but if I get it down like 2 frames a second, I can just tap it and I can get 1 frame up. So I did 300 drawings by hand for that opening title sequence.
Holy shit, that was you doing it by hand.
Yeah. So you watch that. This is a throwaway title sequence, but I really want to shoot this thing to win awards.
Okay, how long did that take to draw? That's a lot.
I drew it over. Well, that was a daily cartoonist by then, so I was pretty fast. But still, that's why it's only pencil. It's not ink. But it looks great. I mean, the camera's going around and all kinds of crazy stuff. But it's just all fake wet paper. It took me all night to shoot. So I remember I walked into film school the next day, like all sleepy, and I told one of the fellow students, wow, I was up all night doing this animated title sequence. And he went, why are you putting so much work into this? They're not going to grade you any differently. I was like, grades? Get an A1, get in here. I'm trying to get out of this town. I'm not doing this grades. I want people to see what I can do now. And I want to see what I can do now. So a lot of the story came from the limitations, or actually the freedoms of that camera. I couldn't have done that story in video. So when I saw, wow, okay, I can do reverse photography, I can do stop motion. She has to have special powers. So if she has special powers, then I can really milk this camera for all it can get. There's one of my shots I love most is where she's standing there, and in the chair, she makes the chair come all the way up to her, and it goes all the way up to her. Now, if I do that, where do I even put the strings for that? Right? So I start here with the camera upside down. I have the strings in the back because you're not going to be looking at the back. And as it goes back, you pull it back, and if you reverse it, it goes. And it looks so good. You can't spot the string. You see the strings are in the back, but your eyes are in that. So I did stuff like that, and just her like getting the hose, and then I just do stop motion for the hose turning on the faucet. That's why I gave her special powers, and it made the story better. So sometimes the limitations you have with the location, you can use it to take chicken shit, turn it into chicken salad. Take this camera that everyone's like, what's this? I can do so much with this. But I tell you, today I look at that camera, I can't believe I ever made a movie with that thing. It's so ridiculously primitive. I'm like, how did I even think I could get anything done with this and it even exposed? And mariachi the same way. You have to think about it. I shot mariachi on film with a borrowed 16mm camera. I didn't know how to use it. I called up a place in Dallas that rented that kind of equipment. I said, I have an Air 16S here. 2 motor lifter things. One has a 24, and one has a bunch of numbers. Oh, that's a variable speed motor. That means you can do different speed. I can shoot slow motion with this. Yeah, oh wow. Do you have a torque motor? I don't know, what is that? Is there something on the side of the magazine? Yeah. Now you can just look up on YouTube and it shows you how to edit. I was doing it by phone that way. And then I went and shot the movie right then. And I didn't know if any of it was exposing or the film camera was working until I finished the whole movie. So imagine you have to go down to Mexico, shoot it for 2 weeks, come back, send it off to the lab. I was talking about being nervous. Just hoping something exposed. And when I saw it come back from the tape, they transferred it to a tape so I could edit it, deck to deck again, I was so relieved. Some things did come out, but I'm like, okay, so I'm doing everything like that. Right here, you're doing everything. Imagine if you forgot to stop down and it's open all the way. One shot is going out. I'd have stuff like that because I'm moving faster.
Wait a minute, you shot, oh my gosh, the whole thing without knowing if some of the footage is damaged or off.
That's why I only did one take. So my idea was this.
Okay,
One,
there's that.
well,
Wow.
it was a test.
Right.
I thought it was going to be a test film.
Yeah.
It's the only movie in history ever made where the filmmaker did not think anyone would see it and expect it and even set it up that way. I mean, why would I make an action movie in Spanish part called basically the guitar player promises no action? No one's going to watch it. But I thought if someone actually picks it up and has the balls to watch this thing, they're going to be surprised after a lot of action. It was just to learn from it. I just needed to make it for as cool as possible. See how much I could sell it for. If I could double my money, great, I can make another one and just get more practice. It was just, I was so intrigued by this idea. Because you heard about screenwriting. I heard advice back then that I thought was ridiculous. It said, it's going to take you a long time to be a good screenwriter. So write 3 scripts and throw them away. The 4th script, it's so hard to write a script. Who's going to write 3 full scripts going into a movie? Wouldn't it be better if you write 3 scripts and then shoot each one and be the cameraman, be the sound guy, be everything? Because that way you're learning not just writing, you're learning how to make a movie. So that was my idea. I'm going to make 3 of these, hide it on spend. I just didn't make money back. That's like my own film script. Paying me to learn. So the first one, I thought, we just shoot it 1 take each because my friend Carlos lives in Mexico. If we shoot 2 takes, also the cost of the film, I'll just double my budget. So let me just shoot 1 take. Some of it's gonna not come out, but I'm not gonna know what. I'm not gonna shoot a safety one that doubles my. Let me see. Some things might come out. I expected like 70% of it to maybe be okay, but 30% I might have to come reshoot, which is fine. I just drive back there and then I just reshoot just those shots, right? So I just want to shoot, stop, come back, and I send it off to develop because we're shooting 2 weeks consecutively to get film shipped back and forth from Mexico to see if it came out. Just couldn't do it. I just had to, double down on it and do it. 1 take. I remember one time I was filmed back, and I told you to run through that shot. Let me do it. No, 1 take, dude. Just think about it next time. Do what I say. I didn't think anyone was going to see it, so because you don't think anyone was going to see it, you end up doing something remarkable, which is, well, I'm just going to make something for myself. Because if I was making a movie that was going to go to Sundance, I wouldn't have done that. I would have thought, okay, I got to get serious. But because I made this movie that was just entertaining myself and Bedhead, it entertained audiences. So that naivete is really important when you're starting out, or at any point in your life. Be naive about what you do and just do something for yourself. That taught me a very valuable lesson. I didn't want anybody to see it and stuff. 1 take. When I got back home, a bunch of stuff didn't come out. I'm like, I'm not going back to Mexico. I'll figure out a way to edit around it, make the movie shorter, and that's just going to be the movie. And then that's the one I'm like, one Sunday.
That was my first feature film. That's the one we made for $7,000. The Carlos, that's the star of the movie. Everything in 1 take, and I highly recommend you go back and watch that. It's impressive. It's fun. It's an action film. It moves really fast. The story is really interesting. The script is really interesting. All the actors, you can tell, they all kind of stepped up and played their own.
They weren't actors.
That's
They were
right.
just friends of ours. Which is why, and because, and this was the magic of not having a crew, they didn't feel like they were making a movie. It's like this, we're just here. I'm using my one camera. In fact, the gal, girl said, I just one girl, I forgot she's in town. Maybe she would work. She would some stars. Get back up. We got this gal over. She goes, I don't know how to act. I said, here, let's watch. I want to show some Mexican TV. The telenovela is on. All over acting. I said, that's acting. I don't want you to do that. I want you to just talk like you know. Wait. That the love interest, the woman in that, that's who you're talking about? That's what you're talking about. She's amazing. She's amazing. Because I got a video of her. I said, I want you to just do this one line. Pretend like you're just talking to her boyfriend. And I showed her the video. That was cool because I couldn't show her the film. Because, film. But I showed her a video test of herself doing it. And she saw herself doing it. She said, we have to talk to her. We went through her closet. This red dress you can wear in that hair, she brought their own clothes. She really had like a sexuality, a tension, like a romantic tension that was real. It was in part a great love story. As ridiculous as it is to say. Yeah. And in part like a dramatic love story. Yeah, the idea was, the guitar player. Originally what I wanted to do was like road warrior. I said, I want a guy with a guitar case for what? Going from town to town like road warrior. I don't have enough money for the first one to do that. That'll be the second one to do. How about we do a Genesis story? How he became that guy. So let's do Mad Max. How he becomes that guy. So maybe he is a guitar player. So you start writing it out. I'm going to show you my writing method. I write on index cards, and I carry one of these little packet index cards. I keep one always in my bag. And I smile when I run across it because I go, I've made a great dollar. It's like this is the key to your next success cards. And when you go see the therapist, you're not going to them for the answers. You're going to them for the questions. You got the answers inside, but you don't have the questions. A lot of times we ask ourselves very unempowering questions, like, what am I such a loser? I can think of 10 answers right now. But if you go, what 3 things can I do today that will not just change my life, but everyone around me? Take steps to that. Take out your cards and start writing them down. You won't come up with 3. You come up with 15. I'm like, wow, because you're asking yourself, and you'll see it. So when I was doing that movie, I thought, okay, he's a guitar player, for real, and he gets mixed up with the guy with the case. So how about he walks into a bar, so right then he walks in the bar, trying to get work. Bartender looks at him, we don't hire mariachis, just get the hell out of here. So he leaves. After that whole scene explaining who he is and what his story is. Then the shooter comes in with a guitar case full of weapons. He's also dressed in black, and he shoots the place up. Now, if that was a short film, that's how you start a short film. But this is a feature movie, so shit, I gotta figure out how to tell a feature. I'm gonna need a few more cards before that. So I'm gonna need, who's this guy? How about he's in jail? I've read a story. This crazy story about a guy who's in jail in Mexico, and he was running his drug business from the jail as protection. He could walk out any time, but he was to have the cops be his enforcement, basically. So introduce that guy. He's in jail making phone calls, and someone puts a hit on him. So we have action right away. There's a hit on him. He kills those guys because it's his operation. He's not in jail. All the cops are working for him, and he tells that guy on the phone, the main bad guy, I'm going to come to town, I'm going to kill all your guys. Then he gets in his truck, and you see them bring him a guitar case full of weapons. He passes the mariachi on the way to town, and that's his story. The baton gets turned to mariachi. Mariachi's doing a voiceover, easy to shoot, just the voice later, you don't have to see sound. There was even a scene when he walks into town where we saw these coconuts, a guy cutting coconuts. We were supposed to film over there. So we filmed a guy giving him a coconut with a straw in it, and he walks out and I'm like, shit, man, you forgot to pay the guy. Let's shoot that girl in one take. Let's put in the voiceover to give away free coconuts and stuff. And for years, people in other countries would go, there was even away free coconuts. And now it's because we forgot to show pay. Little happy accidents. So now, look, you're already filming the movie. So it's like, now he goes in the bar. Now he's mixed up. And the bad guy says, find the guy with the guitar case full of weapons. Then he goes and meets the girl. So you just start your movie very visually. You can start seeing your movie. And I've used this for business things. I've used this for ideas, for manifesting stuff. It's really, are you doing this alone? This is when you get close to that. This have like free association. Maybe I have the input. I know I want his hand shot. He's going to get his hand shot because he's a musician, and those ballads are always really tragic. So the girl has to die. The girl has to die because it's going to be a tragic song for a songbook. Each movie should be like a tragedy. That's going to be over here. Now you got the ending, and then your brain starts filling in the rest because you're asking yourself these prompt questions that you already have answers for. From a past life, from a vision you had that you don't even know you're there. This concept, it's kind of a puzzle. What happens if you get stuck like this? This doesn't make sense. Like some aspect of the structure doesn't make sense. You throw out parts. You just start writing in the ones you do. Yeah. Like, okay, I know at some point she's going to betray him, or he's going to think she is. She betrays him. Okay, that's in the middle. The other ones those are all like crossroads of the story. Isn't that like how do you know she has to die? Can you change your mind about that? I can, yeah. But for now, I feel like if I really want the story's telling me now what it is. I didn't know it was going to make a Genesis story. I wanted to do the Road Warrior guy, but the Road Warrior he lost his family. So really, to propel him to become a guy who has a guitar case full of weapons, he has to lose everything. So he needs a ghost. So this is a Genesis story of a character. Well, Bruce Wayne lost his parents against a woman. His parents have to die. I don't know, but it's not going to propel him like it's not going to drive him like that thing. So it's just coming to me. So this is my other trick. And this is the main thing you got to learn. If you take any away, it doesn't mean doing it. I totally believe it because when you start doing this, you go, where are these answers coming from? I'm asking the right. How come the answers just keep coming like this? I believe because I do so many different jobs. I've learned this over years. When I was in 2002, I was like, how is it that the production designer, the composer, I don't even know how to read or write music. I'm writing orchestral score, and I'm doing the editing, and I'm doing the cinematography. I've been trained for it. It's everywhere. Just school for these specifically. It must be something about creativity. So I went on Amazon in 2002 and looked up creative books. Anything that has creativity in the title, I just ordered it. And I've got a bunch of books on creativity. And I was reading them through. One of them was like really speaking to me. Yeah, that's it. That's the process. And then it says gels and media. I'm like, oh, this is a book specifically about the medium. But it applies to music, editing, cinematography, writing. It's all the same. So that's when I realized that creativity is 90% of the job. The technical part of setting up the cameras, of writing the script in format, or reading or writing music, that's 10% of that. How many musicians, don't read or write music and they're fantastic? Because 90% what they do is creative. Now, I believe that same person, even if they only do music, can literally jump from job to job creatively and do a superior job than most technicians. And there's also something to say there about learning the technical aspects of art. You collide with the experts. What happens is, I've experienced this a lot with these cameras that's going on, no shit about cameras, and that you roll in, and then it's all the experts almost talking down to you and telling you how things are supposed to be. Everything is wrong. I talked to somebody about like soundproofing the room, and they said, give me prices that are insane, and like the amount of effort's insane. And the dynamics of this room are all wrong. They're like, why can't I just fucking hang up the curtain? Like, what? It seems like that kills most of them. Like, I don't understand. And they're like, no, this is all wrong. The corners are going to have some. And I'm like, fuck it. I was going to try. And let's see what it sounds like. A and B. Okay, here's audio with curtains. Here's audio without curtains. Seems like this is fine. Let's move on to the next thing. Because I think that when you say creativity, some of that is being a rebel, like not listening to the experts. Yeah, you're going on your creativity, which is what is that? It's like, do you consider yourself a creative person? I think you play guitar. Yeah, guitar, piano. I play piano. Maybe you call yourself a creative person. Yeah, I think so. Good. I think that's a positive. I would just suggest to anybody is just own it, and just say, I like when I do so many different jobs, it sounds crazy when I would introduce, hey, Robert, he does this, blah, 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 blah. Like, I get tired just hearing that list. But when I think about it, there's really only one thing I do, but I live a creative life. When you live a creative life, that means anything that has to do with creativity, whether it's filming, piano, guitar, sculpting, you can do it. You can take it on and do it because it teaches you more about your main job. I become a better director by doing all these jobs. Because when somebody just does one job, they barely know that job. You have to do more to learn about creativity. And this is the main thing I learned is that I'm writing music, for an orchestra. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. Why is that coming in? I don't feel like I'm doing it. I feel like I picked up the pen. I feel like I had the idea through the cards. But then when everything just starts coming out so quickly, like that's how fast I wrote that. I really feel like something else is taking over. So this is what my belief is. And I hear it in different realms. Like you ask Keith Bridges, how do you come up with these riffs? He goes, I don't do the floating realms. I pull them out first. Yes, as Jimmy Vaughn, how do you play guitar? The solos. It's like a radio. Once you get the tune just right, you can't even believe it's coming through. So I call it the creative spirit. There's a spirit assigned to all of us that's creative that doesn't have hands. It needs you to pick up the pen, pull out the cards, and then when you start getting in the flow, and you're like, whoa, it's writing. That's that. You can have that mindset. You take your ego out of it and go, all I need to do is be a good conduit for this thing. Be a good pipe that's going to come through. So you don't ever have to get hung up on that question you have. Well, what happens when you can't come up with it for me to begin with? If it's not coming out, it's because I'm blocking it. And if I were to do this and I'm flowing, and if I were to say, wow, I just wrote 10 cards. I don't know if I can write more. How did I do that? You just shut the pipe because your ego got in the way. You just plugged it because it gets pissed off that you think it's you. It's not you. It's like, you just open it up, let me through, pick up the fucking pen. And I learned this. When I was 19, when I had to do the cartoon strip. I had to draw a comic strip every day to get paid. And I would be like, you have to draw like one drawing, draw another drawing, and it's like, okay, these kind of go together. It was a process, And sometimes I just felt like I wish I could just envision it. Sit back. I'm going to try that method. I want to sit back and just try to get in myself and try to self method. I'm just going to try to picture the comic strip. As soon as I go in, I think it's funny. Then I'll just go draw that. Right? Be done in a half hour. Why waste 3 hours? And sit there. My deadline will be coming up. Got like 30 minutes. Oh, shit. Got to go sit and draw it out. It's like, oh, okay, I got this drawing. Oh, this kind of goes with that. If I make another drawing, I have my strip. That's the only way to do it. If you don't get up, creative spirit ain't going to come visit you from doing this. It needs your hands. And it's not going to reward you for sitting there waiting for it. You have to jump in and do it. And people, when they say, oh, I'm not ready, how pissed off is that? It's waiting for you to feel like you're ready. It's not you. Just start doing the action, and it's going to come through. And the ideas will come and the answers will come because it's not you. If you can take your ego out of it, you'll be blessed with this never-ending flow of ideas because don't take ownership for it. And know that if it's not coming out, it's because you're just clogging it because this thing's got endless ideas.
And you give that same advice for making films, which is, don't plan. If you want to be a filmmaker, don't plan like the movie. Don't think about it. Just go in and start.
Yeah, I would meet a lot of people who introduce themselves as aspiring. I'm an aspiring filmmaker, and I wonder what would you tell an aspiring filmmaker? Stop aspiring. Because if you call yourself that, you are that. And you're always going to feel like you're not ready. And you just jump in before you're ready. You don't feel like you're ready I didn't feel like I was ready to do mariachi until I was probably in my last few days of filming. You became ready as you went. You didn't know how all that stuff. I couldn't have figured all that out in advance. When my kids worked with me on a project that we did similar, by the end they realized they did an interview with my son. Just 2 weeks of doing one of those projects, you're a different person. You suddenly waxing philosophical about the creative process and going, I never knew how my dad did mariachi until we did this project together. And I realized he didn't know either. He didn't know how he was going to do it. He figured it out day by day. Every challenge that got thrown at him, he had to figure it out. And that's the biggest lesson. Most people never start. And that's the biggest thing. Don't wait till you're ready. Go be on YouTube. Don't realize so-and-so. He was never ready. And you don't want to be that guy. Jump in. No, it's not you. You just got to be the hands. And that relieves a lot of pressure from you.
because then you don't have to ever have to do anything. Really, you just have to be there.
You go through some of the hats, some of the many hats he wore with the El Mariachi. That's an interesting case study, and you've done the same thing over and over in completely different, innovative ways in all of them. But El Mariachi is such a radical leap for you.
That was crazy. That thing felt together with Scott Taik, the rubber bands, because the camera I borrowed, you directed. You did cinematography, you did the sound. So I didn't really say what I did. Everything else I did. Everything else I was the whole group. It's just like you're doing here, except you've got sound recording right onto the camera, right? Or, you know,
Except for like the sync. I
but
mean, all
it's
the
sync,
modern
I didn't have sync cameras. Yeah. So I had a camera that it was not a sync camera. And the thing was, if it was so loud, I would have had to blend the shit out of it. And then I would have needed sound.
To be clear, people don't understand this. You're shooting with basically no sound.
Because the camera sounds like this. It's just like, it sounds like all your money's going away, first of all. So I would go like this. Action. Start looking. And I shoot my edit. Yep, no, they're still running. You know, like I'm only using this part. There's no plates. There's no that. There's guys holding up their fingers at the beginning of the roll. This is real stuff for just a few frames, so I know which reel it is. And that 10 minutes of film is just one shot after another. And I use almost every frame in those shots. So I was cutting in the camera. Now, after I shoot, like let's say, tell me your name,
Lex,
what's your last name?
Friedman,
Where do you live?
Austin, Texas.
I would do the whole thing, then I'll get the sound, bring the mic in close, then I got it. Say it again.
Lex, Friedman, Austin, Texas.
Then I'll probably sing. Now, if you were going on and on, there's a place where you go out of sync. I hate rubber lips. So I would cut away to the dog, or to like a knife, or to that girl, and then I cut back when you're back at the scene. Since these were non-actors, they say everything the same way each time. They would say their line just like they weren't performing it to where they didn't remember how they performed it. They were just talking in their own rhythm. So a lot of the times, anytime you see anyone on camera talking, they're in sync with themselves. And as soon as it cuts away, they're out of sync. And it created this really fast cutting style that I probably would have had on such a low budget movie. There was no way to keep things in sync. So when I would shoot two people talking, I would make sure I filmed a couple shots of like the dog or a stuffed cat or something, just so I'd have something to cut away to get it back in sync. And it's that color is it's just resourceful. It's just being very, very resourceful.
You allow it to make you a little bit out of sync sometimes.
I didn't allow it, but I would let it if I just didn't have a way to cut away. And I would try to sneak it as best I could.
But we as the audience, like, do you understand what the threshold is where we notice something?
Yeah.
It seems like you can get away with a lot.
You can get away with I'm just particular about that. So I just don't like seeing a dub movie where it just feels canned. It makes you not believe in it anymore. So I just cut away where the lefts are just way off. I just didn't want any of that. I just felt like I wanted it to just be believable. They could be really believable if they were in sync. But I didn't shoot 2 takes of film or even 2 takes of audio. Just 1 take. And what's cool is that because I just had to go through the whole scene again. So I would go ahead and record them like grabbing the bottle or any action, opening the suitcase. I had all the sound effects too. I just had to see the fighting. That's a lot of work for me, but I got great sound that way. Because if I had a sync camera, the mic would have been so far, we would have to go get new sound effects. But because the camera was off, I could record everything close up. So there was some blessing in that.
You and Quentin Tarantino had a great conversation about a lot of topics. But one of them is how to bring out the best in the actors. What in that El Mariachi, how do you bring out the best in these not actors? And maybe what's the thread that connects to your future work too?
What really helped for those non-actors is that they just look across and it's me filming. They didn't feel like they're being so natural. So like the guy who played the bad guy, I met him in the research hospital where I was holding my body to science. He was my me. And I said, dude, you look like Rutger Hauer. You saw another movie. Yeah, you look like James Spanish. You should be the bad guy in my movie. And it'd be cool to have you as the bad guy. He was, I don't speak Spanish. That's okay, all right. I'll teach you phonetically
You're gonna wear sunglasses. If you look close, he's holding the lines here, and he's looking at the lines like that. And he's smiling. So I can't believe he's getting away with this. He's smiling, and he's got the sunglasses. I read that somewhere. In the pool, he's like, with the sunglasses on. Oh man! But he was doing it phonetically, and I tell you what, he was so great. That guy, right? Yeah. When we do Desperado, I brought it back. He didn't have to do any dialogue. Watch that movie. He shows up in the opening scene doing Desperado. He's playing the guitar in the opening of the credits. To tie it into the first movie, he shows up again. And all he has to do is light a cigarette. And you see this. Because he's so nervous. Because now there's a crew behind him. Now it's real. Before it was just me and him. And it didn't feel like a real movie. So everyone gave a great performance. So how do you recreate that later on a big movie? Is just building a rapport, making a safe zone for your actors. Quentin once told me, sometimes being, we're talking about directing, sometimes being just being a great audience. Being a great audience, because you're taking the place of the audience for the actors. They try something, and if you're enjoying it, they know that the audience is going to enjoy it. Or if you're, makes you cry, so sometimes you don't have to tell them a lot. Sometimes, and if you do have something very specific to tell them, go. But I always just like to see what they do. A lot of times they just are in the zone because again, they're getting that flow too. You create the right environment, everyone's getting this inspiration. It's all tied together that you never could have directed. It's just like you just create that space where we're all going to be open to it. It's going to drop in our lap, and I'm going to point it out with this because you may not feel like you know how to play this role yet, but I say not knowing is the other half of the battle and the more important part. That's the part we're going to discover. And when it happens, I'm going to point it out, and it's going to be like magic, and we're just going to go, okay, we're accepting it, we do it. And it gets people in that kind of headspace, and then we're all open to it, to where the character's supposed to go, what it's supposed to sound like, instead of me being very, manipulative to get a certain thing. I don't know. It's just whenever it feels good. Yeah, there's such an intimate connection between the actor and the director. I've seen some of the behind-the-scenes footage with you. You are just a fan enjoying the scene when it's done well. Yeah. But I think there's an aspect, if I were to put myself in the headspace for the actor, when you as the audience own that. It's when a director approves. Yeah, when you're a performer and there's no other, it's not like a live show where you get the approval of the audience and you're like, oh, they like that joke. Really the director, and a lot of times the director's waiting behind a monitor somewhere. So I still like to operate the camera. I'm operating the camera. It's like this. We can have 100 people here, we wouldn't know because they go away. It's just us. They just disappear. When it's the camera guy is the director, and we're going to there's a shot. I'm lighting things anyway, so I have my crew setting lights. I have this great shot of Clive Owen where he's holding down Benicio's bed in the toilet. Benicio's not there, just close with me at this point. And I'm practicing my shot of zooming and slow in his face. And people are still walking behind him when he's supposed to be setting lights. Like, I'm rolling. We're ready to go. We're getting this. I can already tell. We're already in the mode. What you're doing right now, just keep holding that look. Now, one jolt, like he's starting to fight back, but you don't flinch. Cut. Somebody get. It's not moving that we already got. Holy shit. It's like that. Wow. Yeah, that's a great scene, by the way. Great, right? Yeah, if I wait for these guys, Sloman will be gone. And then another one was Mickey Rourke. He had so much freaking dialogue. He just had this whole big dialogue scene. He had another one. He said, let's go ahead and start with a wide shot. Where the two actors, I'm the camera. Nikki and Elijah are here. Let's get a two-shot. I'll grab on Nikki close up. Try to make you for the close up. Let's start with the wides. They get used to the lines. Most of it's going to be sold in close up. We sit down. Mickey starts delivering the thing. Hold on a second. I brought my camera over. Zoom in. This is just that light book of the DP. If I had a talk to him, it's like, no, let's just do this. Let's go. He's doing it right now. And I go, and that performance is right there. And so you can feel that when you're also you're operating and you're the camera guy and you're the DP. It's like high-tech guerrilla filmmaking. Yeah, we're on a green screen, but it's like all the crew needs to do marching orders. Just put a light back there, hitting them harder. Like this is a 5K, make that a 10K. It's got to be stronger. They don't need to know that I'm going to make that all hand posted. They just need to march orders from the moment. So I can just kind of tell people, just do this and that. and then I know what I can accomplish with the actor, and then everything else falls into place later because I'm going to put all of it later. You know, things. Once you know how to do a lot of jobs like that, you can just move at the speed of thought, which is where the actors love being creatively, because nobody knew what green screen was back then. Like, what is this again? So I explained it as, well, it's kind of like doing theater, but instead of a black curtain behind you with a prop, it'll be a green curtain, and you might just have a cup or just a steering wheel, but it's just you and the other actors, just like this. Everything else will be painted in later. We're just talking. We're locked in. We stay locked in. We'll look great when there's rain coming down or on a ship later. But it comes down to this, right? It was so fun to do this thing. But to this day, you try to be close to the actor, connected with the actor. It's like a dance. You end up, it's so like, remember on Dusk Till Dawn, Michael Parks in the opening scene, he's talking about the two guys that are running around killing people just before he gets shot. And I just start doing a slow zoom. I remember it was take 8. Start doing a slow zoom on it. And I'm like, I hope I get all the way up to where it stops zooming when he finishes that speech, because there's no set way, and I don't know how I was going to say it. But you're just locked, almost telepathic. And as he's delivering, there's no edits. He's just going, yeah, they killed 4. It's just like, wow. And you're just so pulled in. I was like, oh my god. And then it stopped. It's like I ran out of zoom right as soon as it stopped. So how can a director, there's a lot of great directors that stay yeah, I know it's all after that. Yeah, they just trust it. Whatever they get from their crew, they just accept it, just like you get a take. There's so much. I like that intimate connection because I could not be behind a monitor, even if I had communication with my cameraman. Okay, now start zooming in. You're not gonna know. You have to feel it. You have to be in there. It's like a dance. It's like trying to do a dance with a partner in your partner. You know, it's like no, you got to be there up close, feeling the energy, and the creative spirit's whispering to your both. You know, it's not your own idea. You're capturing the moment. It's magic, and it's true magic that happens. Like I said, that's what things are about. Because you know, I didn't direct it, and they didn't. That came to us, and we just had the camera going, and we captured the ghost. It's like you said, you had the pen in hand, and you were there like that. It's great. All right, your friendship with Tarantino is just fascinating. And just the whole timeline with the history of movies and then the two of you collided and met is just a fascinating part of the story. You first met him in 1992 at the Toronto Film Festival. Can you just talk about meeting Tarantino? Yeah, we both had films at the same time. First films, Guys in Black, action, violence. In fact, I had seen this movie already. My first film festival was before that, Tongue Riding Festival. Reservoir Dogs was never quit to be there. He was at Sundance earlier that year. And the guy who became my agent, he saw it and said, hey, you're going to like this guy, Quentin Tarantino. I told him about you. You're going to meet him. He's going to be in Toronto. Oh, cool. Okay. And so I went ahead and saw his movie, Tongue Right? And I was like, holy shit. Guys in Black again, just like the mariachis dressed in black. Action. And I said, oh, we're going to like each other. He's going to like me. So then in Toronto, we met, and we met first on, because I knew I was going to be doing a panel discussion with him. They asked us to do a panel discussion about violence in movies in the 90s, even though it was only 92. So we're on a panel together, and that's where I met him. He's like, hey, Robert, you're Asian, don't you watch this? And I was like, yeah, I saw your movie, Reservoir Dogs. Oh, where you get to my screen? And I want to come see you. So he came to Mariachi, and I videotaped the audience reactions because they were insane reactions to it. But I have the first screen he saw Mariachi sitting next to me, laughing, he's laughing and everything. It's just the best audience. I have this recording of the first episode of Mariachi. Oh, really? Yeah, because I taped it. That's so cool. He's still laughing, he's right next to me. Well, just like you, but he probably even more than yeah. He touches, he just loves movies. He loves movies. In fact, next time I heard him laugh that way, it was the old premiere for Kill Bill. We're watching Kill Bill, and he's laughing like it's somebody else's movie. He still enjoys the movie. He loves it. But all the actors do, it's like that's the kind of energy you really love. But I tell you what happened. I'm not a very shy person. I'm very shy. I'd have to go talk. I'm sure Barfield like orator or anything. I just got to go do it. I thought, well, man, I'm gonna have to introduce my film and talk about it afterwards. I'm afraid of that. What am I gonna do? I don't have to talk to more than 5 people before. to see this other movie, and it was good. I was watching it, and then the director comes up at the end. Yeah, well, that was my movie. Yeah, here's the line. I don't like the movie anymore. This guy's kind of a dick. So I cannot do that. I'm gonna have to go be who they imagine me then. So I wrote out my whole intro. It's like a 20-minute intro. Because no one had ever heard of anybody making a movie for no money, much less not a crew, much less. You know, the way I did it was just very new. Nobody knew it was possible. So my whole intro was like, you'll see the Columbia logo slapped in front. Probably cost more than the whole movie. And then I go through, here's how I made it with a steel chair for Dolly, a turtle. You know, I wrote around things I had. I mentioned the turtle, the pitbull, the bus, the ranch, all that stuff, right? So then when they see the movie, in fact, we go back to the audience at Sundance, people are laughing so much at your intro, they just wanted to hear a story like this in Valley. I heard someone next to me say, I'm going to go for this movie. I didn't even see the movie. Yeah. Just because the story was so good, they wanted that movie. And when they see the turtle, big cheers. When they see the pitbull, big cheers. When they see the school bus, cheers. But then when they see how we use it, and all that, they fucking lose their mind. They know how I put it together. They know that the rubber band and the popsicle sticks, I already set it up. So that's why that the audience, I just gave the reaction. They're so with it. The context is so key. Like you can watch mariachi and go, hey, yeah, this looks like it's gonna go. But if you know the story behind it, suddenly I was curious. I hadn't seen it in a long time. I was watching it for the 20th anniversary. We did this week. The first few shots come up, and I'm like, oh yeah, it looks like a $7,000 movie. And then it keeps going, and so we're in the jail cell, and the shooting's happening, and I realized, oh my god, we had these blanks that only fire one shot in this jail. So I had to show it going, use the sound effects, cut to the guy, cut back, have another one go. I had to do these editing tricks to make it look like, and then repeat a few frames. And go, I don't know, so it looks like a machine gun. All these stuff that I start sweating as I'm watching it going, I can't believe I made this movie with half freaking camera. I don't know how I did. I couldn't even see. I'm there with these long legs pulling my film focus. When I finally had to do a real movie, I was operating the camera on my first real movie with the crew. I get the camera, and a guy comes over and he focuses for you. That's your job, you focus? Shit, I had to do my own focusing a lot. I didn't. It's so hard. You're trying to focus on a guy while you're filming. You don't know where you are, and it's just. Can you believe how much easier it is when you have a crew?
It's extremely valuable to know that the pain of that, the spectrum of creativity that's allowed within that is focusing. It's like how focusing fucks up on older cameras and newer cameras. What is the architect? Well, just to know the battlefield. In order to be a great general, you have to know how to beat the soldier.
Yeah. It's good to know all that stuff. But, it's like, at the end of the day, you could shoot something on a phone. If you have a great story, no one's going to even know. Sometimes people get caught up on what kind of camera should I have? It's not the camera. That's just the tool. That's just the pen. That's just like, yeah, you can have different paintbrushes, but you can go, I'm going to limit that palette. I'm only going to use a fan brush and a detail brush. I'm going to make a paint. You think the paint's going to suffer? No. It's going to take on an identity that you wouldn't have had if you had. So sometimes the limitations help you. Because when you can do anything, it can be crippling. When I knew I could only use those things for mariachi, it's like, all right, well, it's very simple now. Let me show you how cheap this gear was. Like, I did not spend anything. So when you see me walking around with a guitar case, it's a shitty cardboard one, like I got from home. I had to get a heavier one to put the guns in. So we borrowed one, but it had material ripped off the top so you could see the wood. It's just the wood on top, so it didn't match the other one. It was looking all black. And that was too cheap to paint it black. I didn't want to spend money on paint. So you see that cardboard case, puts it down, and when he goes to open it, I cut to the other one. Once the wood is watch the edits, you'll see it open. Now it's a completely different case, but when he goes to cut it, when he closes it, it cuts to the other one. And he goes, oh, that's how I did that whole movie. Again, it was a practice. I don't want to waste any money on it. I don't know if it's going to be, I'll be able to make $5 bucks Yeah, but you're one of the few great directors where both the movie is genius and the process of making it is creative genius. It's like fun to watch both. You know what I believe, right? It's like from somewhere else.
I have to say, it's just that thing was freaking. I didn't get in its way. Is basically what helped. And people say that, don't get in your own way. This is a little bit easier to understand. Like, keep the pipe clear. Don't block it with your ego. Don't say you're gonna be shocked. Don't ever say, "Oh shit, how did I do that? How did I do that?" You didn't do it to begin with. Accept that it just came through you and try to get back into that headspace. Especially when you go to make a second film or third film to follow the success. That's when artists get really crippled because sometimes they start to going around as an artist, going like, "Oh shit, that was my second film. My first one did really well. I don't like my second one so much." That's not the headspace you were in. You were in a business like that. You're just so try to keep that very naive, and that's why I say commit to a body of work. I know a lot of filmmakers get stuck on their second one and they go further because they get crippled by the success of the first one, and they start asking, "Oh shit, how did I do that? How did I do that again?" And you get deeper and deeper in a hole you can't get out of.
I think you spoke about that filmmakers, especially early on in their journey, critics and the audience can destroy them. Meaning, like, it creates too much of a burden, too much, just wear them down to where they're almost scared to be creative. Can you just speak to that talking with the noise critic?
I'll tell you something that my best advice ever got. Growing up, I was so fortunate. From an unlikely place. Because you sound like Clint Eastwood when you say it. When you said that. But I got the Desperado. I'll tell you about this. I brought Antonio to be in it from Europe. Big action movie. And so Spielberg saw it and he said, "Hey, let's do Zorro with Antonio." So we're working on it for a while. And I was working on pre-production. We had to work with Spielberg to do that. It ended up stalling because there was like 2 studios involved in handling this movie. There was some weird thing but I got to work with him for about 5 months. And I started getting really nervous because it's like, oh shit, I start thinking about even movies of his that people would say, "Oh, Temple of Doom's not as good as Raiders." Temple of Doom, I got killed if I could do that movie. If I could make Zorro as good as that one, the one that people said, it's like people don't know how good they had it with that guy. But I started thinking, I even said, man, I just rewatched Temple of Doom last night. I don't know how I'm going to do the Zorro movie. I've just never done anything like that. You start getting, afraid because you go, second thing, he said, "Oh, Rob, just you're going to do fine." But then I started thinking, this guy at that time, this was like,
How you live in Kansas?
he was making the biggest, best movie of all. People went, "Shit, oh, this guy didn't touch so much."
What'd you say? All right, well, are you going to buy a yacht? All right. Dude, are you ready to lose? I'm serious, sir. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? Everything. You are up an unknown amount of money. Dude, when you can accept your invite, you're going to continue to jerk yourself off raw. That's one. Not necessarily. Oh, that was amazing. You almost had a perfect game. Doug, you almost had a perfect game. Yeah, I would rather have yours. Get it. Oh, you got fucked, dude. You got fucked. Oh, that was bad. Oh, I gave you a chance to come back, dude. Beautiful. You got it. You got it. Nice checkout. it comes down to this, dude. Don't fuck up. And you did. You just hit a perfect shot. Dude, are you sure you won the lottery? All right. You know what? How do you put in a lot of work in a lottery? I like getting your ass kicked in every mini game that we play. Oh, dude. Oh, okay. So you should win because of that. Oh, dude, that was terrible. Dude, I fucked up. I fucked up, dude. Probably like at least 10 times. Locally, yeah. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about, son. Oh, you're playing like a G. She's up two. She's up 2 games in the section that we played. Okay, I'm gonna fuck you. I went for it. I don't know if I should have, but I did. Oh, baby. Yes, you did. Get it. That was good. Oh, no. Fuck, Zoo. Zoo, you might win 3 games after this. We're not doing that. You're gonna win right here. Easy win. Dude, I can't do that. We won 3 games. You know, Philly and Harvard Philly. I'll take that. I'll take my shot. I like that. Dude, fuck this bus shit, dog. You know that sucks. Get it, dude. Get it. Oh, you busted as well. All right, dude. Pressure's on. What are you gonna do? Got it. 3 games to 1. 1 game to 3. That's a 20. That's a 25. That's a 3. I'll take it. Just a quick 60. Don't fuck up. That's 5. That's 20. Look at double 14. Double 14. We went for it. suck. Look how far off the board that is. Zoot. I knew that was going to be good, dude. Oh, nice checkout. Dude, 4-1. Have you been practicing? I know you have. No, you haven't. Fuck. Triple 20. Oh man, I got fortunate. 4-2. Yo, man. I'm gonna put you away right here. You need a triple 20 and a 1, son. Double 20. No, you wouldn't. You need a double 20 and an 18. You need double 19. Alright, I think it's 4-3. I'm about to approach 100K. 100 win. Dude, are you gonna fucking accept the invite or are you gonna jerk yourself off to the ladder? Well, that doesn't surprise me. What are your thoughts on Bianca Sensori? Bianca Sensori. What are your thoughts about it? You didn't win the lottery? It didn't draw yet. You said it drew in like 4 hours. You said it draws in like 4 hours. Did you? Are you gonna accept my invite or are you gonna continue to be a huge douche? You seriously didn't win? I think you won. I think you're just keeping it a secret. Dude, are you gonna accept my invitation? Dude. Okay. Are you gonna accept my invitation? 86 points, dude. Triple 20 right off the bat. Got it, dude. Nice checkout. Fuck you, man. 5-3. You got me by 2. Doug, no one cares. Just accept my invitation. Dude, no one gives a flying fuck at all. Literally. Even Australians don't care. Accept my fucking invitation. Excellent point, but I don't think money will be. If we're gonna go win a lottery, win a real lottery. Like one that doesn't have some bullshit currency. I'll take it. Dude, that sucks. You know, I never really thought that. Nice checkout, man. Like 10 minutes. He would have been able to pay the fine that he's on. I mean, he could have been worth probably anywhere between 10 and 20 million, probably. But knowing him, I'd peg it worth about 10. The app that we built, they changed the law on how it could operate in 2020, and it continued to operate. 23. You grew up like 6 to 3, maybe more than that. Yeah, it's fuck. I busted, man. It was a cocaine deal gone wrong. Or I shouldn't even say that. He just overdosed on cocaine. Not even cocaine, just cocaine and fentanyl. Dude, you fucked me. Yeah, I mean, like, did it no, after I quit, I never talked to him again. Yeah. Nice. It does not surprise me. But kind of. And they shot me. What happened? And it got that cold. And it got that cold. It got that cold that it froze them. Well, that sucks. Dude, I'm putting dog shit. Did you really think you were going to win the lottery? Don't talk like that. Do you remember that time I invited you? And then you just sat there and jerked yourself off raw? No, they did. They told me. It was three-way tie between Bianca Sensori, Nicole Kidman, and Bindi Irwin. Yep. Yep. Fuck you. I've literally been playing too well to keep busting. Are you happy with your gameplay? Dude, you're back up to being up by 60. I got you. You won like too many games in a row. I need my 100th victory before I'm going to quit. Zoo, 3, 20, 20. That's pretty good. I'm going to end it right here. Like, nice checkout, dude. Zoo, you played these bullseyes so well. Don't fuck up this time. Fuck, man. I can't believe I fucked up so badly. Dude, I need a break. Dog, no one wants to talk about that series of games. Go take your break.
So jealous. Press, audience, they're always just like hits at him, just throwing rocks at him for everything. Yeah, you can't imagine it now.
Okay, dog.
Been at that time.
Are you
Now
excited about
everyone
that?
has respect for him. But they made him run fucking gauntlet. And they were like, Jurassic Park, yeah. You can't imagine it. You should have seen the climate. It freaked me out.
maybe I should just stay under the radar when I'm dead, not poke my head out so much. Because this guy has his head out unwarranted. You can't even fathom it now because you weren't here at that time. It was crazy. You would never even think of it that way. I'm glad it changed because back then it made people not want to be successful. And that made me be worried, like maybe I shouldn't be go making a movie that has his name on it. It's going to poke my head out in a whole different realm of filming at a studio level. So even if I make a good movie, I'm going to make a great movie. He's making great movies. He's doing this dog shit. I don't know if I can take it, So I asked him, because you don't know how resilient you can be. So I said, man, how do you do it? What do you do when people just throw rocks at you all day long? I'm like, oh, Robert, just don't blink. And I was like, whoa. Now I see how he got through it. Just don't blink. It was coming. And to him saying it's like a Clint Eastwood one, right? But it was like you could see he was so true, and you could see that's how he just avoided all criticism by just not blinking. It's like it's designed to make you blink. And you're just not going to blink because you're committing to a body of work. He just keeps cranking out movies. Whatever he feels like he does. And that was like the most powerful, and it never bothered me again. I just always kept that in mind. I tell that to my actors. I tell people that story has traveled. I even had some little actors who were starting to get us in. I remember saying a couple of things. Some people have told me, you're never as good as people say you are, and you're never as bad either. So remember that. And then the second one, feel brave. Don't blink. Don't blink.
There has to be a vision for yourself of what you're reaching for, what you're trying to do.
Again, sort of, I think if you just told me what would be my vision for the future, just committing to a body of work, which I just kept doing. That's about as far as you can see.
Do you have a sense, do you have a vision of the body of work you'll make in the next 20 years? Or is it just this fall?
I wasn't sure. Because you don't always know. You might not have the vision yet because you don't have the information. Yeah. So if you just commit to a body of work, you'll start figuring out more reasons to keep doing that body of work. So when I turned 50, I was like, I guess I can keep making movies. Being good for me. I guess I can just make more. I kind of done that already, but it's always fun and it's always, I guess I can make, but it wasn't a lot of drive, right? It's like, well, I guess I could just keep doing it, but that's not as much as I can't wait to keep doing it. But I didn't know how to get to that point. So I thought, I got to this job so early. I was in the early 20s. I bet there's some other job out there that exists that I don't even know about. So I don't know other jobs. So I looked up, and you can believe it, but I literally bought jobs for dummies.
Nice.
So just I didn't even know what I do a basic job for you. Turn the page, I know what that does. Just going through. And it gets to filmmakers. There's a little icon at each job. This icon's a guy like this. Literally, you look it up, and it says, this is the best job ever. You get to just be creative with your friends, sit back, and watch the money roll in across the desk. And I said, but 99% of film students don't get this job. Give up that dream. So I was like, oh, I guess we got the best job. But then I started working with my kids when we had a TV show called Rebel Without a Crew based on that, right? I found filmmakers who only made a short film. They hadn't made a feature. I picked their first group of filmmakers. Gave them $7,000. We documented them making a feature 2 weeks like I did. You can bring one person, like I had Carlos Brown, the producer and star. Bring one person, cameraman, sound guy, whatever. But it's only that for the shoot, and you have to do the whole thing. When I saw those guys, by the time they're like, oh, I don't know, make this movie. By the first week of shooting, they're already talking about their next feature, and they became so confident because their idea of what impossible is drops really quick when you
Yeah, anyone interested in unlocking their creativity, not even just filmmaking, I highly recommend that show. And I highly recommend this kind of follow-on show, which is where you Red 11.
Yes, that's what I did. And then it came time for me to do one. So I made a movie called Red 11 based on my experiences in the medical hospital. But I'll turn it into a sci-fi thriller just to use that so that I can use like somebody getting stabbed in the eye. So I'm just going to have more elements to show how you can do camera tricks and stuff and nobody. And in the old days, make it for less than $7,000. I'm shooting for like $5,000. many, because we had a lot of actors on money to pay. But the movie itself can make it for nothing. But I brought my son aboard as my number one, who hadn't been working with me in a while. He wrote Shark Boy Lava Girl when he was 7, but then he hadn't really been out working on my crew. So he didn't know how to operate the sound equipment, the separate sound system. I didn't show him until the day of filming, because I knew we were documenting it and make a better tutorial. So by getting them working on the movies together, they came to me super excited by the end of the day. I thought for sure, oh, they're going to hate this, even though it's only 2 weeks. They've got other interests. They don't want to be filming. I thought they were going to be, all right, I'm out of here after 1 day. But instead, he came to me and his brother back to that. Hey, Dad, the actor didn't show up after the first day. The location didn't match the script at all. So we asked you how we're going to solve the problem. So you're like, oh, figure it out. We thought, that's dumb. But once he's stumped finally, something by the end of the day, his eyes go away. We figured it out. We're like, oh. They don't realize this is the creative process. Every day is like that. And in life, too. Every day you don't know if the machine's going to not work, or you're going to get a flat tire, or you get fired that day. So life is very unpredictable, just like a movie set. So I realized I'm going to make them all work on my movies now, because it's teaching them about life. I'm teaching them very little about the filmmaking. It's about life lessons, about how you take on something impossible, from chicken shit to chicken salad, and make it work. And that's the struggle. That's life. That's the process of life. So many people say, well, I'm not ready to make my projects. Like, you're not ready for life. You're like this all day. You're dodging shit that's going on. How come art has to be perfect? It's like it should be the same. Life and art should be the same.
And I think filmmaking in general is full of unpredictable things.
And in a strong little microcosm, too. Within one project, you got a whole blueprint for how you're going to solve life. Because you've just done it on a creative level.
I think of all the art forms, of all the art mediums, like that, it's just so many different components, a lot of components to it. And so, like, there's so many ways to fuck things up, to learn from.
But any of the disciplines, if you add those to it, like I teach my actors to paint in between takes. We'll go and I'll take a picture of them in character. I show them a canvas. I show them paint. You don't need to know how to paint. This is to show you the brush is going to know where to go. You just got to pick it up. Pick the colors you want. Don't matter how crazy they are. Whoever's speaking. You lay it down. I'll show you some of the pictures. You're not going to believe the masterworks these actors did, like in a day. They just start doing it. Lady Gaga had her fingernails in there. Josh Brolin's doing his thing. Then I take a picture of them in character, do a line drawing of it, and project it on top. And mostly it's the painting coming through, the line drawing, a little bit of the rice painted in. They would believe these things. They couldn't believe it. But it teaches them that thing about that the creative duty could do. So even though they're already acting, they're already being creative, we're already making movies, like you said, that's already a really great creative endeavor. When we would sneak off and paint, you could tell it's firing a whole other part of their brain. It was funny, I think Josh Brolin's girlfriend said, Josh said, hey, my girlfriend she said, his wife now at the time, you guys doing drugs. Leave the set and you come back in your lives. No, we're painting, but that makes sense what you said, because when you get your creativity firing, it's more powerful than any drug. And we come back and you be on the set going, is it bad that I'm still thinking about the painting? Like, no, I think it's good. I think it's all good. But you can tell it's opening a whole other part of the creative brain. You could be doing acting in a movie, and the painting's still going to have, it's just how much untapped potential your creative brain has. So the more you can do, the more you're firing off. And it was so cool, like we did just about that. We came in, and the table was like this. They said, we have a problem. We want them to throw the cards out, the playing cards out, but it's so slick, they go sliding off the table. And we both look at it, we both got the solution at the same time. Oh, we just have them throw them. Wherever they go, then we'll place them. And then digitally, it's even better that he looks like he gets them perfectly laid out to show what a card trick is. That's what we have to do. We can't go here all day and we're trying to get, if we're going to worry about where they go, just go boom, 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 boom. And then we'll place the cards down and everyone will pick them up. And then we'll marry the two colors. You know, you just come up with creative solutions better, easier, because you were just solving crazy creative solutions. And the other one, like, what paint medium do I use? What kind of gel am I going to use? So when you go back to your main job, which is filmmaking, you're like, oh, I can figure this out in 2 seconds. So it helps you create a problem solve. So that basically working with my kids made me realize, oh, now I know exactly what I want to do for the next 10 years. I only want to make movies with my kids. I'm not telling them, but they're teaching me shit because they're the age I was when I made already just brought up. And their ideas are really sharp. So the mentoring goes both ways, and it's like the greatest parenting you can do because you're building a project together and in the same boat together, figuring it out. And it's family time. We're like checking all the boxes. I thought my filmmaking going forward is going to be checking all the boxes in life, so that I'm not spending time with my family. We're actually giving them lessons that they can go do anything they want in life because they're going to have different interests. But now it's kind of like going to college. This college is like the best college because it pays you to learn. You get to do these crazy skills. Like my son is conducting the orchestra, the James Bond orchestra, the Spy Kids score, the score he wrote. I can't write at his level. He was always our best piano player. And they get the charge out of working with him. And then by making a label, there's a weird phenomenon that happens. You guys want to take your game to another level. I stumbled upon this idea. My son, that was my counterpart of the racer. He was the same guy, like I said, he came from Shark for a lot of girls. He became my writer, co-writer, co-producer. He'd come to me and said, I want to do VR. I said, oh, well, let me show you, as an example of creativity and manifesting, let me show you how it works. Let's make a company. We make a company called Double R. Double R Productions. We all have Double R. Our names, all the kids. If anyone ever wants to do anything, we use our company. So let's make a logo. And I'll make t-shirts and notepads and stuff. And once you have a company, you now have to make things for that company. Just like the advice I gave to people, stop aspiring. Make a business card that says writer, director, cinematographer, editor. Because then now you have to conform to that identity. So now if I create a label like Double R, we're going to come up with ideas to call up VR companies and say, hey, we have a company, a VR company. Would you like us to make you a film or your software? And says, yeah, they give us a budget. If they charge for content, they give us a budget. We shot a 20-minute action movie. Show a trees and an action movie with them. And it was killer. They gave us a big Double R logo, animated logo. Through that year, we did Red 11, same logo. That movie went to Directors Fortnight in Cannes. Festivals were paying us to come talk about how we made that movie. That's when we were doing the cards, throwing the cards out, because they wanted their audiences. They knew that about that. So we could have had a whole gig just continue. We get paid to put the usually paid at that good, but you'll get paid. That's what a success that was. But then we had to make We Can Be Heroes. So we had to stop. Well, We Can Be Heroes was a Netflix movie where they asked me to make a Spy Kids type thing. So I thought, oh, okay, let's join the superheroes. That's the road with my kids, based on some of their personalities. It's the most watched and rewatched movie in Netflix history. Like nothing to touch it because kids just keep watching it over because kids with superpowers. No one's ever done that before. And they couldn't believe it. Like I heard anecdotally, that's what Spy Kids. People said about my kids watch it over and over on video. You can't keep track of that. You can't on Netflix because their biggest thing is people completing the movie. A lot of people don't complete a movie and it still counts as a view. They may watch 5 minutes and change the channel. So do you complete a movie? That's really hard to do. Not only would it complete, but rewatch per house. So many times. Wow. That one has a Double R logo as well. And my kids are like, Dad. I didn't know that we manifesting that company was going to turn into that. I mean, we just keep making stuff. So I'm going to do that with Brass Knuckle Films now with the audience because it works. So I said, as soon as you have a logo and a company, your brain starts coming up with that, and it's filtered. Like I said, sometimes the freedom of limitations is all free. When I had to do 4 rooms, it's like you have to use one hotel. Bodies, you can do a lot of limitations. They said you can use the whole city. Hard to come up with something. Brass Knuckle Films has filter. Only action.
that's the stuff there's always an appetite for. You ask Netflix right now, what do you need more of? They'll say action, action. Don't have enough action. The last regime didn't leave us enough action. We'll pay a premium for an action film that we can make at a lower cost. $20 million action film is very cheap. Studios don't know how to make it cheap. That's why they'll pay for an independent to go do it. Right now, that's the key, is to be independent. There's a lot of studios that can't greenlight anything because things are so expensive. They don't want to lose their ass. But they need action. So let's make something for everybody. Make it at a price. We'll make it at my studio. But I'm not studio. All the costs down. We have all the costumes and props, sets from 25 years of filmmaking to keep the costs down. And we'll have the audience get to invest. It's not crowdfunding or Kickstarter. You actually invest. Anyone who puts money in can pitch their idea for an action film to me. And I'm going to make one of the 4 films in that slate from one of those things because I want the audience to win. I want the audience to win and be a part of it. Scooby-Doo, where are you? To show the audience the movie. Go tell your friends now, so you all spent money on our movie. Where's your cut of that? So I want them to be successful. So if any of the movies in the slate do well, they make money. That one and then sequels or anything. But they're all going to do well because everybody's an action movie. We're going to keep the costs down. And actually, Scooby-Doo, where are you? You've created a lot of Scooby-Doo, where are you? Great action. Scooby, down to the character. Scooby, you think about what is the best action films? What are your favorite films? Like Die Hard. Scooby, he's a cop, he's still capable. He's not Superman. The fact that he's like in over his head, you're rooting for him. That's a great character. You know, John Wick, he is Superman, but he's retired. And now he's pissed off. He's going back into job. You know, the character comes down to the character. Where are you? Because the action will then have the character to win. I think beyond the professional, that's what's important. I mean, that's all about it. So that, when I say we're going to do action movies, I mean movies that are really action movies. Like, there's some movies that are more dramas that have action. Where's the boundary? So John Wick is action. That's more action, but it has character in it, but it's action driven. What about Predator is the sci-fi action film. So that's kind of a hybrid, which I like, but sometimes it's hard for the audience to know what they're buying into. Like, they focused a lot on the action in the trailer, you know, and they felt there was some otherworldly things that you really have, but it's a great movie. But Die Hard is a good example. That's a good example where I can think of right off where there's a character that really made the difference. And then everyone repeated that. You know, for a while it was like Under Siege. I was like a regular guy who's really actually has some training on a ship now. And then on the bus, you got a cop. He's a cop, but he's not super cop. So that's why you root for him. You know, that became an element that people repeated a lot. What about Taik? That's a great one. That's a great character who is superhuman, who's also retired. You know, so there's like a superhero type character in an extraordinary circumstance. Like that's how his daughter's taken, right? And then there's ordinary people, like the Terminator. That's a great character. Not the Terminator, he's a villain. But Sarah Connor, who is a waitress, doesn't think her life's going anywhere, and she finds out she's the mother of the guy who's going to save the human race. She's got to train it. You know, suddenly she has to become someone else. Those are cool movies because it's a genesis of a character, and you see a character go from waitress to revolutionary. Yeah. What about mob movies? I mean, some of them are like Godfather is really not a mob. Is that action? Not an action movie. A drama that has some action, right? I mean, John Wick is a mob in some sense. Goodfellas. I mean, there's a lot of dynamic action. But there's really not action. That's really a character type piece. Great. Amazing. And it feels like action by the way he does it. It's just like that. It's like fast paced, fast talk. Like Escape from New York's one of my favorites since I was a kid. Because every movie, you'll notice this now that I tell you, even like a romantic comedy, there's a time limit. Every movie has to have like a ticking clock. So the audience knows the story's not just going to tick over a period of years. So suddenly someone in the movie around 20 or 30 minutes and will say, got to go find the food before this weekend. You know, it'll be just like that. Escape from New York has the best example of a ticking time clock because he's literally got bombs in his neck and he's got Huh? Where? Let's go. Where are you?